I'm doing tons of work.
Kevin
behind the
Bernstein
scenes.
a $2 super chat says, "Can you gift a closet item?"
It might happen,
Gives the
though.
highest
As in, I might get a challenge back.
Kevin, I have a response for you. Ready? Here.
Oh, he's got a... I thought he didn't have that in his OBS.
Okay. Let's continue. Galactic
What an
King
odd
has
specific
re-upped their
DSG
membership. Actually,
picture.
Galactic King just became a member for the first time.
The
Thank you very
snore
much.
strap.
She replied with a kissing face emoji and a kiss emoji. What the hell is she doing? Okay, guys, I gotta figure out what's going on. What is she doing? Oh, good night. Thank you, guys.
Right. There you go. It's spaghetti with mushrooms and carbonara sauce. Let's go grab a fork.
Oh, look at that!
Oh my god! Oh my god! Get out of the... Oh my god! Oh my god! Get out of the way!
Can I help you, sir? Are you okay? He's
How do you like it?
I'm not
How do
creepy.
you like?
I'm right. I'm spreading knowledge. Sure. Yeah, you are, Myth Bear. Yeah.
How do you like it?
Can I help you?
Huh?
I feel like I'm dealing with Mitzi right now. That's my.
Oh!
I didn't do.
I died so my fertles disappeared. Oh my god.
I have to be fast with that. I'm really hoping they bring over the Wind Waker and Twilight Princess to the Switch, because, like, why would they not have all 3D Zeldas on one console? Like, that would just be stupid. Oh my god, finally we're out of there. No troll, please. Thank you.
Yeah, how am I doing, lovely? I'm doing fantastic. Because I am ignoring my problems and playing games on stream. Yay!
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party! We're ready to party, we're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Hello everybody. Hello, welcome to yet another swollen underscore dingus Wednesday stream. What the? Not that kind of what the Wednesday. But big ups to the dingas, dongas, and swollen underscore ones who are here in the now, like Mr. Pun and Ohio. Big ups to all the dingas, dongas, and swollen underscore ones who will surely be arriving in the immediate and far-flung future, we're back again with Donkey Kong Country Returns HD. And we left off last session on the Volcano World, which is the final regular world of the game. This is a super cool HD version that you pay $60 for. You get an extra world after the final boss that was only accessible in the 3DS version formerly. Pretty cool, right? So that unlocks after we beat the final boss. So obviously the goal is to beat the final boss, and then as promised for the community goal, we're gonna switch it up. Final super secret, super duper hard world. We're gonna do a Diddy Kong solo. There is a way. They don't normally allow you to do Diddy Kong solo, but we're gonna cheese it. We got the life hack, so we can kind of do it how we were playing Tropical Freeze with the where we would do like a Kong roulette. But we can't do the Kong roulette because it's only 2 Kongs, but it'll be kind of like that. And big ups Egg Gang 1738. The casino is live as well. I think they may have already started talking. I think we'll. So we got voting resetting at the top of the hour here coming up. So I think we'll start off, not in 3 minutes, I mean like an hour and 3 minutes. So okay, we'll turn on Casino now. I'll redo some levels, maybe give it an hour, and then I'll go back into the Volcano World. Because I got some levels I gotta redo regardless. I do want to get 100% before fighting the final boss, because I think that affects the ending, I can't recall. We're gonna act like it does.
David Wilcox, like, we're getting financed any day now. We've made like a
wow, they're already talking.
Video of him saying the money's coming next week.
Let's see them push up the depicted on live stream, right? Yeah,
it's never gonna happen.
I saw the entire Smart Guys stream today. I saw everything. I saw Phil trying to do a push-up. I saw PvP grill Phil over everything he said he was gonna grill Phil on last night when we restreamed the casino then. And then some. He brought up the feet, brought up the OnlyFans, brought up the tech support, forcing fans to watch him do tech support, and over gameplay on entire streams, wasting streams that he could have been doing gameplay on, making progress in games that he complains that he hasn't finished yet. And Phil had nothing but excuses the whole way through. Oh, my wife, I want to spend time with my wife. You know, the same old song and dance. But it's remarkable, in my opinion, just how... I don't know. It's like at this point, like there is effort on PvP's part here to get Phil to do stuff. But it's almost like he doesn't have to do anything to get reactions out of Phil now, if that makes sense. Like, just PvP existing within the virtual vicinity of Phil is enough to get Phil to just do whatever that PvP wants. And it's just really, really pathetic. I won't begrudge PvP that much on that front, because it is working. Like, I mean, it's a humiliation ritual. Just goes to show just how much he hungers and lusts for the casino's fan base here. Thing is, look, a couple of casino whales did show up for the wrestling show. But they only showed up for PvP. They're not going to show up when DSV's playing games. Probably why he wants to give people less gameplay, because he knows the actual people will show up when he's not playing games. But then he cries about not having enough gameplay for us. It doesn't make any sense. Make it make sense. Hello, Doomer Ziggy. But yeah, I saw it all. I saw it all, and it is pretty much a humiliation ritual. I don't know what else to call it. How did I miss this the first time? Must have been distracted. He deserves it, and everything else. He deserves the push-up, being embarrassed for the push-ups. He deserves being called out for the sock gimmick. He completely called him out on the sock gimmick. Called him out on the foot fetish. Charging this much money to see feet. Called him out on, surprisingly got Phil to admit that he only has 5 pairs of socks, and got him to admit that he only owns, and like, if you're eating, I really do apologize. So if you are eating right now, if you're snacking on something, please mute for like 5 seconds. He got Phil to admit he only has 5 pairs of underwear, which is just like, I don't even know what's more disgusting. What is more unhygienic? Phil only having 5 pairs of underwear, or Ralph just not wearing any underwear at all? So if you missed Smart Guys, you missed that. I'm not making this shit up. He really did get Phil to admit to all of that. This guy does not wear socks like that unless he's going outside, which is why he only had literally 1 pair of socks. And I don't even need to say anything for the underwear. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Wait, was that? Okay, that was a puzzle piece. But it was beyond. It was literally beyond. I could not believe he willingly admitted that. And then it seems like what the strategy is to, well, I mean, Phil's already in like a comfort zone whenever PB is like on the same call as him. But it seems like the strategy is to get Phil in a good mood, get him all giggly like a schoolgirl, by bringing up the detractors and mocking their memes and shit, and just kind of the light razzing. And then you kind of segue gradually, like you talk Phil into a corner. Then you bring up you bring up the real shit that you want to talk about, which for this week was the feet, the socks, the forced tech support streams that really should be done off stream, but because Phil thinks whenever he's working he should be getting actively getting paid, so he feels the need to do them on stream. That's why he does them on stream, but then complains that they don't make money because he's just talking to people, even though objectively when he just talks to people he makes more money. Then he uses that as he uses that to say, oh look, I make more money when I'm just hanging out with you guys. Well, of course, because then you're more able to respond to people who are talking to you in the chat. But yeah, you get him in that comfort zone. It's like, hey, Phil, why do you have to force your audience to see this? And like I was making the point earlier Monday when he was doing that shit. I was saying, okay, so you constantly complain. It's like, oh, it's a tech support stream. I know you guys aren't going to show up. I know you guys are going to want to support. Okay, so you acknowledge that you're giving your fans trash content. He even says to you, oh man, big ups to all the people watching this on the replay. I don't know why you're watching this, or I know this is bad content. You're outright acknowledging that this is garbage content for your viewers. So you know it's bad and you know nobody wants to see it, but you still give it to them because you can't do it off stream for free because you count it as work. And if you're working, you should be making money, because that's just kind of how he views it. But then you go and say that it's content that nobody wants and that no one wants to support. So it's kind of like you don't really make money doing the tech support streams then. Whoops. It's really bizarre. It's the balance there, the non-existent balance, the duality of man. And then again, you just want to play, oh, we're not making any money, or no money, never making any money. Yeah, the holes in the underwear, the admitted holes in the underwear, the admitted holes in the socks. He's fucking grimy, grungy, filth, disgusting. There we go. Puzzle up here? Yes! Alright, I got them all. But yeah, I love that. Once they started talking about wrestling, I tuned out along with everyone else watching the restream. But the Grill Phil segments obviously seem to be the highlight of Smart Guys. I don't know if that's the long con there. PvP admitted at the beginning that it was a vanity project from the start, and he really just wants the novelty of talking about wrestling with Phil. He says Worski doesn't like wrestling. None of his friends like wrestling. So he just wants to talk about wrestling with someone, and it's funny, it's content to get Phil to talk about wrestling because he has so many memes about wrestling. So it kind of like it bodes well. It vibes. You gels together there. So I get it. He's trying to milk Phil for content, just like Phil hopes to milk the casino's whales for money. As like I was saying the other day, it's a very parasitic relationship, not really mutually beneficial. Because I don't think Phil is really, he's no longer getting the Kino whale support. And again, some of the Kino whales shut up today, but keep in mind, per what PvP said, it's supposed to be going 50-50. So they showed up to donate to PvP, really, not just Phil. And even when they give money, like half of it is allegedly going to go to PvP. And I hope PvP posts the receipts when he does get paid by Phil, because even PvP doubts that he'll see the money. I personally think if he does scam PvP and tries not to give him his cut of the money, first of all, the show isn't going to proceed further past that, and then that's when that's when he'll finally be disavowed. That's when Kino will disavow Phil and then just go on him that much harder. Secondly, I don't think any dents, LARPer dents or detractors especially, will let him get away with scamming PvP. Even with as much as they dislike PvP and Worski and Kino Casino, it's too much of a good tangent to attack Phil by just constantly bringing up the fact that he is actively scamming his co-host, who, whether you like him or not, he contributes at least 80% of the content. As tabulated by dick stroking Phil. No, secret, as tabulated by Secret Limited. PvP contributes 80% of the dialogue to the program. So he absolutely deserves at least minimum 50% of the cut of the tips made on that program, whether you like him or not. I think that's pretty fair. So if Bill does try to scam him or try to commit to any funny business, I really don't think people should let him get away with that. And I don't think people will let him get away with that, regardless of how much they may dislike PvP, or they think he's annoying, or they call him Rosie O'Donnell, Fat Shirley Temple. He's got Triple P. He's got a lot of nicknames there. That's just my opinion on things as I saw them unfold. If they do a segment on him tonight, I was thinking maybe, because they talked about him yesterday, but it was a really short segment. It wasn't very interesting. It was just PvP talking about what he was going to talk to Phil about today. But I think if they do a big segment on him tonight, I'll probably do like a before and after. Like, not actually clipping the smart guys, but clipping before smart guys what they said about him yesterday, and then after smart guys what they could potentially say about him today. Be kind of what I go at. That is again assuming that they talk about him. They probably talked about him already, but I like, it's muted, so you can't hear it. Then for Fraga, I wish he watched it. It was crazy. Like, motherfucker was doing fake push-ups and dancing. Again, I know PvP does put in effort to razz him and get him to like do stuff, you know, get him in a good mood before cutting to the real thick of it. But I think at this point, simply PvP existing is enough to get Phil into a mood where he's able to try to do fake push-ups, try to dance. He was dancing, literally outright dancing like a clown, and call his home the Snort Fort. I don't think that people aren't bringing up that one. He literally called his home the Snort Fort. Like, what the fuck? Never, like, did you ever think he would do that unironically? So we'll see how the program progresses, but it was a pretty good episode until they started talking about wrestling, and then I had to focus on work. But I hope it was enjoyable for everybody else. I hope it was meaningful. I hope you walked away with a greater understanding. Oh, I already did this one. Alright, let's unmute.
There are the ground missiles that are laser guided you can buy.
Yeah, he said 5 pairs of both.
Okay, next slide.
Ultra laser guided bombs. There's laser guided bombs.
Really
what does PvP have that makes Phil open up? Glaze.
For the laser guided
if you absolutely want to fuck somebody's life up, you get one of them.
Keep in mind, like, what they're doing with Phil, ain't nobody tried like that before, not to the extent that they're doing it.
And not get caught, or like at least.
I don't know, man.
I wouldn't say Phil has never been buddy trolled before this, but to this degree, I can't really recall a similar situation.
Listen, by the way, Will Cox.
Maybe Ziggy might have a better memory than me. Ziggy, has he ever been buddy trolled before this hard?
He's clearly. I don't think Will Cox has.
It's clearly some sort of longing for companionship.
Bombs, or what was it? The 2026 Chevy.
I hear he has a J-Dam.
Well, according to David Wilcock, the CEO of this company also built 3,000 spaceships for the secret space program. So
I believe he does.
If he's got 3,000 spaceships, then maybe he's got some missiles.
They got the alien guy on today, so the show will probably be more alien and UFO conspiracy theorist focused. But you know, the UFO community has a lot of its own locales that don't really get discussed here, so I actually don't mind these episodes.
Yes or no? We're gonna do a poll here.
1,000-pound J-Dam bombs.
Yes, and if we go,
oh,
that's like a bunker buster, I think.
Yeah,
if we go to the next slide, this is the one that disturbed me the most, because in the next slide they're offering to sell.
Hey, Ziggy says no bullshit.
Dynamite.
He called in Muda's old charity stream. Oh shit, I didn't know that. Muda tried trolling him, but it went over his head. But I can't find the stream. Maybe lost time. Muda tried to do something with them last year, right? But it fell through. Muda should try again post King arc. Shit, Muda could have been on the DSP pre-stream podcast during the little interview arc.
Like in a wooden box that says TNT on it.
Never stream at 12 a.m. ever again. Why?
It's so stupid. If we go to the next one, it's artillery shells.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
155 millimeter.
What do you mean,
artillery shells? And by
Why not?
the way,
Did you fall asleep?
person that I sat in undercover specifically asked about all of these kinds of products. And the person that he spoke to was
Get
Christopher
your buy live
Beskar,
vote
the
in.
so-called CEO
It's almost
of the
time for
shady
day
company. He's
4.
like, oh yeah,
Day
we've
4
got
in 50
order
minutes.
forms for
Knock.
each of those segments of our business. We'll just send you these order forms. So they've got.
Just hold on, Steve.
Oh, you didn't make it?
Isn't it
Oh,
kinda
I broke your
shady
streak.
that there's not
Sorry,
like a
Knock.
receptionist at all, or any sort of order taker? It's you just directly
praise
get on
that
the
soon.
phone and communication with the
Well,
CEO.
he will. I have
We're
to
still
get a burner
continuing
phone
Returns HD. I
because
hope
he
to beat the
started
final boss
recognizing
today
my number.
and the Secret
But
World.
The funny thing is,
I'll do the Secret World with Diddy Kong
shady
only.
company that Wilcock keeps claiming they're getting $300
Chrono,
million
for the vote.
deals. for people are
I mean,
investing
day 4
billions.
hasn't started
you
yet.
Use your real number.
But thank you.
Oh yeah, I don't care.
What the fuck, bro?
I don't care. So they started calling the company
Google
and
number, bro. What the
CEO.
Day 4 is 50 minutes away.
The company used to answer the phone.
This guy.
He would answer the phone.
This guy's using his whole fucking landline.
You just
what are you gonna do?
this shit with zero ops.
Big ups for us.
I keep getting doxxed. People put my phone number out a few times already, so I'm like, fuck whatever. Yeah.
Okay, well, may as well.
But I do have to get a burner phone because I used to like getting him on the phone on my show. One of the times we did that, listen to this. David Wilcock claimed that in The Mandalorian,
That's the guy from
Beskar
Ancient
armor
Aliens, I
was
hear.
named after the CEO of Stevati because he designed spaceships for the Star Wars prequels, and they were so happy with the spaceships he designed that they named Beskar armor.
Got some air
after
fried
Christopher
chicken here too,
Beskar.
along with some
So I
Mexican
called him
rice.
on my show
Pretty good.
to see if he would say that was true, and he did say that was true. And then
Big
we
ol'
got to the
slather of the
writer
BBQ
of
sauce on the
Mandalorian,
air
who was
fried
like,
chicken
I never
there.
heard of that fucking guy.
Don't
in
really
my
should use
life."
the air fryer more.
The writer of The Mandalorian?
Yes, we did. We got an on-the-record statement saying that is not true. I made that word up.
How do you
I don't
do this
know.
stuff, Steve? Like, you really
just gotta
are a magician.
Google foo, man.
Have you played this one, son? I know you played the classic ones. This one's pretty good. People give this one shit. They say, oh, it's boring. Oh, it's generic themes. And it kind of is. It's supposed to be like a throwback to just the first one, which is why only Diddy is here for Helper Kongs. And Tropical Freeze is better in aesthetics and level design. But there are a lot of levels here, especially in these later worlds, that are pretty good. Like, there's some great level design here. It's not a bad game. I get why people would rate it lowest on their Donkey Kong tier list.
Order shells.
Thank you, O, for the drink.
The next slide after that is the proof that I spoke with the public information officer at the ATF.
There we go.
Yes.
Yeah, there it is, Knock. You gotta
Mrs.
vote, Knock.
Blank.
Vote within the
Per
next
our
40 minutes,
conversation
and then you
today,
can vote
I've been
again. You can get 2
investigating
votes out of me today,
Stevati
Knock.
for a story for some time.
Do I
I'm
have
very
to
concerned with
sneak
some
this
of the things
between
I've
these?
uncovered.
Oh my
So
god, I
per
do.
your request, I am forwarding to you all of the information that they gave me. And she says, thanks, Stephen. I will forward this on. I appreciate you taking the time to share all of this information with us. Respectfully, the Public Information Officer at the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
Yeah, we
So
sipping
I'm
on some
told
water,
that
just
they
sipping.
they're gonna
I still got
open
some
an
7-Up left, but I gotta,
to see
we gotta
if
save
they
the 7-Up. We gotta
have
make it
these
last.
materials,
No,
if they
At least make it
any of
last till
these
like Sunday.
Yeah, I believe they don't have them. I believe they were going to take people's money and then not
If
to
they
list.
don't have them, isn't it still a crime?
It's still some sort of theft, I guess. I don't
You know,
know.
some sort of fraud
Yeah,
or
fraud.
something?
I would say fraud.
Yes.
Sounds
Yes.
like, yeah, I mean, I'm not a lawyer here. We can ask for
Sounds like a lot of
We just Steve gets missile to air, land to air
Yeah, and
missile
so-
destroyed live on the air. Wilcox nukes.
Yeah, if my streaming location blows up live on stream, you'll all know that David Wilcock really did have those
And
smart
then we'll
bombs.
go,
and
let's
stuff.
get some subs for Steve's house blowing up. Let's go!
You really want me to juke between
Guys, let's
all of
get
these?
some support!
By the way, we got Girl Worldland and Guns for a sub, Sean Slaughter for
All right,
a
not that
sub,
bad.
Devious
yeah,
Red
let's
for a
go.
sub, Alex Freeman resubscribed.
Thank you, Knock.
Room of Sparta submitting their 10
And a hello,
months.
Rent Check. Would people rank this above the Game Boy games, though? I think they would.
Chat says it was based of Steve to waste ATF resources
Whoa.
on this. It's true. Anything you can do to bleed resources from a federal agency.
That's the pop that Mama Dingus got me as a joke.
We got
Alright, that's the last puzzle piece. Oh!
Thriller for 5
subs. Let's go.
Let's get
Go.
some
Oh,
subs.
by the way.
And Spurgzerker for a big 10 subs.
Oh,
So, let's
Steve,
go.
I have exciting news. We're 179 away from you watching a Nerds Up with us.
Oh, fuck. Come on, man. I'm just getting over being sick. I think I still have
Anything but nerds on the go, man. What the fuck?
You guys can't do this to me.
There's an end.
Let's get some
the end to
support
this
there,
story is that
bud.
David Wilcock is slowly losing his fucking.
It's kind of funny that this is a good pause. We received very serious death threats this week.
Already?
Oh, I'm driving him crazy. So on his latest live stream, after I reported all of this about the selling of ammunition and all these bombs with no licenses and reporting them to the ATF, suddenly David Wilcock is claiming that I'm getting arrested and I'm under investigation.
Arrest him!
and
Arrest him! You're
apparently-
under arrest, bitch.
and
What do
here's
you think
drives
about
me crazy
that?
about him. I always say this on my show. I say my name, bitch. Because he won't say my name, but everybody knows he's talking about me because he keeps saying the one critic. And he did say Steve from Canada before.
He needs to gatekeep you, Steve.
Let me guess, the last puzzle piece is up here.
Getting that clout, Steve.
And I somehow missed it.
Strategy.
Well, so many of his followers have come over to my show that it's funny because
not really.
if he actually said my name, I think he'd lose half his audience, but he won't say my name, but everybody that's following this drama knows that he's talking about me.
Yeah.
So there's a video clip in the folder, and David Wilcock is claiming he received very serious death threats this week.
Like what a
and extortion attempts.
Your slideshow presentation.
Yeah, he made a slide for this. But here's the best part. In this clip, he says that they've reported it all to the local police.
Thank you for the Bobby
and to
Aqua
federal
Saber.
authorities. So here's what I did. I called every FBI field office near both of those guys.
Just do that.
And there's no
Welcome in, we're
reports.
continuing DK. I want to do the final boss and the secret world as Diddy solo today.
Well, I didn't call. No, it was only 6 or 7. I called the ones where the businesses. I called the ones. Yeah, I called the ones where the businesses are.
God damn it.
And where both Christopher Beskar and David Wilcock live. And there is no reports of any of the shit that he's lying to his audience about in this clip. And then I called all the local police and I checked with the public relations people there. There's no reports with the local police, either where they live or where their businesses are, about any of the shit that he says in this clip. So Wilcock is a pathological liar. He's doing this to muddy the waters, like, because people in his live chat are like, are you selling the crystal hippie bitches are pissed off. They think he's selling weapons of mass murder. And so they're asking him in his live chat, he's got to do something. So here's what he does. We'll play the clip.
A very funny slide up here.
We received very serious death threats, 2 of them in 2 days.
And I'll just say this, you know what I mean? If you get a death threat, realistically, they're not going to do anything. The ones that are actually serious are the ones that you never see coming. They're the people who actually act out on it. Like, these threats, 99.9% of the time are total bullshit. I always say
the other thing that he says in this is that they like, I did some kind of extortion attempt or something, and I wanted crypto. I don't even own a crypto wallet, and it's just ridiculous. Like, I would never endanger like my freedom. I have a wife, I have children. Like, I'm not going to the pokey for fucking around with David Wilcock. He's just pissed because my reporting is like chipping every week. We just chip away at the grift. We just chip away a little bit at a time.
Chipping away at his grift.
Yeah, it makes sense.
He's gone from 20,000 live viewers to 5. He's getting 5,000 live viewers. Yeah.
How long?
About the last year. Yeah.
Brother Steve putting in the work on Wilcox. All right, let's see Wilcox's lies and cries. Let's have a look.
All right.
And this included attempted extortion and terrorism. So this is never
okay, you're the one selling war ads, bud.
Wilcox.
really happened.
I gotta watch the stream to hear it. That's what I was.
Oh, you have to hit the watch there. Yeah.
For like,
there's no sound.
Yeah.
This. Whoever is doing this appears to be very concerned, and I believe it is because of the inauguration on Monday.
What?
Wait.
What is this?
Oh, this is recent.
The inauguration of President Trump. This is a whole
I thought this was gonna be a throwback.
Isn't it?
Oh,
now,
absolutely.
This
There's layers.
is grifting. Listen, fellow
Yeah, most of the
Trump
time,
supporters,
death threats don't really
Dastardly
amount to much.
Steven and his crew are trying to stop Trump
Which is
from
why they're
taking back
always a
control.
good deflection.
They're
I'm getting death
persecuting me in my
threats.
bomb selling business.
And his Q-Tard reporting. He basically
Yes.
most of his show now is him showing slides from Q-Tard Telegram channels. Like, it's pathetic.
Steve is woke.
Past
Steve's the woke
1995
left.
in his multimedia
so not woke.
presentation.
He's like accusing you of being the woke left after the inauguration.
Yeah, it's
you
nothing
threatened
further from the truth. It's
because Trump
ridiculous.
won.
So we have already filed federal police reports.
Which is a
We've already
lie.
filed local police reports. We are taking
Oh,
serious
Randy can
action,
attack even when you dismount
and
him.
We believe it's all the
Did
same
not know
person
that.
I've been telling you the whole time.
Man, does this guy ever like wash his hair?
He always looks
terrible.
He
It's
does
like
look greasy, yeah.
he's greasy and sleazy as fuck, man. And
he
he looks
trimming
like
out?
It looks like a
he's
skinnier
baked.
version of Uncivil
It looks
Law.
like he's fucking stoned or
One that was
something.
with Kata's friend.
So
Shit,
if Steve was coming after you, calling the
buddy, I'd be fucking turtled up on
No, well,
edibles all
listen,
fucking day.
In my defense, he did start all this because he told 50,000. I think he has 50,000. No, he has 500,000 subscribers, and he told everybody on a live stream that I was a Satan worshiping child predator.
Well, you can't
And
go
then
around
I
calling
said,
people that.
Oh, I'm gonna keep going.
All right.
I'm gonna keep digging into you.
Chat,
dude.
Will Cox took a golden shower, and it's the piss that makes his hair look like that.
Could be.
But like, he has very little hair left. The recession is getting insane.
I know. Look how big
It's
his
like a
forehead is.
Norwood 3 at this point.
His forehead's almost
minimum.
bigger than the rest of his
Oh,
face.
it's more
Look
like
at
a
that.
5-head, buddy. They're saying he looks like Larry from the Three Stooges in the chat. Holy, he's bald!
It's one kid. I only have one kid aiding on me. There's very, very compelling evidence it's him. So he is.
compelling evidence. I mean, the guy who's like openly
What you
saying
pulled
it all.
directly out of your ass there.
Yeah, the guy who's investigating. Yeah.
Now, if he does anything else, he's probably going to get arrested. So he really should just stop.
Smash
What a
cut
cope.
Kino Casino Wednesday.
But like they're more likely to act if they're antagonized.
He's gonna
Yeah.
get arrested any
Yes,
day
that's true.
now.
I said this before about the swatting, remember?
All right,
He
how are
said
you
I was,
doing?
I was under investigation and I was getting
Oh,
arrested.
Clip World is
The
complete.
Philadelphia police were working with the Boulder police. All of that was fake. And I have on the
About
record
here?
statements from both Boulder County
I'm missing one
and
level.
Philadelphia proving that he just
I
lied
need
to
my puzzle
500,000
pieces.
people.
2 more weeks. Trust the plan. We'll talk
Yeah.
I
again,
love
Steve.
I
You're
love
the best, bro.
Because we've got serious federal interest. We have a cozy relationship with federal agencies,
Cozy.
military contractor.
Listen,
Not that cozy.
So isn't he like exposing the truth of the feds, like
The
in
truth.
the aliens and all this shit? But then he says he has a cozy relationship with the feds.
Yeah, plot
That
hole.
doesn't really add up.
Yeah, you're
Does
right.
it?
You're right.
The feds, like, what? This is the thing is he simultaneously gets to claim he's good friends with the feds, but they're also oppressing him and trying to shut down his work whenever he runs into any trouble, right? It's just funny how that works. Listen, you never want to say you have a cozy relationship with the feds. It's not a winning strategy.
Not in conspiracy land, it's not.
No,
Ow.
it's not. Which
Hello.
is where we live, out in fucking fantasy land with all the right-wing nut bars and whack jobs who are
The
saying
wackadoos.
Steve's a snitch for reporting to the ATF. A freedom for the ammo and the fucking artillery shells. Steve's taking it away. All right.
No, he's scamming the good people
What?
who want to buy
UNF?
warheads.
Oh, that one
That's
didn't
right.
play.
Scamming
I guess I
the
deleted
good-
the audio clip. Big ups to UNFW. Won the 31 months for tier 1. He says, 31 months for the dinga. Thank you. Thank you for the re-up for 31 months. Oh no, they're buffering. Oh, there it is. It played
Righteous
really
and
late for
honest
some reason.
salt of the earth people who want to buy bombs.
Yeah,
And
laser
dynamite.
guided
And dynamite.
Dynamite and J-dams and fucking hover cars.
Yeah.
Thank you
We
again
wanna
for the
buy
re-up.
our bunker
UNFW
busters
won.
at a fucking
Yes.
We
reasonable
want
price.
them at a reasonable rate delivered conveniently and safely without
It was a Black Friday. It was a Black Friday sale.
garbage
Yeah.
warehouse.
Hey, Spanky Joe, I'm doing great. Thank you for asking.
Monday sale on the 2036 hovercraft. I'm pretty sure it was called. Fuck.
Trying to look for puzzle
Don't worry,
pieces in this
sometime in
level.
the next 10 years we'll deliver the hovercraft. Just trust us.
We're gonna keep the money rolling. Let's get some re-ups.
I don't think this person is going to do anything, but there's been a new escalation, and I just wanted to document that.
Zoomed in.
Who is we? Somebody says. Well, that's Stavati Aerospace. So our entire board.
How bad was Smart Guys? All bad. I talked about it earlier extensively. Even the recap. DSP doing push-ups. DSP begging. Calling on detractors to donate.
He's the guy who
PPP making Phil dance and do push-ups. PPP calling out DSP's foot OnlyFans gimmick. The sock, the lack of socks. Phil admitting he only has 5 pairs of underwear. Phil admitting he only has 1 pair of socks. Usable. Phil getting gaslit into buying socks. Phil capitulating and admitting that he forces people to watch bad content like tech support streams instead of gameplay.
Yeah, well,
Alright,
he's
there's not a
basically
puzzle over
saying
there.
that there was an extortion attempt, and in order to stop the stalking, he claims I'm stalking him or whatever, that somebody tried to extort them for cryptocurrency.
I think he said like 5 pairs, but one of them was the good pair.
Steve extorting anybody.
Like the other ones had holes in them.
Asking his viewers for money for his show.
That's why I keep bouncing between 1 and 5.
Let alone antagonizing somebody. Go, give me your money, or I'm gonna do a terrorism, dude. Like, come on.
I'll go.
Start making more believable for Steve.
And threats like that.
I'm missing a puzzle piece here, so I keep redoing this level.
We already know.
But I just finished up the clip puzzle pieces.
So it's like, well, who else would be doing this?
And then I'll start on not Factory, but Volcano.
When I do a show about what a goober.
I mean, he
this
only
guy
uses
is,
that
I
one
get
pair.
like
Nah,
400 or 500
I'm
live
willing to bet
viewers, so I'm
he'll
pretty
wear the
sure
holy
there's
shit
more
if he
people
needs to.
hating on this asshole than just me.
Prioritize the good pair, but if it's just too dirty,
obviously the same guy.
put on the time to put on the holy
I
shit.
don't feel threatened necessarily, but it is upsetting. But I am not going to let one negative individual stop me from coming on the air, stop me from sharing these messages with you. I believe this is very important. Shelly Dean, oh my God. David, Sybil Haynes, oh wow, David, I'm so sorry you're getting scary threats. What do you mean when we say we? You just answered the question, thank you.
I'm so
Scary
sorry.
threats. Accurate reporting is scary
You
threats.
know, well, it is scary for him. He's being exposed.
Yeah,
his grift is threatened.
coming
So in
crashing.
a way, in a roundabout and back asswards way, that it does add up. But.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't want to dwell on this.
It's a bonus right here.
In a way, it's really good.
Why are you even bringing it up?
No, it's not.
He's trying to solicit
I'm blind.
pity donations.
The crypto?
It's always, it's always donations.
Literally missing one.
Fun of me.
That he did this because now, I mean, he's easily like, there's 2 different crimes here that could be 10 or 20 years in prison each.
What?
So, I don't know. It's pretty.
Yeah, I might not be able to do your show for the next 20 years.
Can he list what these crimes are in the multiple 10 or 20-year charges?
20 each.
All I did was send somebody in to ask to buy the products that they claim they are selling, and then I reported on what they were telling us that we could buy, and I reported all of those order forms to the ATF. That's all I've done.
Pancake mix.
I don't think that I've committed any
Welcome
crime,
to the
but I'm not a
near
lawyer.
daily casino
but
restream.
Wilcock has a tendency.
Missed the morning disaster stream. It was certainly a disaster. I'm sure you've seen the clips. I talked about it. It was very funny. Smart Guys is great. Until they start talking about wrestling, and then it's not so great.
And me reporting is a terrorist event to him.
But yeah, PvP talked about everything that he said he was going to suppress Phil about yesterday. It all came true.
By the way, can we make this Wilcox frame a sticker? Just look at that.
God damn it.
It looks like he's getting facial abuse. Like it looks like somebody's shooting ropes on his face.
It looks like somebody's. It looks like the
random stream. Maydu DSP tries it.
He's like,
wasn't that after? That was after Smart Guys, right? That's not tonight.
Dildos, Wilcox.
Is PB a troll? He's a buddy troll.
Will sucks cock.
He sold
I think because he used to be a Spoonie fan. He comes from like that era where you were watching AVGN and Nostalgia Critic and Spoonie. So DSP was probably like another one of those. We watched Review Tech USA too back when Review Tech was popular. So he probably just comes from that era. So maybe it's a little bit of the novelty of getting to speak with one of those people and then getting to fuck with them on top of that. Because I got no doubt that he also watched the troll videos too like that back then. I got no way of proving it because I don't think he ever admitted to, oh, I used to watch all this, how you don't play these there, bud. But I'm willing to bet he did. So that's what I think it is. It's like an old internet thing because he'll bring up memories like that. Oh, I used to watch this, bud. So not necessarily hanging out with one of your heroes, but like just the novelty of getting to talk with someone who's been on the internet for as long as you've been watching stuff on the internet, if that makes sense. I'm sure you guys had content creators who you watched when you were like, maybe not Billy Dingus age, but 15, 20 years ago, and maybe they're still on the internet. So it would be like if you talked to one of those people, like you found out they still made content and you just did shit with them.
Now I think that he's got an irrational psychological fear of me because he knows I wrecked his partner's entire grift. That dude's he used to get hundreds of thousands of YouTube views. If you look on Corey Good's Social Blade, he gets like 300 views a day now.
Fake line about can't find underwear. I hope that shit's real. You better not still have fully ass underwear.
Because after Corey Good's grift came crashing down,
when do you play a game with Right Drake? Play Marvel Rivals with him.
If he checked if Wilcox has an FFL, like the Federal Firearms License.
And we did in several, myself, another researcher, and then I confirmed with the ATF. They do not have that license to sell small firearms and or ammunition. They do not have that. We're still waiting on the ATF to get back to me about the explosives license, which is a separate federal agency that handles that.
Okay, let's finish this off, and then I think we're moving on to Lazar, right?
Here on the show. Yes. Just in case.
Yes, that's true.
This person decides to keep walking over the line, but, you know.
Oh, by the way, real fast. Belted D-Gen for a sub. Privateer.
Belted D-Gen
for a sub. And Pick Cheney for a sub. Thank you so much.
Let's get some subs. If you like the Steve content, let's
come on. Let's get some subs.
It's a good variety to the show. And he's got an incredible Bob Lazar segment prepared.
Oh, yeah.
Really in-depth, really thorough and comprehensive.
I do like the alien content.
Once you put it all together, he's just totally exposed.
Based.
All right,
there's so much evidence, we already know who it is, and so everybody's being
puzzle
alerted.
There.
It's an interesting way for the Alliance to create a
puzzle up
situation
here, but I
where
already
hater
picked it up.
to make heavy protection for you. It just seems to be naturally happening. Yeah, I mean, this activated the whole board. It means there's going to be a lot more money put into prosecuting this. It means we can do police reports, and it means that we do, you know, injunctions, restraining orders, and if the person ever does anything again, he's subject to immediate arrest. That is coming very soon. I expect you're going to find out everything about this.
Well, I guess you're getting arrested after this stream, Steve. You took further action.
This might be my last Kino appearance.
Consequences will never be the same.
You'll never get the DSP and Stephen Cambion crossover
segment, Steve.
Yeah, let's get into that. I gotta find my folder.
Actually, you know what? We didn't do the Whoa Buddy.
No, we didn't.
I
was trying to butt in, but we were like sort of talking about this stuff.
Yeah, let's do the Whoa Buddy quickly before Bob Lazar now.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of Cyrax, Steve?
Vaguely, I'm vaguely familiar. Like
we are vaguely also familiar with this guy. A lot of people ask us to cover
You guys are making
Cyrax.
content about a guy who shit his pants. That's
yes.
No,
yes,
this guy.
Steve,
Bro, no. You don't understand, Steve. This guy is the grimiest fucking.
This is the lowest of the low.
He makes
He's
the Hills Have
goblin
Eyes
mode.
people look normal. I'm not even exaggerating at all.
You want to talk about, you know, we punch down, Steve? This is one where we feel too bad to normally add to our rotation.
Not bad.
Because
it's just
filth. It's just filth.
It's the bottom of the slop barrel, this one,
This
right?
is the final bottom of the barrel, buddy. So apparently what we're about to witness is this goblin diarrhea dumping in his pants live on stream.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Oh, look at his teeth.
Oh,
He looks like a
Bro!
goblin. He looks like a fucking goblin, dude.
I told you.
Yeah, that's what they call him.
That's what they say, Steve.
Don't worry. Oh, these segments are short. The Whoa Buddy segments are short on purpose.
On top of his head.
We won't be here long.
Oh no.
What the fuck is going on?
Oh no.
Oh my God, what's happening?
Is that him shitting himself?
He suddenly shit his pants and had him run out.
Oh no.
Oh,
guys.
Hold on, guys.
Hold on,
That's
guys.
the moment when the goblin shot his pants. Did he gamble on a fart or did it just come right out?
What's going on?
Okay, listen.
Why didn't he bring the mic with him?
Oh God.
He left his mic on.
Why did he leave the mic? Oh no.
I think we hear him admitting what happened on the hot mic.
Why would you admit?
Oh, listen, bring
He
it
said
back.
it's all over. He said it's all over the place.
Big up Sand and Ivan. He didn't. It was boosted. Okay, it was boosted. Okay. All over the place. Ah!
Oh, that.
Oh my God, he's crying out.
Oh, drop the headset on the space bar.
Buddy.
Whoa,
You never want to do
buddy.
that.
Okay, now he finally is forced to address that he shit his pants. Let's see what the cope is here.
The unmuted plus auto-tune combo.
And she said at the end, according to chat, you've done it again. So this isn't the first time he crapped his pants, apparently.
Oh man.
Oh man, okay.
Cyrex mini segment. It's the Whoa Buddy segment.
So what's the big fucking deal? Why fuck with me? Huh?
Well,
why
You
fuck
shot your
with
Well, you
pants.
shit yourself on stream. I don't know. Like, how do you
Who
not
among
fuck with
us
me?
hasn't shit
what?
their pants? This is like an I'm
Oh my
Spartacus
God, don't tell me it's
moment,
here.
And I've shot my pants. And I've shot. Who amongst
Yeah, it
us?
is.
Let he who has not shot his pants cast the first stone of mockery. But
Well, how would you know to
many
find
of
this
us at
bonus?
40 fucking years old have cried out to their mom with their pants around their ankles on live stream that they shot their fucking pants? I think it may just be him.
You know what this reminds me of? Remember that guy's
Yeah, okay,
mom
that's the last
at
one.
him while he's playing video games? And she's like, you have to go to the bathroom. Like, use the bathroom. And he's like, not yet.
Actually
Mom, have you
mistime
heard
your
that?
jump to find that. Like, look at this.
Have you heard that one or no?
I must have done this level like
Yeah.
5 times over looking for this last puzzle.
Y'all can't tell
I
y'all
only found it because
motherfuckers
I
ain't
missed
got
this
sick
jump
on
here.
stream as
That's
well, dude. Y'all
They trying to
cannot
sell you
sit
the
there and
strategy
tell me
guide.
There's not been one time where y'all ain't gotten
Alright, let
sick.
me finish it.
So sit down and shut the fuck up.
He told them. He told them.
Tell him.
Oh,
That guy, whoops.
man.
I don't like that guy at all.
Yeah, I don't
It is
know.
true.
He's only
Pancake makes
34.
Saru has the clip on his Twitter.
Oh,
Are you kidding me? He's
man,
34.
That's a rough fucking 34,
That's
dude.
way rough. Way
But
rough.
yeah, I don't know. Okay, here's Andy.
Just go to the bathroom.
Was fucking. This guy's screaming, right? But then his mom.
You tell them when you die.
No.
That's a new rule in the game.
Oh, we got a
You
classic
saw
right
to
here.
die.
Wait for it. Come on.
Bathroom and take a shit.
Here we go.
Demetrius, get off the game, go to the bathroom and take a shit. Now.
Hey.
Bathroom and shit now. Go to the bathroom and take a shit. I can smell you.
This is the smell that we're forcing Steve because she can smell him.
No, you
The
know what?
craziest
My
thing
wife-
is that
I
the
have-
guy's name
my
is
son,
Demetrius.
My 12-year-old is nonverbal autistic, and sometimes he does what I call
Triple P,
percolating.
late
Like, he'll
20s.
come and sit down on the couch next to you.
Like
and my wife will
27,
tell him,
28,
like, go to the
29.
bathroom, go take a shit, because she can tell that he's
Orsky
like
is,
percolating.
late
that's what's going
30s.
on here.
Okay, let's move on. Let's
Give me your joke.
All right, okay.
Go to the bathroom. I can smell you shitting yourself. Get up and go to the bathroom.
You are shitting yourself.
Get up and go to the bathroom. bathroom.
Not yet.
Go to the bathroom. You're shitting yourself.
Not yet.
Go to the bathroom. You're shitting yourself.
He's got to keep playing mom.
Who was in the wrong here?
He sounds like Cartman, doesn't he?
Everything apart.
Oh my
Go to the bathroom.
Not yet.
You're shitting yourself.
Not yet.
You're shitting yourself. Poop is coming out of your fucking asshole. Go to the bathroom.
I agree, Ziggy.
That's so stupid.
I mean, his commitment to the comedic resistance is almost, I don't know, commendable.
That's what they saw.
God, that's like a Cartman fucking bit. Oh, and then we have for our final woe.
Too bad it
buddy,
was just
Steve,
about him
you'll
taking a
love
shit,
those.
so it's not really commendable.
The guy brought his mom to a gangbang.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, was it just the right one? No, that was the Yes, here it is. Here, sorry.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, teenagers. So okay, all right. So the woman who had sex with 1,000 men, Blue, whatever her name was, had 1,000 people in line. One dude's mom shows up to throw him out of the line. Okay.
Whoa, really?
I
get. Oh man,
That's it.
you would figure, because didn't you guys tell me she was like aiming for younger people? God, you gotta imagine. I didn't consider it, but yeah, it is rational that at least one of those young adults' parents would come after him.
Look at those fucking veneers, bro.
Hey,
It's
Disco
like a
Merchant.
fucking mouth guard.
Well, you know, his wife paid for him, so he better enjoy him. Holy shit.
They covered this lady last week, so if you missed, the restream of that, she fucked over 1,000 guys.
It's like it's a hostage situation. Like, holy fuck.
You banged that whore.
Where were the other dudes' moms? You know what I mean? Like, what does society come to?
That's mom W, bro. That's a mom dub.
He's coming. He's lost his coat.
Where's your coat? Where's your coat? Sign your coat.
Don't shout, please.
It's unacceptable to me. If you get me more annoyed.
He's coming now.
Otherwise, now get the police to come for him. You know I don't trust to call police already.
Look at they're all wearing masks, by the way.
It's just getting changed.
Well, yeah, they don't want to be identified.
Well,
I hope it's that and not a COVID thing. Yeah, wouldn't you?
Around there at least.
Yeah.
Like that Simpsons meme of like Marge covering her face.
Wait, what about this, Ash?
No.
Let's
Let's not talk. Let's save it. Let's save it.
All right. What are we doing now?
Bob Lazar.
The other folder,
All
though,
right, back to alien
you gotta pull up
stuff.
the other folder.
Yeah.
Gotta redo this level for a
I
puzzle.
have it all numbered for you.
Hello, Mr. Game & Watch.
Friday, we'll watch
Hello,
that.
sir.
Okay, go ahead. First, Steve.
So, just a quick introduction. George Knapp was a local Las Vegas reporter who covered things like local crime and controversy, and really was just a
Weirdo
local
in the
yokel
sunglasses.
reporter.
This is local UFO conspiracy grifter locale destroyer Stephen Cambion of this Truth Seekers YouTube style channel. He goes after UFO community locales, a very hyper niche. But yeah, they have him on every other week to discuss grifters and locales from that sector.
1989.
I think it's a good service because a lot of people in that community like take advantage of like stupid people and people who don't know any better, and sometimes desperate people, because they'll hawk shit like medical beds that claim that they can cure any disease and shit. They hawk COVID cures and whatnot.
Huge viral story before there was such a thing.
Okay.
It was
And that's what they
huge,
were
and
talking
for
about.
George
Like
Knapp,
I
it was a
said that,
huge
like
win
it
because
can't
up until
possibly
then-
be okay. So I hate to keep muting them, but it's okay. It's just a preface for the next segment. So I brought that up as well when I saw the segment. I was like, okay, well, you know, she's aiming to get like younger adults, people it was like 18 to early 20s and shit. So it's like these are desperate, horny people. And it's maybe their first time. They're attracted by like the prospect of finally losing the V card or whatever. But you make a great point. If it's 1,000 people and you have like 12 hours or however long it was, it won't be enjoyable. You don't have enough time. They just like imagine it's like 12 seconds per dude. Okay, you came and she didn't enjoy it, and there was no meaningful emotional connection. So you just dismissed. Apparently, like, the first 10 people had to be, like, in a circle, like a bukkake circle, holding hands and shit. It's like, ah! Why would you want to sour your first time like that?
Turned out to be that the planet Jupiter was the closest it's
Oh,
been
I know,
to Earth
12 hours
in
of
many
straight dick.
years. And so I saw this big light in the sky above the cabin.
There's no way it'd be like
originally a UFO until I
it would be
got
such
out
a waste.
Stellarium and figured out it was the planet Jupiter. So there's always going to be unidentified things in the sky. The problem is that people jump straight from UFO to alien spaceship. They're two different terms.
Yeah.
Steve is a very fair man when it comes to this stuff. You know, like people are fools and idiots.
Back when I was younger, me and my buddies, we were smoking a joint.
Whoa,
in the
buddy.
car outside at the park, right? And
Yeah,
we're all
typical
look-
Andy story.
43.2 seconds
looking
per
at the,
dig. There's no way that
the
would would be
dashboard.
such
My buddy's
a
like, "What's
and the
that?"
weight.
We all
Like if
look
you're guy
forward,
number
right in front in the
990,
sky.
you may
There
as well
was
just
like
get out the
these green,
line.
Tiny lights in the distance. That look what would be like
The
a
amount
drone
of time
show
relative to the
now,
amount of
but this
time
was
you
like
spent within
fucking,
her.
You know, I'm fucking 50 years old. You know what I mean? So it's back in the day.
This is back
But
in
the
1947.
way it moved. It was like it moved like parallel to the sky, and then stopped, and then made like a circular shape, and then went up, and then just vanished. And I was like, that would be a UFO. Do I
Yeah, at
think it was
990, just like
aliens?
get out,
No,
like get out the
but
line.
It was an airplane.
Get out the line before it's too late. Too long to wait. You're not in there. The amount of time you're inside her is not worth the amount of time you waited. And it's like sloppy seconds. Sloppy 990. 989. Sloppy 989.
With an amazing and disturbing story. George.
Gary and Mary Ruth, we've been working on this story for a long time, and we'll tell you right up front that it's going to be hard to swallow at first. This week, we've heard the contention of UFO researchers that there's a secret government within our government. While that may be hard to believe coming from the UFO perspective, we've certainly learned in Watergate and the Iran-Contra scandal that factions within our government can and do pursue their own hidden agendas outside of the law, outside the control of Congress, or the knowledge of the American people. This is exactly the type of operation we'll hear about tonight. It's a chilling scenario.
He was really ahead of his time with the deep state stuff, huh?
Yeah, and you got to throw that in.
Yeah.
You got to throw that in.
Under
you
a
will find
tenth
that
mile
almost
of
every
penis.
UFO person throws in.
I can't remember if it was the one who fucked 100 or the one who fucked 1000, but the person who owned that Airbnb where they did the deed, they were not happy with the end result.
And sometimes, you know, like I use the Gulf of Tonkin. That's my great example. You know, like the Gulf of Tonkin, they totally lied to us to get into a war that they wanted to get into. Or, you know, Watergate. You can throw in a bunch of... my other favorite is Operation Midnight Climax.
Yeah.
That's where the CIA set up a brothel and they dosed all these dudes that were banging the whores just to watch them. That's a real thing. That really happened. It's historical fact. They did that. So, yeah.
Also, you never know.
Wide implications that may have its roots right here.
Area 51, that mysterious corner of the Nevada test site, is no longer much of a secret. The fact that secretive things go on here is a given, even to the Soviets, who make daily spy flights over the facility to take a peek at what's going on. These photos, never before shown in public, are about as close as anyone will ever come to seeing what the place looks like
Why
again.
would you have platforms
The dry bed
up
of
here?
Broom Lake, corrugated metal buildings, a 3-mile-long runway, and some highly sophisticated radar and detection
Okay, there's
equipment.
something
It's been known by many names over the years: Dreamland, the Ranch, the Skunk Works. If ever there was a place to test a secret new technology, this is it. And that's exactly what's been done here for decades. Area 51 is where Francis Gary Powers and the other U-2 pilots were trained in the 50s, and where the U-2 itself was developed. The SR-71 spy planes that spotted Soviet missiles in Cuba in the early 60s were also developed at 51. 51 is where stealth technology was nurtured, where Star Wars devices are still tested, and where all manner of CIA monkey business has been plotted and refined. It's the perfect place for secret
You can't even brag about being the first guy, because the first 10 people were like sharing her. So it doesn't even count. You can't even say I was the first one. Like the second person in line is actually the 11th person to fuck her.
for the military, but they're conservative, patriotic, and they mind their own business. You ever see stuff you can't explain?
Sure. Lots of stuff.
Care to elaborate?
No.
No.
Here he is, the little alien that's
On any
still
given
there.
night at the Rachel Bar and Grill, you might find 3 or 4 people who work at Area 51. There, amid the
That's
flowing...
so freaky. Like,
It's close. Yeah.
what is up there that I'm
Cowboy
not seeing?
hats.
It's gotta be
You might
something.
find them, but they aren't going to talk to you. Not about the things they've seen over the mountains. A steady trickle of curiosity seekers flows through here. Strangers drawn by strange stories of lights in the night sky. Their questions also go unanswered.
All drunk. Like, come on. Like,
Yeah.
They're all
blacked out, you know?
Well, yeah. Well, it's
Ladies and gentlemen, we
see,
have
there's so much
10 minutes
mystique
before
around Area
voting
51
resets. If
that
you didn't get your day 3 vote in, let's get some votes. If you did get your day 3 vote in, then good. Get your day 4 vote in ready in the next 10 minutes.
It's crazy spooky. Nothing but desert for, tens of miles in all directions.
Yeah.
It's just a barren wasteland.
They're just totally isolated, and as you say, a barren wasteland at night, probably high or drunk. Your mind will play all sorts of tricks on you. You're just looking up there, and you want to see something too, right?
She did a TikTok
And so
about
a
the
lot of the
experience
time, you'll make
with some dude that
something
people
out
thought
might
that
not-
was
might
her
be fucking
man's,
nothing.
but
And
it seems
also,
to have just been an
there is a lot of
interviewer.
spy planes and crazy government shit that's being done out there. So
Absolutely.
you might see a test, you might see something. It doesn't necessarily mean it's aliens or grays or Palladians
But
or
what if-
whatever. But
what
you
if
might see-
aliens?
especially if you're out there all the time, like day after day after day. Yeah.
Yeah, and also there was there was long rumors in the UFO community that there was 2 places where they took the alien stuff, and that would be Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Hangar 18, which is famous, and the other place people would mention where they took the stuff when they recovered it was
Let's
Area
average
51.
30 thrusts in 43 seconds to get to the
Bob
finish
Lazar's
line. This case, she took
when he came out,
2.367
it was
miles
kind
of penis calculating over the
confirming
floor, remove it,
what
and
the UFO people
4.734 for the
already
control
believed
motion
from
multiplied by
other
10. You're
previous
really into
stories.
the math of this, aren't
And
you?
even his great friend John Lear basically
This is what
described
you
the
think
program
about,
that he somehow miraculously ended up working for. Like what a coincidence. Your friend, one of your best friends, is on George
doesn't
Knapp's
even
show
have a degree in
talking
math.
about this secret base on Area 51 where they back engineer the aliens. And then a few weeks or months later, Bob Lazar
You mean
comes
math is serious
to
business?
John
It
Lear
is,
and
it
says,
is.
I got hired at Area 51 and I'm working on alien spaceships, just like you
The
said.
story's pure
It's kinda
bullshit.
stupid.
I doubt it. I mean,
here we are.
I don't want to look at the evidence, the visual, the pictorial evidence.
Oh, the Lonnie
So I
Zamora.
just
Yeah,
gotta
that
take her
was
at her
kinda
word.
great basket for
I
me,
too
you
question
know?
the logistics
Some
of
I haven't
it.
made up
But
my
hey, she
mind.
took a
I
picture
don't
that
like
had a
to
sign on it that said
declare
1,000,
something's
so I
bullshit
have to
unless
believe her.
I'm 100% certain,
And
I've
it's
done it,
so
my
funny
due
that you
diligence.
want to believe in it. The idea of the logistics is itself amusing. It makes you want to believe in
No
it,
one
even
who's
if it's
worked
not
at
true.
Big McLarge.
Dreamland has ever publicly acknowledged what so many people have suspected.
We're doing a Bob Lazar. This
means
is the
nothing.
setup
That's
for
what I
the
mean. That's
idea.
what I'm
This is the
saying.
setup, like the very beginning.
That's what I'm saying. It's a picture. It's a picture of her like standing with a placard that says 1,000. That's what I'm saying. It means nothing. I'm like, oh, okay. She took a picture. That means I gotta believe it. That's my point. Thank you, Flippy Foreman, for the day 3 vote. Guess what, Flippy? In 6 minutes, you can vote again. Let's get some votes from the day 3 people who haven't voted yet. It's in the link in the pin chat. Let's get some votes. Thank you to everybody voting.
To do with flying saucers. NSA will not say what Project Aquarius is. Speculation.
I love
was
voting too. I love expressing
MJ-12 documents were
democracy
sort of
in a
dropped
democratic
to prominent
republic.
UFO guys mysteriously, and again, those documents seem to confirm that there was a top secret government project set up after the Roswell incident to deal with the alien visitors and to keep it a secret. Unfortunately, those documents, which do read like a spy novel, it sounds so great.
Okay.
I really believed them at one point, but they've
Forgot
largely
that
been
did that.
debunked as completely fake. There's document experts that were
Think it's
experts
artificially
in
inflating numbers?
government
Yes.
documents. There's formatting errors. There's historical errors, and they're largely considered fake.
feels like
by
there should be a
serious
puzzle piece
researchers,
here, but
the
there's not.
Some UFO guys will still cite the MJ-12 documents as proof of something, and they described.
I see what you're putting down, Ann, but really all you have to say is that it's some dumb bitch on TikTok. Of course, it's like a hard 90% chance it's fake. I wish the pink sauce shit was fake. Sadly, that was real. That was like the 10%. But the reason why it's bullshit is because there are previous records years ago. Those ladies had very specific events, serviced hundreds. It was not as simple as she made it out to be. This implies that she has logistical talent that rivals any first world government. True. This would mean that it would have to be like how the first 10 people were like doing the bukkake. You would have to have everyone being in a group of 10 doing the bukkake. And then it wouldn't even really count because it's like those guys wouldn't be inside of her. They certainly wouldn't be finishing inside of her.
Than the Air Force. Cyberling asked what authority is higher than the laws of the United States. The Air Force official said he could respond, but only in a closed briefing. In 1987, when the Air Force sought to renew its stranglehold on the Groom Range, news articles once again mentioned the talk about alien space spacecraft, and subsequent
gonna make a weird VOD for sure.
magazines quoted
It's just
unnamed
us talking
sources
about this
things
fucking
of
TikTok
alien
horror.
origin flying in Nevada, things that would make filmmaker George Lucas drool. Despite the speculation, no one who knew Area 51 from the inside ever talked publicly about the saucer stories.
Well, there's several.
Till now.
Actually, 9 flying saucers, flying discs that are out there of extraterrestrial origin.
Dang it.
The live
dang it.
interview with the shadowy Dennis.
Okay, so just to explain.
Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, just to explain, the first interview that Bob Lazar did on camera, he didn't give his real name, and he did not want to come out publicly, according
She got
to
pregnant? I don't
George
doubt
Knapp and
that
others
she
that were
fucked
present.
people.
So they blacked him out
I
and
don't
they
doubt
gave
that.
him a fake name.
I'm saying it's a
basically the same
logistical
story,
nightmare to suggest it was
there's 9
exactly
alien
1,000. Well,
spaceships,
excuse me, 1,000 people.
and
I
I worked
apologize
on
for that.
them. I was a government
Yeah, I
scientist,
doubt the
and I was
logistics that it was
working to back
1,000 people that she was able to
engineer
coordinate all
and
that.
then the next interview he did. It's
like Guinness World Records, the PR stunts that they do.
Claiming that he
1,000 is just a nice round number.
And so he was coming out publicly to protect himself.
It's fun to believe the idea that it was 1,000 people.
Like, he's talking in his normal
oh, she
voice.
fucked 202 people. It's not really that, you know, it's not as good a headline.
People. He said there was only 22 people cleared to work on this top secret program to back engineer the alien spaceships. So
yeah. And as if the feds, like, if the feds ever sensed that you were ever a threat to anything, they would take you out in 2 seconds. You would never be heard from ever again.
They would cremate you out in the desert and nobody would ever hear from you again.
Through international attention, portions were broadcast by radio in 6 European countries and in a nationally televised TV special in Japan.
Whoa, random weed moment.
Flying saucers, flying discs.
Despite numerous inquiries and feelers, Dennis has remained anonymous until now. His real name is Robert Lazar, a young scientist with eclectic interests. The choice of Dennis was an inside joke.
Notice he called him a scientist. Called him a scientist there. There's going to be a little problem with that term, calling him a scientist. So what we know is that George Knapp was basically lying right from the beginning. Yeah. Because even George Knapp later admits in later reporting
The American
that all
gangbang
Bob
champ.
Lazar's
She
educational
could.
claims
She could.
were
It's all
completely and
vanity as
totally
long as she
false.
got the money.
He never
That's how
was a
Tommy
scientist.
Tallarico has all
But
his
here in the
Guinness
original
World Record
reporting,
shit.
He calls him a government scientist. Which lends
what if
credibility
I
to
blow
this
no
here?
theory.
incentive
I
at
need to blow.
all to, you know, an unknown reporter.
facts,
Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
fuck.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Superior at Groom Lake. It wasn't a
That should have
joke
been a
to
puzzle
Dennis.
piece.
He called right after and he said, "Do you have any idea what we're going to do to you now?" And I said, "Well, no." And he hung up the phone.
Lazar's story is by any standards fantastic. He
Very
says
minimum,
he's
she's
telling it in
incredibly
order to
regarded
protect
because
himself.
committing to
He
this
says he was
short-term
hired to work
gain
at an
would
area
sink you
called
long-term in all
S4, which is a
situations.
few miles south of Groom Lake.
That's why female
At
porn stars
S4,
always
he
kill
says,
themselves
are
because they
flying
sacrifice a lot for that
saucers,
short-term
antimatter
gain. True.
reactors, and other working
I
examples
remember
of
Medicare made a video on
technology
that
that is
subject.
seemingly beyond human capabilities.
Right.
Very,
this came from
vulnerable
somewhere
style
else. I mean, as
lady.
bizarre as that is to believe, but I mean, it's there. I saw it. I know what the current state of the art is, and
Notice the former government scientist.
Former government scientist.
Yes, this
Right,
is
okay.
why the lie works, because, you know, the devil really is in the details. And if you're going to say he's a former government scientist, even being as fair as I could be, the least that you should do is establish that he is indeed actually a scientist.
Let's get out of here.
And then number two, you should be able to clearly establish that he.
I guess I should have
indeed
known that
worked
you
for
could
the
blow away the
government.
dust
And neither
clouds.
of those things is the case, as we'll see. I have
the
all the
level doesn't
receipts.
require you to do that
but
at any
Steve,
point.
didn't the feds burn the paper trail to discredit him?
We're going to see proof that that couldn't be the case either. I have proof for that argument, which is really stupid, but we have it in a video. Yeah. The claim is that they erased his identity. I don't believe that one bit. And we'll get into why in the future clips.
Are you working for the feds to discredit this man?
If I am, they keep I get accused of that constantly. Do you know how many times I've been? I wish I had a nickel for every time somebody said I was a CIA counterintelligence officer trying to
Well,
muddy
that's their
the
default
waters
accusation, right? To
throw
deflect.
people off of the trail.
Oh, but you're
the
a Fed
truth
there,
about those
bud.
aliens, you know, they must keep forgetting my check. I don't know.
Now go purchase my med beds.
Checking out Lazar's credentials proved to be a difficult task. He says
Alright,
he
how are
earned
you doing? We
degrees
did
in
finish
physics
that
and
level.
electronics, but the schools we contacted
Who
say
ordered-
they've
I
never
didn't do
heard
the
of
temple
him.
level
He also
here.
said he worked as a physicist.
So even
Go
then
ahead
in the
and
original report, the schools are like, no, we never heard of this guy. He never had it. He's not a
And he
scientist.
still called him a former government scientist.
Fuck off! Retard alert! Scam alert! No, that's a fucking retard alert, buddy. Like, what are we
What's a
doing
retard
here?
alert there, bud?
At Los Alamos
now,
National.
most credible, I would think that most credible reporters, if a guy came to you and said, I'm a former government scientist, I have advanced degrees in electronics and in nuclear physics, or, you know, whatever, and then you know, anybody can call the schools, and then you call and they say, we've never heard of him, he never went to these schools, then you would go, this guy's a wackadoo, and you would drop the story. But not George Knapp, because George Knapp smelled money. I think he smelled the money and the fame. Yeah.
Lab, where he experimented with one of the world's largest particle beam accelerators, a half-mile
Are
long
you
behemoth
serious? It was
capable of
right here.
generating 700 million volts. Los Alamos officials told us they had no records of a
You know what?
Robert
I should have
Lazar ever
known.
working
I should have
there.
known because I
They
did that
were
whole
either
rocket
mistaken
segment, and
or
I did it
lying.
twice. I couldn't
1982
see any
phone book
fucking
from
piece
the
that I
lab
had missed.
lists Lazar right
Now,
there
for a
among the
second,
other
here's-
scientists.
Here's where it gets into
let's see the level.
minutia. I don't know if I cropped it out or it was cropped out in the story, but I have the document here. So George Knapp, Bob Lazar claimed that he was a
Jay
senior
Frosty.
staff level physicist at Los Alamos National Labs, which is
Oh
which
yeah,
would
the
be
muted
most
regard alert. I
prestigious
forgot to
job
mention that when
any
I was recapping what happened
physicist
today.
could get.
Okay.
Lano Labs is huge.
Push-ups, the
So-
dancing,
and
the
everybody
addressing the
that's
foot
into that
scandal,
stuff
the
would love to
forced to
work there.
tech support
So he claimed that he
streams,
worked
the not
there,
having
and then they
any time
contacted
to
the
do
lab
anything,
and said,
the
"Did
autistic
Bob
schedule
Lazar work here?"
mocking,
And they
the
said
begging
no.
mocking,
And
the
then
actual
George
begging
Knapp
that
did a
was
little
done on
more
that
digging,
stream.
And Bob Lazar produced
And I didn't
this
even
phone
mention
book,
the muted
which
regard
had
alert.
his name in the Lano Lab guidebook for how to call other people in the facility. The problem is that next to Robert Lazar's name in this phone book is were the initials KM.
Oh,
And this is where I'm saying the devil's in the details. So KM was Kirk Meyer, who hired low-level contractors to work at the lab. People like janitors, cleaners, and electronic techs. Computer
it's a
support
UFO
people.
episode,
So
Jay
what
Frosty.
really happened is that Bob Lazar did work, and we'll see I have so much proof about this. We'll see that Bob Lazar did
They just
work
talked-
for a
they did a
very
little
short time
mini
at
segment on
Los Alamos
Cyrax.
National Labs, but he was hired, even
Talk about
according
how
to the
Cyrax,
phone book,
shit his
by
pants.
Kirk Meyer, who hired subcontractors. So when
That
Lano
was pretty
said
funny.
no,
I didn't know he did
work
that.
here, technically they were correct. He did not work directly for the lab. He worked at the lab as a subcontractor. And so he worked there as a low-level
Cyrax does the Ralph
electronics
thing where it's like
technician for
hard
6 months
to
or less.
restream
He
him
was
or watch
never
anything about him because he's so
physicist
liberally drops
at-
the hard R.
At Los Alamos National Lab. He was the kind of guy, and we have all the proof of this, he was the kind of guy where
He's someone
if
that's
you
better
had a
to
lab,
consume
and
off-stream.
let's say you spill coffee on your keyboard, you
Or
would
in
call
edited
Bob, and he would bring you a new
videos.
keyboard or mouse. He was a
Low
low-level
snow.
electronics technician. and
Johnny.
So you're admitting he
support.
did work there, Steve?
Yes, for a very short time, and then there's, but
This
the
reminds
interesting
me of
thing.
a guy we know called Feezer.
Yeah,
There's another interesting.
The intro
there's
guy.
Another interesting.
Yeah,
data
and he
point is
drops
that one time
threads,
somebody
drops
was
his
showing Bob Lazar
pants.
pictures of
You
Los
should have put
Alamos,
drop
and
threads
they showed
before
him a
drop
picture of
pants.
the
That would have been a good
satellite dish.
bit.
And he said, "Oh yeah, I
right, there you
helped
go, that's the
install
level.
that satellite dish." So, of course, I go talking to senior staff level physicists, and all of them that I talked to said, no, I would not be installing a fucking satellite dish. I do real science. So there's more proof that he was just an electronics guy at the lab that was doing support work.
Okay.
All right.
But a lot of people take this, his name in the phone book is like, that's proof. He worked at Los Alamos. So he's telling the truth about everything. No, it's a little more devil in the detail.
By the way,
Kirk Meyer, who hired him as a subcontractor, they did not hire scientists, physicists, or anything of that level. They only hired low-level support personnel.
And we had a few super chats come in.
Yeah,
we have Pixelante for 10 says, hey guys, can we get Steve to do a segment on Richard Doty too?
My name's not Richard,
Oh, absolutely. I interviewed him once. It's one of the most famous interviews of him because nobody ever pushed him in an interview like I did.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for day 4 of voting. Get your votes in, bud. I'm doing mine right now. All right, there we go.
Sneedberg Stein Goldman for $20.
Let's go.
New sub goal for the casino to get their own intercontinental ballistic missile. Can we hit it? Let's hit it. Let's hit the goal, and we're gonna get our own ballistic missile system. And we got Trenty Boy, Nerds on the Go, and James for subs as well.
Thank you.
All right, let's keep going here with the Bob Lazar.
Let's
Technicians.
go.
A 1982 clipping from the Los Alamos newspaper profiled Lazar and his interest in jet cars. It too mentioned his employment at the lab as a physicist.
Oh, see, like it would have been good to place one here. How am I missing? I'm missing 2?
That mentioned that Bob Lazar worked as a physicist at Los Alamos. And years later, Jeremy Corbell would claim that that newspaper writer confirmed with the lab that he was a physicist there. But we have an on-the-record statement from the guy who actually wrote that article, who said, oh, I just took him at his word. I never actually called the lab to check. I saw the jet car and thought he must be some kind of science guy. The original, so George is using this as a
must be some kind of science guy, you guys.
Like, there was a newspaper article and they said he was a physicist at Los Alamos. Must be true. The guy, the writer of the article never checked with the lab.
Okay.
Exasperated
That's kind of irresponsible of them to not check.
Records on Lazar. EG&G,
yeah,
which
he must
is
be
where
a science
Lazar
guy. He's
says
got like a car. He's got like a fancy car.
Also
he's got a better
no
car than
records.
me.
It's as if someone has
so he
made
must
him
make more money than
disappear.
me.
Well, they're trying to make me a non-person.
Explain. You call
Here come the claims of.
Well, the schools that I went to, the hospital that I was born at.
Okay, pause. Shouldn't he have a birth certificate that says where he was born at, and shouldn't he have like a degree?
Absolutely, absolutely. And here's the thing.
Some proof.
Here's the thing too. Bob Lazar claimed that he got 2 master's degrees, one at Caltech and one at MIT. Now, first of all, ask anybody who's ever written a master's thesis if they could produce it for you. I've asked 100 people and every one of them could give me a copy of it. Bob Lazar has never produced these master's theses, which take years of your life to write that master's thesis to get the master's degree.
Yeah.
Probably because he doesn't have one.
He should have paper copies of his degrees from those universities. And he doesn't, and he's never produced them.
Couldn't he
hey, just like Ralph.
The university itself. And
for
go
Ralph,
through
it's
the
because
records?
he simply didn't pay for
They
it.
unpersoned him, though. The
Yes,
records.
they tried to erase his existence.
The real question is, why wouldn't they just kill him and bury him in the desert?
Yeah,
exactly.
You know what I mean? Like,
that's bullshit.
Well, they want to keep him alive just to suffer.
Me, bro.
Yeah,
apparently.
Essentially, nothing comes up with my name in it.
He smiles, but out of futility, knowing the whole thing must sound ridiculous. According to Lazar, his employer was the United...
Ether Lake says it would be too obvious, Ashton, if they killed him. It would be way
wait, he doesn't have a doctorate? He just has a master's?
Yeah, he has 2 different master's degrees, which technically, if he did have those 2 degrees, would make him technically a scientist. I mean, I'm not huge on education, but I talked to a few people that are, you know, in the education market, you know, like work at colleges as professors. And a few of the people that I talked to said, if you get a bachelor's of science, even a 4-year degree, technically you could call yourself a scientist. You've got a bachelor's of science.
Well, Bill Nye the Science Guy. Well, does he has a bachelor in engineering? I think he has. Or what is it? Yeah.
United States Navy. He says he and other government employees would gather
Thank you
near
for the remote
EG&G,
reminder, Dinga.
fly to
You're
Groom
welcome.
Lake, and then a very few people
Everyone,
would get
let's
into a
get
bus
some
with blacked
votes
out
in.
or
Get
no
your vote in
windows.
now, right now. Don't delay. Don't forget like Aqua.
So Bob Lazar,
The voting has reset your day. 4 votes are required.
Every person getting on
I
the
can't
Janet
do the
Airlines, for those
PvP shtick
unaware,
for
there's
too
this thing
long.
called Janet Airlines.
I feel like I do it better than Phil, though.
In and out of Area 51. Every single person that steps foot on a Janet airline is logged as they get on the plane and logged as they get off the plane. And there's separate logs at Area 51. Bob's not in any of them. And additionally, he claims that when he got to Area 51 proper, he would get on a bus and then they would go several miles to this Site 4. But the problem is, he claimed that they would do that on a bus.
Mr. Pun, I said
There's
if
no
you already
roads.
had
It's
VIP,
nothing but
we'd
sand
work
and
something
rocks,
out.
And a bus would not be able to make it the miles
It's all
through the
factually
desert
accurate.
without a road. Period. Full stop. So there's lots of problems with the story.
The road is hidden by alien holograms.
Alien technology, yes.
The alien technology conceals the road. You
Big
just
up
can't
Snow
see it with
sending
your
the
human
DM.
eyes.
Snow is on it.
Yeah.
The bus, what do you see? It's a very interesting building. It's got a slope of probably about 30 degrees. Which are hangar doors.
Okay.
There it is. It took a minute to show up.
Chat wants to know if you're going to talk about the Edward Teller story.
All right, I see it.
I could tell that very quickly.
How many days are left?
Bob Lazar
This is
claims
day
that he got
4,
this job
so
because he went to an Edward Teller
3,
lecture,
so this means
and when he got to the lecture, Edward
today is
Teller's lecture
Wednesday.
hadn't started yet, and Edward Teller was sitting outside.
It should end
like
Sunday
on a
night.
chair outside of the conference.
Voting ends Sunday night, and then they got to take a minute to calculate the votes, and then we'll get like a presentation to show us who won, and I'll watch that. I'll restream that live, because that should be that should pop on towards the later evening, and then once August rolls around, that's when we actually see the characters.
Story, which is very frustrating because all he had to do was say, I'd never heard of Bob Lazar, and that part of the story would be busted. But he never did. He just refused to comment.
Why the fuck would he
Lazar's
refuse
claims.
to comment? It seems
Well, by that time he was like
credibility.
87 and probably senile and didn't quite
It
understand
lends
the
credibility to Bob's claims. It seems like Teller
We'll know
was
who the
afraid
winner
to
is
say
in a
the
few
truth.
weeks, Knock, but to actually get the shit
Looks like this is a point
will be in
against you,
August.
Steve.
It historically has always been in August. With the
It
4
has
paragraphs
textured
from
paint
skill
on it, but
text.
it looks like
Exactly.
sand. It's made to look like the side of the mountain that it's in, whether it's to disguise it from satellite photographs or what.
He says he was never told exactly what he'd be working on, but figured it had something to do with advanced propulsion. On his first day, he was told to read a series of briefings and immediately realized how advanced the propulsion was.
The power source is an antimatter reactor. They run gravity.
The antimatter reactor?
Yeah.
But
Knock, you get them. You get
does
the
he
winners
know,
for free.
like, what- oh,
Or well, you can pick one of them for
All
free.
right, like Astros antimatter reactor. This is like some technobabble bullshit from Star Trek. Like, okay.
Exactly.
You don't even have to whale,
And
man.
especially when you hear where he got
Everybody
the antimatter
wins.
reactor story from, which I'll show you in tonight's.
He'll show you in the
presentation.
holodeck. Don't worry. We'll show
There's
you how it
actually
works in the
2
holodeck.
parts to the drive mechanism. It's a bizarre technology. There's no physical hookup between any
I
of the
remember
systems
4 more
in
days to get
there.
the VIP. Yeah.
They use gravity as
I know.
a
I
way
said
of
I
using
said like
wave
6 to
guides,
7
almost like microwaves.
in the
It took a
redeem.
while, Lazar says, before he actually
but
saw
I'll look the other
Seriously,
way.
Like, I can just tell
since
by
I think you
listening
missed
to
the
him,
first
he's
2
full of shit
days.
and has no idea what he's talking
I will recognize your commitment
If you
and
already believe
give
that
it to
there
you
was
anyway.
aliens or alien spaceships at Area 51,
Because I'm
and
such
along
a nice
comes this
guy.
and you're told he's a former government scientist, and he's confirming all this stuff, it would get your disclosure boner going, you know? So that's kind of what happened.
He
Can you
apparently has
stealthily
the
use my
most
second
viewed
account?
Joe Rogan
You
podcast
can't bot,
ever.
not
No,
anymore.
this is a big
but
deal.
if you have an actual,
I
like,
think this
you know,
segment
another
will
account you can
actually do
use,
really
you
well
are
on the
allowed to vote
clip.
again.
Yeah. All right.
We gotta get.
Well, I'm just glad we can. Yeah, you guys have a bigger. You guys have a bigger reach. So I
welcome,
was so
Sam.
happy to do this because I feel like. And by the way, in 1989,
This is how much. This
when
is
I
how much
first heard
this.
story,
Well, I guess it really doesn't mean it don't really matter that much at the end of the day. But I just really need to see the Reddit tears. And if I lose again, like last year, you'll get to see my tears, and you'll get to see me coping and sneezing when the results get revealed, just like last year.
Unfortunately, nobody gives
Everyone
the side
wins.
of the story that I'm going to give you. They always give the pro Lazar's telling the truth side. So it's good you guys have this big reach. I'm hoping we'll reach a lot of people and everybody. I just want everybody to have both sides of the story.
Yeah. All right. Sorry. Just one second. There we go.
One of the flying discs, however, there were hints everywhere.
Right, they had a poster, and it looked like a commercial poster almost, like it was lithographed, and you could buy it at a Kmart or something. But they were all over the place, and it had the.
You would be like I Ship Sky multiple VIP
sport model was lifted off the ground about 3 feet at area S4 on the dry lake there, and the caption on the bottom said.
Now, see, Iron Chef had the mod status. He didn't have the VIP status.
Later, he got to
didn't
see
pay
the real
enough,
thing.
or did he?
When I was let in, it was the first time.
Because Kick has both VIP and OG. I don't know the difference between the two. I guess OG means more than VIP. Was he an OG?
They purposely wanted to walk me.
Isn't it like Kick where you can only have one or the other? Like you can't be a mod and have VIP.
Office area. And I did, and
So, like,
as we went by, I just kind of.
He was a mod until he wasn't a mod.
Fuck shit to the employees. Like,
we're gonna walk you by
I do
the
not know
alien
how Kick
spaceship, but
works.
don't say nothing.
But
Just
it's
look at
like
it.
licensed to Twitch infrastructure.
So
I can't imagine it's that different
like
from
some sort
how
of
Twitch
weird
works.
ritual to fuck with the new guy. Okay, I guess so. Like,
Big ups Diddy Duke for the
thing,
vote.
You know, that was about the smallest.
Welcome in, Diddy Duke.
After that,
We got
I
an
got to
alien
see it,
episode of the casino.
actually lift off the ground and operate.
Thank you for your consistent
you also,
voting.
in between that, you saw more than one.
Yeah. The hangars are all connected together, and there are large bay doors between each one. And there were 9 total that I saw, each one being different. Like they had the assortment pack.
Security at S4 was oppressive, Lazar says, and his superiors used fear and
he had names.
like as he's like telling this, like
He had names for some of them, like the Jello mold spaceship, the you know, whatever. He kind of named them. He claimed there were 9 hangars, and each of the hangars had one of these alien spaceships, but they were all different configurations and shapes and things. So, and people have done 3D renderings and drawings, and you know, but there's really, of course, no evidence or proof of any of this other than his storytelling.
Oh, a coin.
Yeah.
Okay. Almost as a brainwashing tool.
Did everything but physically hurt me.
Put a gun to your head?
Yeah.
And said what? Actually put a gun to your head?
Well, they did that even in the original security briefings. They had
like
guards there with M16s and guys slamming their finger into my chest, screaming in.
Hey, they put fingers to his chest, started screaming
Did they
at him.
kill you at that
Yes,
point?
it was an oppressive atmosphere. That's how he described it, with lots of military big guys around enforcing security and silence, and you weren't even allowed to talk to your coworkers, apparently, or allegedly.
Okay.
How vaguely ominous.
All right.
You gotta throw in some details to make it like
Believable.
Oh yeah, sound believable.
Yeah, but
and
it's
freaky
not. That's
and
the problem.
intense.
Like, okay, so like if you just think about this though, like you think about like secret projects like the atom bomb, like the Manhattan Project, like was it run like that?
I doubt it. Yeah.
Probably
You know
not.
what I mean? You know what I mean?
Sounds like a
I've
Hollywood
never
plot.
heard of such a thing. Like
was
the
probably
scientists
what
on the
inspired
Manhattan
him.
Project being put on their knees with a gun to their head and being told if they say anything, like, no, they know right well you're not supposed to fucking talk. Like, it doesn't require shit like this. Like this like Hollywood movie nonsense. But it
James
makes
Bond stuff, yeah.
it's just insane.
You voted. Thank you, Una. Thank you for the vote.
Like I said, it's not a good place to work.
That fear factor would surface
getting so
later.
close to
Lazar
the dub,
agreed
I
to
can
undergo a
taste
polygraph
it.
exam as part of this report.
The Redditors
Polygrapher
won't
Ron
know what
Slay
hit them.
asked about the technology Lazar had seen.
Oh shit, there I go
Did you
again.
knowingly lie when you said you had actually seen anti-gravity propulsion in operation? No.
Yeah,
The
it does.
results of
Oh,
this
that's the
exam
only
were inconclusive.
the
Lazar
only
appeared to
filter
be
there.
truthful
You can
on
make
one
one for
test,
free.
deceitful on a
You
second.
don't need a
Slay
switch.
recommended that a second examiner be brought
Oh,
in.
but if you don't want to go to that, like, I
Terry
understand.
Tavernetti runs
You don't
a
have to.
corporate security operation and is a
Yeah, this is
former
a
Los
big problem
Angeles
as
police
well.
officer.
Obviously, the
He
people
put
voting
Lazar
already have
through
switches
4
and
tests
shit,
and
or
concluded
already have an
there was
account.
no attempt to deceive.
And I left there thinking that
He's had multiple
we do have
stories,
some
actually.
credibility,
There's a big problem
to
with the
what
polygraph.
the subject had to say. And that's when I
I have a
went to
separate
some of
clip
my
on the
colleagues.
polygraph.
Tavernetti sent the test results to a third polygrapher
Don't
who
even know if
agreed the
Nintendo's
results
in your
appeared
country.
truthful. The charts were then
Just
sent
a note,
to the
though.
fourth
According to the
GPM can
American
vote, so if you're in the
Polygraphers
Netherlands, you're
Association, You
good.
get one bite at the apple. maybe 2.
I think you're good as long as you're not in
inconclusive, or
Russia.
You want to bring in another examiner for a second opinion.
Because they used to not be in Brazil,
This guy, like,
and then I think they came back to Brazil
with multiple examiners until they got to Terry Tavernetti, who gave him 4. Or I'm sorry. So they gave him a couple of tests, and then they couldn't come up with whether he was telling the truth or not, apparently. So they bring in Terry Tavernetti, who happens to be one of George Knapp's closest friends in Las Vegas.
Okay.
Because George Knapp was a crime reporter, and Terry Tavernetti apparently was one of his sources for some of his stories, and they became close friends. So the polygraphs were administered right around the time that people started digging into his educational claims and finding out he'd never been to MIT or Caltech. So to me, this was an attempt to bolster the story and keep it going. But I did some checking with a lot of different polygraphers, and they all looked at this situation and said, this is ridiculous. You don't give a guy like 8 polygraphs and multiple bites at the apple. And it appears that that's what they did. And here in this report, George Knapp says that Terry Tavernetti found no indication of deception. But in a separate documentary, Terry Tavernetti admitted that he failed the first test, and then he gave him more tests until he passed them. That's not how a polygrapher would do his examination. It is completely against the norms, according to the American Polygraphers Association.
I don't know how I'm missing 2 on this
suggesting
level.
Lazar might be relating information he'd learned from someone else. The polygraphers conferred and decided they would not issue a final statement on truthfulness until more specific testing can be conducted, and that's where it stands. Tavernetti believes the difficulty in determining Lazar's truthfulness stems from the fear that was drilled into him.
I think we're talking about a subject here that is so far-reaching, and it is so emotional. And when you're dealing with emotions,
as he's telling the story, though, he's like all smiling and giddy, and it's like
because people are giving him attention.
It's not even really conveying what they're trying to say here. Where it's like, oh, he's in fear, and it was awe-inspiring to be in the presence of this project. And oh my God, like, this is ridiculous.
He did once say that the feeling that he had when he was inside the spaceship was just ominous, like he shouldn't be there. So I guess he did do that in other interviews, you know.
But the thing about this stuff too is, would they ever show somebody who is just hired, like the final product? Like as we were talking about the Manhattan Project.
It's like showing a brand new hire the bomb. Yeah,
you know what
like,
I mean?
It doesn't make any
would
sense.
Be working on individual segments of
let me
it.
do
Like
the
they would
temple
be
level.
isolated and they wouldn't know what they were
Compartmentalized,
necessarily working on. Exactly. Like the idea that you're just brought in and then you see like, oh, this is the ship and all the alien stuff. Like that doesn't seem like how it would work at all.
I'm not sure how it worked, but you
They won the tour.
Compartmentalized, yeah.
this is polygraph, because we're dealing with polygraph, you're looking at fear. The fear of getting caught telling a lie because something bad will happen to you if you do.
Well, I am telling the truth. I've tried to prove that. What's going on up there could be the most important event in history. You're talking about contact, physical contact and proof from another system, another planet, another intelligence. That's got to be the biggest event in history, period.
Oh shit, I remember this one.
And it's real and it's there. And I had an extremely small part in it, but I'm convinced that what I saw is absolute proof of that. There is no way we could have created those systems. There's
Yeah,
no
you gotta
way
add
we
to
could
the
have
track
made this.
here.
The power supplies, anything to go with them.
Wait.
Lazar says he
You're
has no
supposed to break
intention
open
of
that rock.
going on any UFO lecture circuit. He's not looking to do any additional interviews. In fact, he wasn't too crazy about doing this one. He did it after certain unfavorable things started happening in his life. And he did it because he feels that whoever is running the show up at S4 is perpetrating a fraud on the American people and on the scientific community. We intend to have much more about this story, about the operation up there, on Monday and beyond. This is by no means the end of this series of reports. In fact, on Monday, including in our story there, support testimony from other people who say they have knowledge of the flying discs at the test site.
In shots, like, why stick your neck out so the government can chop it off? Why would you go public with top secret information?
Yeah, and really, there's
because
also some
they're
legal things that kind of prove that he was full of shit. Because if you're actually contracted to work at Area 51, you sign your life away, and they can imprison you for even talking about anything you worked on there. They never did that to Lazar. So that kind of
only bonked that because I thought a puzzle piece would be in there.
Wouldn't that make him a martyr and prove his claims?
Yeah, no, I don't think
That's
so.
fine. Oh, thank you for at least checking.
They can make you die in
I
your
appreciate
sleep,
your
you know,
dedication
like,
to the cause.
Like the technology that they have
Your support
to take
is here
people
with
out,
us in
like,
spirit.
This guy would have
right?
to be living in some sort of fucking bunker compound.
That means a lot to me, sir.
You know
Thank
what I
you.
mean? You'd be in fear for your life 24/7.
Yeah.
Low body.
Information from people who know
Age is
Lazar
sus. What's
very
on there
well
that's
and
sus?
insist his story is true.
If indeed they have these flying saucers, George, it seems like it'd be
You just
really hard
log
to keep
in and
so
click the
secret.
big blue button.
Well, yeah, it would seem that way.
Or are you
except
exploring the
Lazar asked
website?
His superiors up there, they say it's the easiest secret in the world to keep. It's leaked out many times before, and nobody believes it.
What's the Navy saying about all of this?
Well, of course, the Navy is supposed to have been his employer, and we have put some fairly pointed questions to
And
them.
hello,
Of course,
Brian.
Number one, it may not be the Navy at all. Information.
As you know, it is a UFO grifter episode on the casino this
Makes you
evening.
die of flatulence.
Compartmentalized up there. No one is exactly sure who is in charge.
Oh, 2010
We have,
website
put the
UI.
questions to several
I
Navy
think you're
departments.
intended. I think it's intended because you're intended to visit it on your phone.
More information through the Freedom of Information
It's almost like it's a
Act,
gotcha or
and that
something.
information,
Gotcha.
will be
Shit.
available Monday as well.
You believe his story, don't you?
No.
Yeah, I do.
It's off a dingus.
Of course he believes this.
All right, what do we got next here, Steve?
So
What did you think of
just a point
Smart
of
Guys,
history.
Brian?
Why?
You like the dancing, the push-ups,
You go ahead and
the
talk.
calling out the tech support shit, and the foot fetish shit?
My tab
You like the
just
calling out the
crashed.
socks?
Oh, fuck.
DSP with like 5 pairs of
I
underwear?
felt it? I felt it. Are we
Yeah,
still
well,
live?
that's what I said. I was like, oh, I was pretty good. And then they started talking about
You
wrestling.
can see me still? Let me phone them back.
PvP,
everything just crashed.
He did not
One
overpromise and underdeliver on what he said he would talk about
Gotta go to my
yesterday. He actually did it.
taskmanager and close
He got away with
Discord's
it.
literally frozen on me. Yikes. Did Steve fucking send me a virus? Imagine.
Whoa,
He's sending me a
thoughts?
virus to make my fucking PC crash?
Thoughts?
He's sending me DDoS attacks?
The
Sorry, let me
DDoS.
grab that back here.
Oh, was I was supposed to bounce up.
Reconnect. Sorry, boys. Hello?
I think what Ashton, I call him Triple XL, is trying to do here is trying to get Phil, like, start off with the detractor memes and like kind of like razzing the detractors at first to get Phil giggling like a schoolgirl, because we all know Phil, if he doesn't like constantly look at the shit, he is at least aware of it. You know, people show him shit in the mod Discord. So get him giggly by making fun of detractors. Oh, the Comcast guy is back for his revenge. He's cutting your cables there, Phil. And once you have Phil giggling like a schoolgirl, proceed to ask Phil about why is he charging $50 for people to look at his feet like an OnlyFans model. Actually, worse than an OnlyFans model, I'd say, because you don't even get like a sexy lady. You get fucking Phil Burnell. So, statistically, objectively, across all metrics, worse than an OnlyFans whore.
The true spirit of Christmas.
Basically what I said, Flippy. What I said right there to Brian. That's what happened on the show.
We're back. Sorry about that, guys. Hello.
Oh, you know what? In regards to the push-up shit, he retconned the push-ups. He said the push-ups was like, oh, I was just razzing. I was just having a laugh. It was all jokes. So Hate Army put out a brilliant video at the suggestion of Almighty_Tevin, comparing, you know, that segment, because Blooper clipped it way back when, so he put the blooper clip right up next to what he said today. Oh, it was just a razz. We were all in on the joke. And PB only brought it up because it was one of the clips that he had reacted to before they started doing crossovers. So he was already aware of the push-up shit. And then it was a really beautiful moment. DSP retconning in real time. But you go back to that classic clip. No, Phil was very much upset and seething. There were no jokes to be had. It was not jokes, as the Canadians would say.
That if you get a master's degree from a prestigious university like Caltech or MIT, you remember the years.
If you need a comparison, if you've never seen that clip, it's similar to Beaver Bother saying he'll give $20 if Phil beats a boss in Dark Souls.
No.
Yes.
No, you're not actually gonna get the $20.
Yes.
Or you could compare it to Marvel Rivals. You guys said you would show up for Marvel Rivals, and then you did it. You fucking lied. You fucking liar. Why are you such a liar? Why? Wait, is that all of them? I'm missing one.
Me too. Whoa, sounds like he really went there, huh? Look at he looks fucking like a deer in headlights. Look at him.
Yeah. He's like,
holy
oh shit.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Went to Los Alamos?
I went to Los Alamos.
Oh, you're able to make one? Thank you, true. Big if true?
Yeah, if you want. I don't
go
have
ahead.
a list of them here.
Wait! Shut the fuck up!
Should you do it?
This is such bullshit!
I'll need to go home and write the list before I tell you. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
I would be very appreciative if you did.
Hostfield.
Dang it.
And to the best of my knowledge or recollection, maybe it wasn't a high school.
I think the push-up guy got banned. If he didn't get banned, he certainly got yelled at.
Community college where he took one course in electronics technology. And that was the only college that anybody's ever been able to find that he attended, Pierce Junior College, and took one course. And his professor for that one course was Hostfield, the guy he's mentioning as being an MIT or Caltech professor here.
The fucking balls on this guy. You just come up there and just think that no one will ever challenge it or check it. You could never get away with this today. I mean, I guess you could, but there'd be people like saying you're full of shit on Twitter constantly. But
there was that guy who was a Shadow's government, RTU. Like that guy that RTU collaborated with, he just went into a hospital and claimed he was a doctor, and nobody really questioned him for, what was it, like at least like a couple hours? Like he just got away with it, and he claimed he only did it just to see if he could get away with it. I was just testing. This was like a public service announcement to like the failure of hospital security. But people could still do that today if they get the right amount of people who just don't give a fuck.
bro, these boomer back in my day, it was so hard. You used to just be able to put in anything on a fucking mortgage application. They wouldn't even fucking check
Confuse the push-ups
it.
guy with the God challenges guy.
I would own like
it's because he's done it more than once.
homes in this time. Like, what the fuck, man?
SFIELD or something along those lines.
Many circumstances in which someone promises they'll donate something to Phil if he does something, and then they don't do it, and then Phil has a schism about it.
George Knapp has spoken to some of them.
Late to grip.
I certainly have trouble with Bob's claim.
Here's George Knapp admitting
okay. Oh, I was so close.
Claims are fake. Even Knapp admits it later. This is years later, after George Knapp gets beaten down about all of this. I mean, to his credit, he did sort of mention in his original reporting, oh yeah, we checked and the schools don't know who he is, but they still called him
and
a
that's
former
how it's
government
done.
scientist and said he worked at Los Alamos falsely. Completely false. Well, he did work at Los Alamos, but not as a scientist, as a low-level technician.
One more to go to unlock the secret world.
It's pretty funny.
Okay.
Have degrees from MIT and Caltech. Now, I've talked to people who saw him at Caltech, but there's no records there. I think it is entirely possible that he would exaggerate his educational background in order to get a great job. He wouldn't be the first person to do that. He wouldn't be the first person to lie about his background and education in order to get a good job. And you have to wonder, well, wouldn't the people who hired him know that? And yeah, they would have to. They do a background check. They'd have to know that.
So why would the government hire him if they checked and found out his education was fake?
Wait, that's a guy vouching for him, Steve? I thought that was a guy debunking his bullshit. That's a guy vouching for him and saying, oh yeah, he lied about his education, but
it was just to get a good job, yeah. And here's the thing, to get top secret clearance to the most secret location,
for real, one of them was right here.
It really is, though. Okay, go ahead.
It is. In order to get clearance to step foot on Area 51, which is the most secret government base there is, they do extensive background checks. So they would have checked on his education, found out he wasn't a real scientist, and most likely failed to follow up with him to make him work there. Why would you want, if you were really looking for scientists that knew about advanced physics and propulsion to work on an alien spacecraft, and then you found out that this guy only went to Pierce Junior College and took one course in electronics, would you really hire him? It doesn't make sense. And now here's the granddaddy of UFOs and the Roswell story, Stanton Friedman, who is a real, actual nuclear physicist. He really was. And Stan Friedman, I think, got pissed off because Bob was getting a lot of attention and he was trying to sell books, and he was a real nuclear physicist. Maybe he was pissed off the government didn't hire him. I don't know. But he went on a tear. He went to MIT physically. He went to Caltech. He talked to the admissions people.
Telling me he was
talked
the
to
one?
the yearbook people. He talked to the legal department.
Hello, JC.
All confirming
JC,
there's no Bob
the
Lazar
next day of voting
anywhere
is
at either of those two
open.
schools.
And
So,
we're debunking UFO weirdos
Really, to
on
his
the
credit,
casino,
Stan Friedman
baby.
sort of damped down the story and really shit all over it. And he was very
Izuki
well
Wookie,
respected
no
up till
DSP
his
talk.
death,
It's been 100% focus on UFO alien grifters. I think PvP might need a little bit of break from Phil after the end of the. Like, it seemed like by the end of the stream he was just fucking out of it, and out of energy. Talking to Phil just fucking drains you. I totally get it.
he won't do it because he knows that a real physicist would be able to just rip them apart and know he was fake right away. So in this clip, Stan Friedman describes
day of
his
bribery in this
investigation
Trump
into his
era, you know
educational
it.
claims and even mentions that he tried
Isn't
to
it
meet
pre-recorded?
with Bob Lazar and Bob
But what if it
wouldn't do
was?
Okay.
Okay.
A master's in physics from MIT.
3 to 4 hours to
a
get
master's
groceries. Zuki Wookie, you missed Phil being coaxed by PP and doing push-ups on stream. Failed push-ups and dancing. He danced for PPP. He talked about how he only has 5 pairs of underwear, how he only had 5 pairs of socks, of which allegedly only 1 was actually usable. The rest of them had holes in them. Now he has like something like 15 or 18 pairs of good socks now. Good socks, quote unquote. They have bamboo lining, whatever that is, to make his feet more comfortable. He'll now have socks on stream. He showed them in front of the camera, the gross socks. PPP called it out, say like, why are you doing $50 for foot shots? Are you like an OnlyFans model? It's like worse than OnlyFans. Called them out for wasting streams on what could have been gameplay, on doing tech support. Basically called out almost all the shit that happened this week. So it was like, we had an hour spent on all of that, including the grocery stuff in his autistic schedule and why he can't do any of the tech support stuff off stream. That was like the whole first hour before they even got to any wrestling. And it was actually pretty amusing. And then they talked about wrestling and the show was downhill from there. Yes, he did push-ups. He said he couldn't do it, but then PPP's like, come on there, bud. Come on, let's get some push-ups there, bud. So he actually moved his chair and moved some wires around. He tried to like get on his knees and he couldn't really assume the position. He had his ass in the air and his knees were still bent, but he got like 1 failed push-up with his ass sticking out. Yeah, the Grill Phil segment is pretty good. I like it. Okay, because it's like, okay, you start the show and it's like, oh, all right, we have to start like addressing the championship. That's like how you get it in. That's how you start it out. Like just how you start. They started episode 1 with a recap of wrestling. You start episode 1 by just addressing what everybody already kind of knows about the WWE champions, and then as the show continues until Phil gets bored of it or decides that Ashton is actually an asshole. Just grill Phil on the weekly drama, and then just like that way you can you can get Phil to talk about it. But my theory is at this point, while PPP is putting in effort to fuck with Phil, I don't even really think he needs to anymore. I think like PPP just existing in the same Discord call as Phil kind of like cultivates this personality, like this behavioral change in him that makes him more giddy, like a schoolgirl, comfortable with like addressing shit that would get you banned if it was like any other streamer. It's very odd. Like, I can't even really describe it, but it gets him in a certain mood. Just having that fat Canadian there, kind of like buddy trolling him, giving him reassuring his every move. You're doing the right thing there, Phil. you doing push-ups. Address the push-up controversy, Phil. Easy money. Phil 100% pays for porn. He was caught red-handed watching in the past. He was confirmed as having a Brazzers account. Big ups Coggers. I didn't know that Phil paid for porn. I know he uploaded him choking the chicken, and he was supposed to unlist it. It was meant for Leanna, but he didn't unlist it, so people saw it. I know he did that. He has produced porn. Imagine, if you will, for 16 years of content creation, you never wore socks each till one day you're bullied by chat to start wearing them. It's basically a repeat of what Dale did, except now it's his own audience getting to bully him into putting more clothes on. Isn't the whole show happening because PvP wants to talk about wrestling with someone? Yes. The whole show, the show is a vanity project. PvP knows nobody cares about it. Nobody is going to give money for it. He said as much, admitted on the casino before even episode 1 happened. He was like, yeah, but I just want to talk about wrestling with someone. It's the novelty of talking about wrestling with Phil. And I genuinely believe that. I genuinely believe it's like the reason why I suspect he has such an interest in Phil is because he grew up watching the likes of Review Tech and Phil, AVGN, Nostalgia Critic, and Spoonie. And it's like talking to one of your idols, kinda. I don't want to say idol because it's obvious that he's fucking with him. But like talking with someone from that era, like there's a certain air to it, right? But they're like your guinea pig. I can see why he would be attracted to Phil. Not physically. DSP not in the same category as AVGN. You know what I mean by that, though? I just mean content creator in general. They were very much active at like the peak at the similar time. There weren't many people doing what they were doing back then. Killing two birds with one stone, taking wrestling, getting content from a locale. Exactly. It's a mutually parasitic relationship, as I've said before. Phil believes he can milk them for their whales. They only donate when PvP is there on the wrestling show, and it's 50-50 allegedly. And PvP believes that he can get content from Phil simply by being in the same Discord call as him, which is very true. It's content for detractors. It's content for dens. Well, it's not really content for dens. The dens just want gameplay. It's content for LARPers. It's content for the casino and casino viewers. Everybody but Phil wins, which is why I consistently say there's no way that Phil can exit from the casino arc without looking like a big fucking dumbass fool and everybody giving him the big fat I told you so. Does not matter how or what happens, there is no way Phil can take a W from the casino arc ending. Yes, it is OIOYO. It's the one in the link in the pin chat. It's that one. Yeah, the dens just want femdom Q weight 8 feet. Just be slightly nice to Phil, he will do whatever you want. Yeah, it's just an extension of that to a greater level. We saw that from Mike Klum when he was intending to do the documentary with Mike Klum. All Mike Klum did was like razz him up. And just like that, we had a documentary in the works. It really doesn't take much. The thing about it is that no one wants to be nice to him. They were trolling him in a way that most people choose not to troll him or did not consider was a possibility.
This is the level.
No one wants to be that guy who has to be nice to Darkside Phil.
So Michael Schratt is considered a good researcher. Now he's working for Stephen Greer, so he's kind of like
he's already a bitter old man when PvP is not in the room with him.
Time, he's a bit of a like weirdly obsessive.
Oh yeah, and if you weren't here last night when I was playing Banjo, because we were restreaming that night as well. PvP said that Phil constantly DMs him for tech support, and he now has to DM him because Worski has left him on red on DMs for 4 days. He's left Phil on red, Worski there.
In Caltech, and I didn't even know you could do this. But he buys all of the yearbooks that Bob Lazar would be there.
No!
Yeah, Worski had to apologize.
He was photoshopped out of the yearbooks, though.
Well, but here he gives. But listen, he gives a great data point that proves that they erased my record story cannot be true.
Makes you wonder if and when Kino comes to an end for good.
Listen, there would be thousands of yearbooks.
Will Phil ever trust anybody ever again?
So play.
Okay, but Steve, now listen, I have a way out of that. So what that is the Mandela effect.
You did vote not what you're supposed to do. Voting resets every day around this time. So for the next couple of days, just remember or come back here so I can yell at you and get votes for the next couple of days.
From the yearbook, man.
Voting will end Sunday at this time. Pretty much.
It was CERN.
Stanton Friedman
and
did
if you keep it up, I'll give you the gem.
Search of the early 80s.
DSP can still surrender Keemstar. Okay. Sorry, I keep muting it, but you guys keep bringing up good points. Do you think DSP will do anything with Locale Live and or Keemstar at this point? Because it seems like he's mellowed up to him, but it seems like he's kind of like an on and off with those guys. Nev says no. Brian says last option. BR Joe says yes. Should I send the screenshot anywhere? Click the the channel point redeems, and the first one with that says buy lift, the buy lift redeem, and you can submit the link there. And I got you can cat box it or imager it, imager. He's desperate enough, the right circumstances would happen. I'm gonna say, since he's already had Keemstar on his podcast, despite what his old man brain may tell him now, I think it's more possible than not that he does something with Lolcow in the future. Maybe not immediate future, but I think they could. If he continues being friendly with Kino, maybe.
Dusty ceiling attics of all the graduates from MIT and steal the yearbooks out. And then they also scrub his magnetohydrodynamic master's thesis. It's completely gone from every repository.
I did not need to do that.
It just doesn't sound logical or reasonable to me, if he's telling the truth.
I think it's right there at the goal.
It was 19. The interesting part of that is that Michael Schrad is absolutely right. I didn't realize
DSP runs out of money and can see him asking Keemstar for a show.
In order
Do you think Keemstar would demand an apology or something in return?
True, the Men in Black would have had to break into thousands of people's homes, steal the yearbooks, sanitize them of any mention of Bob Lazar, and then put them back and make them look.
I could see it more likely happening if he maintains the relationship with Kino, and then Kino is like the end. Kind of like how he was only able to talk to Josh because Kino was the moderator. So it would have to be Kino is kind of like the segue of getting him to do something with Keemstar. Perhaps less so likely if it falls through with Kino.
Why he doesn't have any degrees.
Thank you, JC, for the day 4 vote.
This is wrong, buddy.
Massive democracy W.
Bitch as a fucking source.
But I believe her for what she's saying here, because several other people told me
a broken clock
that Lazar
twice a day.
Keemstar prohibited RTU and Jay to talk about DSP on Lolcow Tech Talk. Good. You know what that means? Either he's annoyed by RTU being a DSP A-log, so that's like a stipulation there, or it means that DSP is still considering, not DSP, it means that Keemstar is still considering future prospects, business prospects with DSP. So you would not want Rich and JKP talking shit about DSP when there's a possibility, or at least Keemstar believes there's a possibility that he can do something with Phil in the future. It would be a conflict of interest. I think that's very interesting to know.
She actually worked at CNN, and she was like a big journalist, and she threw it all away.
I believe that's the reason.
UFO grifter.
UFO grifter and claim a PS2 cover.
He doesn't want Rich. He does not want Rich coming and saying something, and then a clip makes its way back to DSP, and the DSP decides because of that he doesn't want to do anything with Keemstar.
What's more bullshit? Her working at CNN or being a grifter?
Think you owe for the cat box?
You know what I mean? Where did she tell more lies? You know.
CNN at my office from Bob.
Keemstar will whore himself out for anything, though. True, but he does have stipulations when it comes to content. Like when he wanted to set up the Worski and Ralph fight, the boxing match, he said Ralph had to not say the N-word for an amount of time. So he will put up guidelines every now and then for the sake of having content happen. So I understand the hard stance on not having Rich talk about DSP. It's fine from a Lolcow perspective anyway, Lolcow content perspective, because like if Rich talked about DSP on like Lolcow Tech Talk, it would quite actually be no different from a normal Rich stream. It's like a multifaceted, multi-purpose stipulation for not wanting him to talk about DSP.
And was able to spend a lot of time on that Memorial Day weekend, and I believe it was 1990. And here is the moment of talking with Bob Lazar that is indelible in my mind. He was showing me in his kitchen how he ran this film for the real estate.
I was talking over it, but this is that alien grifter lady who tried to pass off the PS2 cover of Area 51 as a proof of alien life.
In the process of
very
demonstrating how he was doing that, just to show me that this is what he did.
She's
he had
old.
Told me
She's
that
slow.
Stanton Friedman had questioned him about the fact that he had no degree from MIT. He said, I never ever said I had a degree from MIT or anything like that. What happened
So
with that is...
Did Knapp add that or what? Because he has told several people that I never told George Knapp that I had an advanced degree from MIT or Caltech. I just hung out there. And part of me believes this story because I'm sure I can't get in any trouble for this, but when I got out of high school, a bunch of my friends went to Temple University, and like my parents were super poor and they didn't have the money and I didn't have the money, so I just didn't go. But like I ended up being jobless and I didn't have anything to do for a while. So like I just went to Temple University with my friends and I would go to classes. I got a student ID made. Some girl made it for me and I just hung out, going to lectures about philosophy and history. I had a good time for months.
Nobody else would do that. You know, Steve like had a thirst for knowledge and to actually be educated. He's sitting in on these lectures.
They didn't ask you for, you could just walk into
colleges
a lecture.
are a scam
so I'd
anyway.
Find out where the ones that I wanted to hear. Like I went to anthropology because I was interested in like ape men and stuff like that. And
David Boogie and Wings or R2 and J, the former.
Lectures. So it was something to do.
Okay,
and then at night there was all kinds of parties to go to.
There you
so
go.
It was like a fun time.
Yeah.
It was a fun time.
And no tuition. Let's fucking
so
go.
I just hung out there. So Bob's telling a
Please tell
similar
me I'm
story.
right. It's
like
here.
he
Please
just
tell
hung
me I'm
out
right.
at MIT.
It is. Oh my God, I'm right. I'm right. I'm right.
All right,
Because he
someone's
was interested in
asking
science.
nonstop.
No, I'm
How
wrong.
was the cafeteria?
I'm A-logged.
The cafeteria?
No, wait.
Temple?
I guess someone keeps.
Are you kidding?
I don't have no idea.
Let's
They knew people would jump over here, but did not put a puzzle piece here.
Orange chicken asking about the cafeteria. Control V, space.
Okay.
to child. And my parents lived in Florida, and they didn't make much money. And I had gone to school with some buddies. We liked electrical things. We liked engineering. We liked taking cars apart.
I gotta look
some
for
of my
it, man.
buddies
Where is this?
got accepted to MIT. He said, I drove up to see them as my friends. And I went to one of their classes for a few days.
Xander?
He would just go and sit. And he said, and I learned some things. I became even more interested in having some kind of a career in which I would be dealing with electronic and engineering things. And he said, that's what I learned at MIT. I never told anybody I had a degree. That's Bob's firsthand version to me.
This is
Sufferhorse, thank you for the sub. Appreciate you, brother.
the most positive part of the story, and I've talked to Bob many times. I think we're friends. I have offered him the opportunity to tell me, Bob, did you exaggerate about your educational background? Because a lot of people do that. You know that in every walk of life, in every occupation.
Yeah, free education is based.
On a resume, and he's always stuck to it. As for
We
professors,
hate
he gave me the name
tuition.
of one at MIT. I checked
Let's
on
get some
that. The professor's not there now.
scholarships.
Whether he was there then, when Bob says he went there, MIT would not give me that information. I do have one person who says he went to school with Bob, or at least was aware that Bob was going to classes at Caltech. His name is Jim Tagliani. He was a technician in the stealth fighter program here in Tonopah, Nevada.
Who also
he worked with Bob in the early 1980s at a place called Fairchild Zincom Systems in Simi Valley. I have some documentation to back that part of it up, and he said he remembers Bob as working a lot of weird shifts to accommodate his classes there. The only record we can have for Bob Lazar ever in college is a single class in electronics at a junior college in California. Right. You don't get hired. You don't get hired at Los Alamos with that kind of an educational background.
Is that why in Miss City you only get one chance to pick it up?
Our educational record just totally destroyed.
Yes, and
shadows out.
In this next clip,
How would you know to
interesting
hit it?
Because after the story was kind of dead, along comes this guy,
You're telling me I've done this level 6 or 7
Who's been
times. I
caught
never
selling
hit this
fake
lamp.
Alien stories a bunch of times. I have a slide. There's like 8 or 9
bullshit,
completely fake stories. One was flares.
I don't believe that. I gotta check the VOD.
That made every light source look like a triangle because there was a triangle aperture in the camera it was taken through. Balloons. This guy just grifts like crazy. But and I think in about 2016, I spoke to him many times. I was
Let's
doing
complete
a lot of
level
Bob Lazar
one
research,
more time,
and he
and then,
decided he was going to make
we'll
a
do the
film
volcano
about Bob
stuff.
Lazar. It's called Bob Lazar, Area 51 and Flying Saucers. And it was a huge hit, and he made millions of dollars. But the reason that it was a hit is because Jeremy Corbell leaves out all of the stuff that we're sharing with you tonight, including the education. And in this clip is kind of a juxtaposition. Recently, he did like an hour-long docu-series. One of the episodes was him crying and complaining because a worthless document from an anonymous source got entered into the congressional record, and Nancy Mace said that the paper was submitted by Michael Schellenberger, kind of much more famous reporter. And Corbell got so butthurt that he made like an hour-long docu-series episode crying about them not giving him credit for the document that describes a fake government program that never existed. But interestingly, we juxtapose that with him. He got in a debate once with Stanton Friedman, and he admitted that Bob Lazar's education was fake, and he said, "I don't care." And then he went on to make a documentary and just forget to mention that he had previously, in a public appearance, admitted that Bob Lazar's entire education was fake. And this clip proves that.
All right.
A little lie? Well, guess what? A little lie is actually a big lie.
I'm saying Bob is lying about having degrees from MIT and Caltech.
Okay, great. You've never lied to get a chick? A little lie? Well, guess what? A little lie is actually a big lie.
If a person lies, why should you believe what he...
You never lied to get a chick, bro?
What?
He lied.
Yeah, same shit.
Totally.
Yeah. False equivocation.
A whole career on these fucking lies and grifting people into believing shit that never happened. That's key. A PPP defense, but he's actually dead fucks. It's actually based that he fucking scammed them, if you want to know the truth about it.
It is kind of interesting, yeah.
Insane. It's like my defensive Phil. It's like, yeah, fuck them. They deserve to be scammed. Fuck them to see. Pay his taxes, praise the cash. Like, okay.
Absolutely.
Says about anything.
And Steve's like, yeah, I agree with that.
Actually a big lie. Is that what you're saying?
My point is Bob lied deliberately and without a doubt about his...
Sorry, I'm sorry for doing that level 10 times over.
Like, no,
we can move on.
Tell what he lied about his education. He's telling the truth about the aliens, though.
Man of science. I want to believe in A. Lamau's, bitch. Like, okay.
Credentials.
Okay, well, I'm not sure about that he lied deliberately and without a doubt, but you're sure about
By accident?
How do you fucking... Yeah, exactly. How the fuck do you accidentally lie
about your entire education? Yeah,
your entire background and your whole life, like
especially at prestigious places like Caltech and MIT.
Oh my god!
You know,
I'm not going to accuse the chairwoman of lying.
It's probably
lying involves intent.
Oh yeah, well,
so I don't know that there was that.
It's politically smart of you to not obviously accuse her of lying.
Oh shit, we got Rocket and Mike Hard levels in this world. I just remembered.
Well, guess what? A little lie is actually a big lie.
I'm saying Bob is lying about having degrees from MIT and Caltech.
Okay, why wouldn't you care? Like,
I think it's only one of each, though.
That show that he's lying about everything, starting from the root of like
the whole,
education.
Yeah.
Like, shut the fuck.
It's fruit from a poison tree. Yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
I don't.
Yeah, like.
I care about the degrees. I care about the bigger topic. A little lie. Well, guess what? A little lie is actually a big lie. He lied about his education. I don't even care.
I mean, that's a pretty significant lie.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't care if you want to know the truth about it.
Isn't it interesting that like a guy who made an entire documentary about Bob Lazar doesn't care that Bob Lazar lied about his education?
You know,
I would think if you're making a documentary, this is kind of an important point. And he avoided it at all costs. And I got that guy Jeremy really good. I gotcha bitched him. He was on In his documentary, he talks to Bob Lazar's mom, and I made a bunch of Twitter posts that were like
advanced level A, like talking to the guy's mom.
Yeah, but here's my point, and you guys can tell me if either of you were graduating from a very prestigious university like MIT or Caltech.
We died to the first obstacle.
Jeremy Corbell talked about Lazar's mom and had access to his sister and everything. Wouldn't your mom and your sister remember you graduating? And then
wouldn't they be so proud of you? Wow.
But in the documentary, and I challenged him to ask his mom and his sister when I heard that he was getting access, because he got given unprecedented access. Nobody get that kind of access. So I sent him a message like, ask his mom if she went to his graduation. Ask his mom if she remembers him graduating from MIT and Caltech. Oh, yeah, I'll do that. He didn't do it. There's only two reasons he didn't do it. Either he did ask and he didn't like the answer, or he knows that Bob Lazar's a fraud and he couldn't put that in his documentary, or the true believers wouldn't buy it.
Or he was afraid of losing access for asking tough questions in the first place.
Yeah, there you go. And
they come from behind now. These fucking fireballs.
Detectors. What this shows is that Terry Tabernetti, who administered some of these lie detector tests, he's given conflicted statements. In one documentary, he says, I began administering the first test and Bob was failing. He was not doing well. And in other documentaries, he says he gave absolutely no sign of deception. So I put those two together and just sort of made a music kind of montage. The lie detector claims are completely and totally fraudulent. And right around the time that Corbell came out with his film, there were suddenly news articles saying Bob Lazar passed 4 lie detector tests. But we saw previously that he failed a bunch of them too. And they don't mention that he failed a bunch of them.
Oh, well, eventually he passed this one.
Yeah, we gave him 12, and on the 11th one, he
on the 11th
one, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, before you toss Lazar on the pile with all the other UFO wackos, understand that he willingly agreed to take a lie detector test, requested and independently arranged by a Las Vegas reporter. Terry Tabernetti is the ex-cop who administered the test.
No.
If he's lying,
I was about to say.
in Hollywood.
It looked like I should have died right there, and then I did.
No physiological indications of attempting deception.
And here's the other doc.
We started the first test, and it went exactly the way I thought it might. He was not doing well. He was reacting to the relevant questions more than he was to the control type of questions, which is indicative of a person who is deceptive.
Oh!
Showing an emotion.
No! Bob Rose! No!
Bother him.
Wow, he lied? Say it ain't so.
Physiological indications.
What gave it away?
Well, by the way, though,
The part where he claimed to work for a secret government agency that doesn't exist?
Yeah.
But
making his education?
I think that they are very good investigative tools.
They are
and
tools, yeah.
I happen to own a polygraph.
Oh. Can we hook Dark Side Phil up to it, Steve? Can you administer it?
We can if we have him here in person, or I go to him
we got it. We're all going. We're all going to Seattle, and we are hooking fucking Phil up to the.
Yeah.
Listen, we are gonna raise $100,000 to put Phil on the lie detector.
I'll do it if you guys really want me to do it.
I'm starting the give, send, go to put Phil on the lie detector.
Damn it, I built
sort of an in-person set to do interviews with people in person, because I started noticing, you ever notice this, guys? Like podcasts where the guest is right in the same room do 10 or 100 times better numbers for some reason.
Yes.
I don't know why that is. So I built a little
Joe
set
Rogan moment.
in order to interview people. And then I thought, well, who am I going to interview? I'll interview experiencers. But the problem with experiencers, people who say like, oh, I see angels and demons, or I got abducted by aliens. And I'm like, how am I going to make content about that? Because it's just somebody telling a story, and it doesn't really fit my brand if I'm not skeptical. But then I thought, what if after I give them the interview and I let them
can see
tell
that
their
being
story,
true, but I don't know for
then
sure.
I hook them up
For sure,
to
be your
a
joke.
polygraph right there, and then I do the polygraph and I tell the audience the results. And so far, I've had 4 people agree to do it and then cancel. But I do have one person that has still agreed, so we're going to be doing that soon.
Okay.
That sounds interesting.
Cool.
And Jonah Hex and Justin have both gifted a sub.
Yeah,
Let's go. Let's get a
Let's get
sub
some
train.
subs.
Everybody send one sub right now.
One sub right
Let's
now.
get a sub train
10
going. But I
subs.
really think, guys, it's brilliant. If we get Steve to polygraph Phil,
Hello,
it's
Risky.
going to be one of the biggest events in internet history.
But do so many gaming outlets hate the Switch 2 reveal so much? It's so sad.
In Renton.
Well, good question. Do you have any outlets in particular you're referencing when you ask that question?
You're gonna ask oh, were you playing WWE champions last night? He'll say no. The machine will blow the fuck up.
It would be like that moment in The Simpsons.
Like a little nuke.
Oh, okay, we made it.
Did you spend more than $100,000 on the game? He goes, no.
Burn fucking
No!
Yes. But you know what's interesting is
punch for 2 subs.
I would say basically what Phil said, the perceived lack of innovation in the console, despite the fact that it was kind of like a soft reveal and not a hard reveal. Get it? Hard reveal, which will take place in April. Look, most people just asked for the Switch 1 again, but better. I quizzed people prior to reveal on what they would want out of the Switch 2. And most people agree. Hey, look, you got a good thing going, and you got to keep the backwards compatibility, right? Because that's a good thing. People always like backwards compatibility. So you objectively can't change it so much that, or else you risk the backwards compatibility not being there at launch. So it's like, just keep doing what you're doing and make it better. They took a gamble with the Wii U into this, going in from Wii U into Switch, changing the proprietary media there. You know, going back to cartridges made it so that backwards compatibility wasn't a thing, and they suffered for it. So I would say people asked for a Switch 2, and then they got the Switch 2, and they were confused why they got the same thing again, but stronger. Like, where is the typical, as usually expected, Nintendo innovation? Well, you told them you just wanted, you told them you're doing great, just do more, do more of that. And then you got that, and then you're confused as to why you got that. Well, that's what you told them you wanted. There's the last puzzle piece. Hey, Carl. Doing an Alien episode tonight, Carl. Carl, what are your thoughts on the Smart Guys disaster? I should have mashed more. Switch 2 might flop harder than Wii U then, yeah? I would say no. I don't think it'll do as good as Switch, the first Switch. Because there are people that will be brought in by the people that were brought in by the novelty of the Switch. Those people are not coming back. The people who are in for like the bandwagoning or the tech shit. Oh, look at it's the tech of the Switch. Wow, the tech bros and casual people. Certain demographics of people will just not be back for Switch 1. So they won't be back for Switch 2 rather, and those are the people who they're gonna miss out on. But I still think the console will do well. Now keep in mind, Switch 1 is like the best-selling console in the country right now. I think I said all time, but then Goon told me, oh, it's only in the US. I actually haven't looked at that to see what the specifics are, if that's true or not. But anyway, it sold very good. So as long as it does as well as like top 10 best console sales ever, does it really matter? Does it truly, well and truly matter? It's going to sell good no matter what. I think people are just being doomers because of leak fatigue. Leak fatigue from the constant leaks, gossip, and rumor mill kind of drained people to the point that they just wanted to see the console reveal already. And then they get the console reveal, and there's no surprises at the reveal because everyone who looked at the leaks saw all the specs already. They saw the leaked 3D models and all that shit. They saw the leaked pictures from the Chinese factories. They had already seen what the Switch looked like, and then you get the reveal. It doesn't really look any different from the leaks. And you don't really get any core information to work off of, or rather argue off of, and then you know, you just get hungering for more. And what happens when you don't got more information to work off of? You start, you know, becoming a doomer. I guarantee a lot of the sentiment will probably just wash away, especially from outlets once we actually get games, because the console's nice to look at, but it got leaked, and ultimately what drives people to buy Nintendo consoles is the software, not the hardware. You don't buy Nintendo consoles for the hardware, you buy it for the games. So once we see the games, we'll probably be switched up. Thank you, BR Joe, for the vote. I think most hardcore gamers prefer PC handhelds nowadays. Steam Deck has changed the gaming landscape. Very true, very true. people, but I think they're shooting for different markets. I think you can agree with me there. Like the Switch is more for casual people, families. Like your mama going to Target or Walmart is like, even if you tell her, Mama Rizky, the Steam Deck plays your games so much better than the Nintendo Switch, I still think she'll probably buy the Nintendo console, because Steam Deck is like that's like another ballpark. Steam, like, what is that? I don't even know what that is. Nintendo, I know Nintendo. I grew up with Nintendo, therefore I play Nintendo, and I'm gonna buy Nintendo for my son. I don't think Steam Deck poses as much of a threat in that market as some people are fearing. I know, like hardware-wise, on the face of it, it's like, oh yeah, Steam Deck. You gotta be careful for the Steam Deck. You can't even go to a Walmart and get a Steam Deck. It's still only sold through Valve's website. The people who want the Steam Deck are gonna be, as you said, hardcore PC gamers who already game on their PC and they just want that experience on the go. These are people who probably want the experience of the Switch but are disappointed with the hardware. These are people who are already informed about like where's the best place to play games and whatnot. So it's just not going to be the people that Nintendo's going to be targeting. And I don't think Nintendo will miss not reaching those people either. These are people that, in my opinion, would probably not buy a Switch anyway, and if they did, it would be for 1 or 2 games. I could be wrong, but that's my gut feeling. At this rate, I want Sony and Microsoft to acquire Nintendo. Well, Microsoft bought like 10 studios and still hasn't had really anything to show for it, so I don't think I want Microsoft buying Nintendo anytime soon. Alright, Roasting Rails. Yeah, thank you for the question. It's an interesting discussion. Like I don't think I can give any kind of greater predictions here until we actually see the software. It's kind of my gut feeling. I feel like it'll do all right. It'll be pie in the sky for it to outsell the Switch 1, but I think it'll do well enough. And I think people are just they're being doomers right now because we don't know enough. That reveal was so there was a lot to it that people aren't discussing, but it's also not enough. There's not enough there to like argue with people on Twitter about.
Newest Phil grift, Steve, is that he's showing his feet for money now.
So like, no, you're right. I did miss a lot of that.
Like, he's got a dedicated foot cam on his stream, and if he gets $75, he'll show his feet. I confronted him.
Arlo
about
has made some videos that I haven't seen yet. Yes.
This gonna go, Phil? Like what? Like this is
depraved. Yeah, you gonna show your ball sack for 150 or like?
Rewind it, yapping for it. Well, shut up. I got like a question. Damn. Shit. Now I gotta like manually pull up the VOD. Now I'm aware COVID boosted sales. That's why I'm pretty confident that it won't outsell the Switch OG. Or were they? Yeah, I hate rewinding on Kick.
Started a show with that guy, so I happened.
Okay. So now that they're doing a lengthy segment, I'll probably record what they discussed with him before today, and then compare and contrast with how they're talking about him tonight.
To own a polygraph.
Ooh. I can go back to where we were.
Okay. Cool.
And Jonah hacks the moon.
Hello, Hate Army. Wait, was it right here when Warski leaves?
Steve.
The funniest thing that happened.
Axel POS for a sub, and you know what? I've decided, guys. We're gonna do some Phil A-logging after this as well.
No!
We're gonna fire up a classic Phil where he tells us about one of the worst days of his life. How he was forced to sit in his hot office all day under the sweltering Seattle heat. Oh yes, we got Nyla Moon for 5 subs. Subby Wubby 3 per sub. Listen, we might find some. If somebody has a Phil request
I gotta piss
of us roasting Phil You gotta let me know what you want to see, because honestly, like, I just want to roast the shit out of Phil today.
I was so surprised because the funniest thing that happened, and your audience should know this. The last time I come on your show, I didn't know that you started a show with that guy, so I started shitting all over him. And to his credit, Worski's like, chill. He was trying to shut me up, but then you started shitting on him, and that got clipped all over YouTube.
Oh yeah, well, I'm trying to help you out here because we want, like, Steve is trying to get an interview with Phil. But Phil is ducking him. He's making.
No, he kind of said he would do it, but he keeps pushing it back another
listen,
week.
if you don't
Oh my
force
God,
Phil to
Phil.
do it, it's never gonna fucking happen. So we're gonna force Phil to be interviewed by Steve, and then the follow-up will be the polygraph interview, where we ask the same questions, this time him hooked up to the fucking polygraph. And we're gonna get answers out of this motherfucker. We're gonna find out the truth. So guess what, Steve? Today, Phil told me that it takes him 4 hours to go grocery shopping, Steve.
Really now?
He told me.
Thank you, Hate Army. The positive re-up.
The shopping list
What's
for
Prime?
groceries.
6 months, Steve for third
I
chair.
write the
Let's
list in 5
fucking go.
minutes, and I might spend 20, 25 minutes if I'm really buying a lot of shit. But
takes an hour.
Carl,
and
you
a
missed
half to
so
put away
much
the
on
groceries,
Smart
Steve.
Guys.
Oh, well, I can't really speak on this too much because my wife doesn't like me shopping because I don't do coupons and deals and shit, like sales. I don't care. I just run through like a man and grab everything, you know, and then pay whatever it is. I don't care.
Yeah.
I got shit to do. So generally she does it because she's like, oh, she, you know, like a lot of women are like this. They're just more methodical. She's like, oh, roast beef is on sale. She'll go to 7 supermarkets to get the deals. I'm not doing that shit.
That's Hate Army easy money. Don't tell anyone
It
though.
still takes him
You
an hour
got
and
the
a half to
other,
put away the
his other
fucking
account got
groceries,
banned,
Steve.
I think.
He tells me he only goes out 1 day of the week, Steve. 1 day of the week he goes outside. The other 6 days he stays inside. He says he has no family, he has no friends.
Yeah, okay, their Hate Army is
he had
banned.
a few acquaintances.
It's a cult of hate.
Which is like, whoa, buddy.
Yeah, it's kind of sad though.
It was the tale of Phil, the lonely, isolated man. But you know what? We're rebuilding Phil. We're getting Phil excited to go out and challenge the world again. You know,
We can rebuild him.
For another era.
We have the
We're
money.
really trying. We're really trying, you know?
Well, I don't even like wrestling, but I watched a couple of those wrestling streams you did. And,
Yes, I did. Shit. Steve, you should become the third chair. You start watching Raw, we'll get you on as the third chair.
Here's proof that I did watch it. In one of those episodes, you were talking about there's no in between. People either love it or hate it. I'm kind of in between. I respect it as an art form, but I don't want to waste time on it. When I was a kid, I thought that shit was real, and right when they made that, WWF like made that announcement, you know, that it was fake and staged, and you know, I never watched it again.
You
I
see
thought
my
it's
title
fake. I was a
belt,
kid.
Steve?
Oh,
Do you
God,
like
look
my
at that.
title belt, Steve?
Oh, it's pretty gay.
It says
At least he
PPP
didn't believe
right
it when
on
you were in your
Steve.
30s.
It was only $500, Steve.
You wasted $500 on that?
Oh, Steve, it's not a waste at all. It makes me feel like the champ.
I can't ever watch a wrestling promo or whatever and take it like even kind of seriously. I'm just like, oh god.
Listen,
Wrestling is like the last vestiges of theater. It's actually true if you think about it.
Steve's gonna lose this
I don't like wrestling, so I'd be a terrible host. I'd be like, this is gay, this is stupid.
Where you go, it's gay, and you shit all over it, and then Phil's gonna try and argue that it's not gay.
I'll do it if you want me to. But
Bill defending Sweaty Man JPEG. It would be very in character.
No, the one thing I will say is I have certain respect for some of these guys because my brother-in-law was like a jobber, and he was that guy that they would hit in the head with a chair and bleed. You know, he would get really hurt.
Like stunt work, right? It's like stunt work.
Yeah, but he would do anything that they did. You want to throw him onto the sidewalk? He'll do it.
Oh, I should have jumped.
And then later, he did these local wrestling, which are kind of sad. You go to these local wrestling shows, there's only like 100 people there.
Yeah.
But I learned a new kind of respect for those guys because people loved it. People loved it. I thought it was kind of lame. My kids thought their uncle was God, though. Like, my uncle's in the wrestling ring. This is awesome.
The wrestling show's not really about wrestling. It's about fucking with Phil. Steve.
Well, then I'm in.
Steve. Yeah, exactly. So just say you're going to do the wrestling show. Fucking.
Yeah.
To get you on, you should have said you're like, I just
The
don't
truth
get
comes
it.
out.
Like, people are like, what? What do you mean? What do you mean? Like, oh, fuck, buddy. You're a $250,000 man for 5 subs.
5 subs, very generous.
The newest,
Oh, really? Say it ain't so.
He's showing his feet for money now.
Has he got fans for feet?
Hey, Krusty.
No, he's trying to, like, he's got a dedicated foot cam on his stream. And if
That's
he gets
another snake in the
$75,
king's
he'll show
court
his feet.
there.
I confronted him about this today. I'm like, how low is this gonna go, Phil? Like what? Like this is
Yeah, you
depraved.
gonna show your ball sack for 150 or like what?
No, don't give him any ideas.
He starts modeling socks on the wrestling show, Steve. He's got 18 different
Oh no, don't buffer. Don't buffer. Don't buffer. Did we catch up? Is that it? Oh, I think we caught up. We caught up. No, I need to hear about Phil being A-logged. Ah, I gotta hear about it. It's right here.
$1 million man for.
There's evidence for this stuff.
It was 242.
The originator.
All right. Well, they stopped. Oh, look, 243. So we stopped at 242. So they stopped. They stopped talking about him within the minute.
Socks on the wrestling show.
Within the minute, they stopped talking about him.
He's got 18 different pair of fucking socks, and they have like bamboo and shit, and like Malay or something cotton.
Malay.
And like one sock is labeled right, and one is labeled left.
Carl, I can't believe you missed it. You need to go watch it later.
This is the shit that's. I'm like, what do I do with this guy?
That was a crazy smart guy.
What do we do with this guy?
Go watch the clips or something.
Oh no, man! I don't know.
Does he gotta go to the fucking asylum or what?
I'm very uninterested in wrestling though. Like I think it would be kind of like shitty if I had to sit through even an hour of wrestling. I don't think I could. Maybe I could watch it with my son. He likes that shit, but he's 8. You know, no offense for you.
I look for expand on clip. Yeah, sorry.
About 8-year-old entertainment.
$500 on a title belt with your name on it, Steve?
You know why I couldn't clip it, Carl? Because the entire first hour of the show is the clip.
It's 10, and then he's gonna fucking spit on it.
It's like 9 pounds there. Alright, well...
We can kind of go. This is... we made our point with this latest video.
Okay.
Is that
it's
this
an hour long,
has
exactly.
made conflicting statements, and, you know... Oh, okay, so... What we also need to know is that the two people most responsible for selling the Bob Lazar
like I was thinking like how would you even clip
George
this?
Knapp, of course, the originator.
How would you even clip? You would have to make like 4 or 5 videos because they go over like 4 or 5 different detractor things. It would either have to be like an hour-long clip or like 4 or 5 separate videos.
The Skinwalker Ranch. He writes a book.
I don't got time for that.
Does a shitty documentary based on George Knapp's books. They're like grifting, you know, partners in slime.
All right, well, they're done with Phil.
There's some really ridiculous.
Apparently, they're gonna watch a clip later or something. Let's refresh here and go live. If it'll play. What the? Where's the fucking stream at? Did I break it? Then I got this pig waving this flag at me. This is your fault, Carl. You're the one who wanted me to fucking rewind. There. It's just alien shit. You don't care. You hate these segments anyway.
In a disc-shaped casing, and he had it in front of a particle accelerator at his house, and he had the accelerator on, and all he had to do was flip a button. If this stuff was real, as he described it, flipping that button would hit it with...
Everyone yapping for 30... Motherfucker asked me a question! And I didn't want to ignore him!
Protons, electrons, some science thing, dude!
Yes,
I don't know what it might have been, but...
And not only that, but go ask any real physicist. You can't have a particle accelerator at your house. So there's a retard alert right there. Yes. And number 2... In this clip, George Knapp claims that Bob Lazar was going to blow up a huge portion of Las Vegas, and he didn't alert the authorities or anything. He just didn't do anything, and Bob could have blown up half of Las Vegas, according to his story here. Makes no sense. Yeah.
Okay.
That would have left a great big hole in Las Vegas. And he had that piece. I saw the experiment. What happened to it? That's a story for another time.
I gotta get the jump better.
I
gotta get that jump just
where nobody
right.
can get to it, but it's still there. One of these days.
Yeah, I like what Steve adds to the show too.
Bob's gone. I'll go dig it up.
He's like a nice, because he's not an everyman, but relative to the sphere, he acts like an everyman kind of straight man dynamic.
This is a Freudian slip that I couldn't help it. During one interview, Jeremy Corbell finally told the truth, and so I had to clip it and make a funny quick. This is very quick, but this is him telling the truth.
One, the UFO phenomenon is not real. The UFO phenomenon is not real. Now here's the deal. One, the UFO phenomenon is not real. The UFO phenomenon.
Did he fuck up?
He did. It's not real. The UFO phenomenon is not real. The UFO phenomenon is not real. It's not real. It's not real. The UFO phenomenon.
Now this is interesting to just show what a liar he is.
Okay.
This guy Dave Grush, who came out like a few years ago, you remember him, the UFO whistleblower. The guy looked kind of like. Anyway, he claimed the government had alien spaceships, and he was a high-ranking intelligence officer.
Yeah,
and
sure.
Then, yeah. So it turned out that the government office in charge of actually investigating invited everybody with evidence to come and show their evidence, and that whistleblower refused to come and show their evidence. And here he is doubling down on a lie, claiming that they're lying about it. So let's just play the clip and then I'll explain what happened.
N2 Shocker for 5 subs.
5 subs, very generous.
For a sub as well. Let's get some subs, and then after this, we're gonna tear into Phil. We're gonna destroy Phil, and he'll never be able to show his face again until the next
trying to wreck that wrestling show, aren't you?
Guys, I don't know. Like, I have to watch wrestling every week now.
I mean, you already were.
It's not true. That's a lie.
It's over, Phil
so
Bros.
There are FOIA-able back and forths between Kirkpatrick and David Grush that will become public. I have seen them. As of the
They'll Secret Live trying to get people in because they found his info, apparently.
This is what the
was
none
because they knew they knew his kinks, right?
Quote, whistleblowers in the public
well, I guess that's more from him just openly talking about them in chat.
Come to Arrow to provide their quote evidence and statement for the record, despite numerous invitations. So let's just take David Grush.
Perhaps be more wary about what you willingly decide to share online about your proclivities.
Not true.
That's true. Back and forths between Kirkpatrick and David Grush that will become public. I have seen them.
Okay, so this is what ends up happening. So Jeremy Corbell says somebody can FOIA those emails and they'll prove that the government's lying, that they tried to come forward.
Either the latter guy,
evidence.
so I've heard.
What happened is somebody FOIA'd the emails, and here's what the email showed. The email showed that the government communicated with this guy Dave Grush many times, inviting him in to show his evidence. And then Dave Grush set up a meeting to do that, and then he no-showed. So Jeremy Corbell completely lied. None of these whistleblowers have come forward to the government with any real or verifiable evidence.
Up with that?
And our next clip is Corbell and Joe Rogan, which is kind of cringeworthy. I don't know how much of this you want to go through.
Oh, Joe, I don't think we've ever properly watched Joe Rogan.
Remember when we had the idea we were going to A-log Joe Rogan, buddy?
I do that.
I'll tell you what, though.
I watch all the podcast Fringe and those guys. Joe Rogan's show is terrible.
Wow.
It's gotten worse and worse.
Joe Rogan debunked and exposed.
This comedian was on last week who's just purposely saying the most retarded shit to see if Joe would believe it, and Joe fell for everything. He was saying most, it's fucking crazy. Anyway.
Well, here, to get through this quickly, they're going to be saying certain things that are completely and totally false. And
Let's
Rogan
fucking
is
go,
basically
bud.
What happens during this clip is that Rogan is repeating back to Corbell the same lies that Corbell has repeated to the public, and they're just agreeing with each other. But there's many different data points during this exchange that we can prove are demonstrably false and never happened.
Chicken Joe goes, his management company will try to copyright strike. They could try.
Ooh,
Yeah, they might.
They could try.
Try.
It's fair use.
We'll
This is
battle it.
transformative work.
Yeah,
This is,
no,
we're
they
educating the public.
could try, and then they have to take us to court and prove that
It'd be
it's
pretty
not
weird because
transformative,
they're in
but they
Canada.
In Canada.
Yeah,
In
exactly.
Canada.
They won't.
Yeah.
So fuck that. This is
A hologolo.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
That's the other thing that Bob said that I thought was really fascinating was that there was some documentation that they were showing him that claimed that we are the product of accelerated evolution.
He was shown a lot of shit, and he doesn't like talking about it because he doesn't know.
Comedian Joe Rogan, ladies and gentlemen.
If it's just total fucking nonsense. Right. You know, he is sure that they showed him shit just to see if he'd fucking say crazy shit.
Right, see if he talked.
The number one comic.
All he cares about is what he saw, what he knows is real.
I think it's pretty funny.
But if you
that
do
Joe
just
Rogan thinks he's good at stand-up, or do you think he knows he's a fraud?
He knows he sucks. Have you seen his
Yeah,
stand-up,
probably knows he's
Steve?
bad at it.
Yeah, and except for the last special, I liked most of his stand-up, but I do agree that, like, I don't think he's one of the top tier comedians, but he's friends with them all.
Next, Steve's gonna tell me he likes Brendan Schaub's stand.
Do you like Brendan Schaub's?
No, I don't like him at all. I'm trying to be diplomatic in case I ever get
Not too bad for that final segment there.
Yeah. That's mine. That was our cope too. We're like, well, we're not gonna shit on Rogan. Maybe we'll
I
get
did.
on
I
with
relaxed
it,
the
but we're
dingus.
never
I relaxed the
getting
dingus.
on,
Yeah, none of us
We're
will.
never getting
That could have been a lot harder.
You know what? Yeah, fuck him. Let's shit all over him. But I always,
Bill's gonna get on.
Thank you.
This is honest God truth. I was working some shit job I hated, and I listened to Rogan a lot, and he gave some kind of speech, and somebody clipped it and turned it into like an inspirational.
I know exactly
clip.
what you're talking about.
Here's the silhouette
And he
level.
said, grow your garden. He said, maybe you're not doing what you want to do in life, but you know what? Start doing something you really enjoy and just go there every day and water your garden. For surely, if you go there every day and you just keep working on it slowly, that garden will grow. And then maybe someday you won't have to do that job you hate. You'll be able to do this thing you love. I heard that and started a podcast.
Yeah,
and look at you now. You're in the cesspool fucking sewer.
Yeah, I'm in this place where we cover people shitting themselves live on stream.
It's the
come a long way.
prestigious casino.
I'll say his best quote ever was, imagine that you're the main character of a movie that you start out and your life's shit. You don't have the job that you want, and this is the start of the movie. And then this is where you build up. He's done some good motivational stuff. I'll say that.
Yeah. And the guy's very successful.
You're overlooking that he's short.
He is 4'9".
Hey, iced coffee.
He's not really that
Welcome
short.
in. It's the
Not
next
really
day
that
of
short. No,
voting.
he's
Iced
not.
coffee. We're restreaming the casino.
so big
A
on
big
TV.
DSP segment is on the way on the casino.
No, he's got to be 5'6".
He's in trouble.
How short is Joe?
Where's the real
Rogan?
fact check? We need to get out the tape measure for this guy. He's 5'1" at best.
They claim he's 1.73 meters. What is that?
Bullshit.
Oh, this says Joe Rogan is 5'8".
No,
fuck up. There's no.
No.
If you Google how tall is Joe Rogan, it says 5'8".
No, bullshit. It's a lie.
It's a lie.
I've seen him standing next to actors on photos. The actor's fucking 5'9", 5'10".
Oh, the 5'8" is that's definitely a lie. I'm not kidding. I'm not gilding the lid.
We're
He's
not
not.
gilding- he's 5'3".
He is not 5'8". Like
You know
I give
what?
him.
I'm gonna
I
attack
fucked this up.
Kurt Metzger.
Can we fucking fact check this? Yeah, let's ask Kurt.
I'm gonna
Kurt's on there all the time.
Yeah, Kurt Metzger.
You know what? I did fuck that up.
You know what?
Try it again.
You know what we should do? I finally
Kurt
found
Metzger.
5'3"? Really? At least he's not 5'1".
What?
We bring Kurt on with the conspiracy.
3 votes already.
and we have Steve debunk
Based.
Kurt.
Thank you.
I've heard of Kurt Metzger. He's been on Joe Rogan a million times. Me and him are like
vaguely
cool with each
tight.
other. So
He's the comedian. He's the co-host on the Jimmy Dore show. If you've ever
Oh
seen
yeah, I
Jimmy
know
Dore.
exactly who he is. Yeah.
yeah. He's a
Get
big
you
fan
on.
of casino.
He believes in every conspiracy.
Yeah, I know
Your
a
Diddy
lot of
hover's
people
not
like
as good
that.
when you're running on Ramby.
Fucking crazy.
Thank you, Goki, for getting the vote in.
We really would love to have you on with him, Steve.
Hello,
that would be a good one.
Sure,
I think we got to
do
bring
that.
Steve in as like the blood sports guy.
Yeah.
He's going to be in the digital Kumite smiting fools that we bring in. But I don't know if you're going to be able to handle Kurt's level of schizo kung fu. Like,
come on.
It's a high level, Steve.
I'll try.
This game full of stealth punches,
It's going to turn out that you work for the Illuminati reptilian, Steve.
Probably, or the CIA.
Yeah.
What?
Well, so during this, they just repeat a bunch of nonsense. I mean, we could go through it quickly.
Okay.
And then we have our slides that really are the data points to prove Bob Lazar's story is completely false. So we don't have much more to get through.
Okay. And then we're gonna felt Phil, right, Steve?
I'm here for it.
So do you guys want to see the video? I saw this the other day. I fucking died laughing. Somebody made this animation of Phil as Hitler. What? And it's like Phil.
We're gonna play that?
Speeches Adolf Hitler to like the dents. It's insane, dude. It's like crazy shit.
Yeah, he got hard grilled, Goki. You actually need to watch the wrestling show today.
Hitler.
At least the first
These are
hour.
some great things.
Talk with him privately. They did show him, a photograph of an autopsy of a being with a singular organ. They told him that, the human genome had been altered.
That's true.
Just
By
all
the way,
sorts of...
okay, I'm sorry to just be all about Phil, but there is...
Yeah, they're talking about the Pixar one.
Steve, there is a 12-hour video debunking Darkseid Phil's back issues.
Steve of the Dead?
Some guy fucking sat there and made a 12-hour video going over every single instance of Phil talking about his back pain.
Oh, those transcripts are terrible for Googlers.
Oh my God.
Keyword search and find all the clips.
Did you see that there's a search engine for Phil?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so there is like Pig Go.
No!
And you just search any term and it pulls up every single time.
They're telling them everything!
Oh my God.
You'll go wild with it, Steve.
Crazy shit. And he just has no idea if it's true or if it's...
God, the whole thing is so...
I think you Commissar
wild.
Authority, the 10-stream streak.
So
I just wish, if Bob's lying, my God, what a great liar. He's amazing at it.
Right.
And he's been...
So here's the problem. And another thing...
I regrettably have not seen enough of
is that Bob
TBS
Lazar's
to...
story has never changed. There's been
to have
a
that
lot
opinion
of changes
easy.
to his stories.
He's a great liar.
So I am aware that people don't like his politics,
If it is
but detracting is nonpartisan, you guys. So it's like, it's got nothing to do with me.
Anybody could fool Joe Rogan. You fucking dangle keys in front of the...
And telling the same lie for 30 plus years. And then there's elements of it that, how would he know that? Like, how would he know about Element 115? I mean, Element 115...
And stop for a second. Element 115, I got this from a real physicist.
Did he just give that Tinky the back kick?
When I was really digging deep into the story, I'm like, yeah, that one point that everybody makes, like, he predicted this element before anybody knew it existed. Bullshit. There are chemistry books from the 1970s that predicted Element 115.
That was kind of Kino for Ramby. I didn't know he could do that.
And right before Bob came out with his story, there was an article about Element 115 in Scientific American, which, of course, is a magazine that a science nerd might be reading. So he didn't predict Element 115, and all the people that give him credit for it are stupid. Just stupid. Because I have a chemistry book from 1979 that mentions, that shows Element 115 on the periodic table. So Rogan is just repeating the grip
It's because I
of
kept
talking
destroying
points.
this one.
How could he have known
Easiest
about
way to get
Element
it
115? He
without losing your mind.
predicted it. Thousands of scientists knew that Element 115 would eventually be synthesized in a lab. But the Element 115 that was synthesized in the real world had no similarity whatsoever to the magic Element 115 that Bob described.
You really are a legendary hater, Steve. That's what they're saying in chat. Like, you really are, bro. You do it. You make it happen. You make it happen. You do the research and you smite them, Steve.
Well, I don't like being lied to, and I don't like other people making millions. And just to be clear,
he'll love the Phil
millions of
segment,
dollars
then.
have been made off the Bob Lazar story. And everybody making those millions of dollars never gave anybody all the information that I'm sharing with your viewers tonight, and that kind of pisses me off, you know?
Yeah.
It's righteous.
Yeah, he got lucky. He's the luckiest guy I know. He always chooses shit that ends up being fucking right.
I know.
You know, gravity waves and like, you know, how these crap like, look, man.
Explain the element 115 to people, because people who don't know what we're talking about and haven't seen the documentary or haven't seen the podcast we did together.
So the way Bob understood it was that he was working on power and propulsion, right?
Whoops.
So of one of these, we call them flying saucers, you know, fucking alien vehicle.
Damn, now I lost Diddy.
Exactly.
Not that Diddy.
Exactly. Yeah.
Does he have a UFO replica?
No, are you kidding me? The end was right there.
Still there, but it was at the time he was talking about Bob Lazaro.
Yeah. Joe Bros.
Yeah, and you know, even like aerospace people are like, well, if you know, it's the most ingenious thing is the way he described
Someone
it.
said no, that's a pie pan.
Okay. People are impressed.
Yeah,
I'm like, maybe that's just what he saw. But anyway, so the 115 was the power source, he said, and basically, you know, you put it in and it releases antimatter and creates a gravity propulsion, a gravitational field, and then you had three directional emitters. Look, that's how they think these things operate. Traveling faster than the speed of sound with no sonic boom, all, you know, transmedium.
No, that's how Bob,
all
not
domain.
There's no
these
they.
things,
There's just Bob thinks they work that way.
That's amazing what the power of the word they. You know,
Yeah, because then it sounds like a bunch of people
okay.
agree with
Right
him
there,
that
right
that
there.
is how the UFOs work. And that's not the case.
To defy typical propulsion.
Almost thought I missed it.
It's not outside of the realm of what we understand. It's outside of the realm
And that's
of
how
what
it's
we
done.
can replicate now. One day we might catch up.
And this element 115 that Bob talked about powering this spaceship was only theoretical back in the late 1980s when he first started discussing it.
Right, we hadn't synthesized it yet.
Right. Well, it wasn't a synthesizing. It was created by a particle accelerator, right?
Exactly.
It was detected because it was. I think it was.
But we
like
smashed.
Right.
So we kind of synthesized in that we smashed
Bob and
particles
Basalt.
together, and then we're like, oh, for like a second there it was.
Yeah, I think it's a fraction of a second.
Yeah, and Bob always
Joe
said
Rogan
that
needs to
if
be
he's
A-Log.
right,
You gotta
if
step
it
up to the
was
plate,
115, that's
Carl.
how he understood it to be. If he's right, then we will someday, you know, be able to make a nominal amount of it that will be stable. That's, you know, what he said.
It's never going to happen.
You got another one of those?
Yeah, you want one?
Yeah, I'll try one.
Nice. Yeah, the whole thing is just so. It never ends.
Yeah, it never ends. It is interesting. I just like.
Boy, that's a 52-inch TV.
No, I see why they call it Bob and Basalt
How big
now.
is the TV? Can we figure it out? 'Cause how short he is there. He
Well, I
looks
know
like
Corbell is very
Wally
short too, and you'll notice when he sits down, they look about the same height.
That's a small
Yeah.
computer monitor.
Bro, you can just tell he's short. Like he's got this
He's
stocky,
short.
like midget torso. Like he has the torso of a dwarf and the head of a dwarf.
Looks like he's still
Like I wouldn't be
sitting.
surprised if he's full on a dwarf.
Fucking, I just imagine that screen as the size of my computer monitor, and then he was standing like. Sorry. I really myself.
It never ends. It is
He
interesting.
grows tired of these low interruptions from the casino.
When something actually happens, how will people handle it? UFO whistleblower could get immunity under new amendment. So this is what you were talking about?
Yeah.
Micro.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the thing is I know some of the people doing this, and they're like, you know, they want some nominations.
How was I supposed to know?
You
Would
who
just
should
sink
talk
straight
to
into the lava.
Well, you got your own fucking logo. Thanks, bud.
Oh,
Yeah, these are
stop.
founded-
We're gonna smoke cigars together, and talk about bullshit.
Hey, I'm Joe Rogan here. I'm walking here.
You
Nick
got
from
great
Foundation
Angus.
Cigars, too, hooked me up with
Yeah, I
that cabinet.
did. This world's eating away all my lives. I went from 99 to like
humidor up in
50
this
something.
bitch now.
Okay, all right, Tony Soprano, let's go. Let's continue.
Jesus Christ. So this element 115.
You can tell they want to get to Phil
This
so
is,
bad. No, it's A-Log Joe Rogan.
Proven by a particle accelerator. And Bob Lazar's claim was that they had a stable amount of this element 115 that had come from
Joe
this
Rogan
other
being like the
place.
epitome of being too
And did
boring
they
to
know where this
A-log
other
on
place
purpose.
Was where this element 115
It's like when Phil
supposedly
said,
come from?
"Yeah,
What,
I'm boring on
another planet?
purpose,
Yeah, I mean,
so
again,
that like the
this is, like,
tractors
what
suffer.
he was
They
told,
always
so
suffer
he's
at the
kind of
end because they're
allergic
forced to
to it,
watch my
but,
streams that they don't like."
You know, he said that the documents said Zeta Reticuli, like, you know, I guess a binary star system or something. That's what were in the documents. Now, if that's true or not, look, remember, he thought
Wasn't
it
that
was
Wingo?
the
No,
US.
Wingo
He
said
thought this vehicle was
when you
ours.
give him money, he
And
leaves
then
sooner.
until he walked inside of it. That's his whole thing. It blew him away.
Yeah, Phil Les said that. It was on a pre-stream. I forget
You
which
know,
one. It was pretty
it's
recent.
hard to buy what someone like Bob is telling you if you don't know the person. You see people in their lives, man.
Like, what do you imagine being him?
Yeah, and here's another point.
And Wingo
that's
said that.
important.
I didn't hear it.
Jeremy Corbell goes to make a documentary about
okay.
Bob Lazar. But he doesn't
You're
just
saying
make a
it, and
documentary
I'm thinking
about
you're
Bob
saying
Lazar.
it
He
in like
basically
Wingo
goes
talking
and
about
lives with
Phil.
Bob
You
Lazar.
mean Wingo
He goes
talking about
fishing
himself?
with him. He goes to
In that
work
case, I
with
have
him.
heard
He's
Wingo say
hanging
that.
out with him. He's eating dinner with him. So
Really?
of course you're going to lose your objectivity and be unwilling
Yeah, what a great
to
business model.
Sort of felt him, you know, if you catch him lying.
Okay, my bad. I thought you were
And
talking
think that's
about
what
Wingo
happened. He just
talking
got
about
sucked
Phil.
in and became friends with him. Same
Yeah,
for,
I hear he's boring on
George
purpose,
Knapp.
man.
George Knapp will tell you, me and Bob Lazar are great friends, you know?
His point is retarded, though, to begin with. Like, you never know somebody. Like, just because you hung out with a guy for a few times or went to work with him or whatever, you don't really know this guy. There's motherfuckers, charlatan, con artists, manipulative people that just can lie for years and years and years.
I don't really know you, Carl, like that. I don't know who he is. He's just a guy in the street, you guys. I don't know anything about Carl. I don't really hang out with him in reality like that.
Victims of all sorts of fucking murderers, serial killers that they knew for fucking years. People who were frauded by their friends, who were scammed and stuff like this. You never really know somebody like, oh yeah, dude, I know. Trust me, dude, I know this guy. Yeah, okay.
Trust me, guys.
You know
Blooper wouldn't hurt a fly.
Sloppy. We should just go on to the next thing. There's a.
All right.
There's a.
Sure.
The Corbell slides one. If you could bring that up,
Dang it.
I can kind of explain. So this is made by my friend Phil, and
Phil
just kind of.
Phil.
Not that Phil.
Phil needs
Shout out
these
Phil.
guys.
Everything comes back to Phil.
Yes.
You notice that?
Not Dark Side Phil, another Phil. But in any case, here are some of the various fake alien spaceships that he's been caught selling. And one of them was, the first one is a radar.
Not that king.
Excuse me. The first one is a target that they use to, the Navy will put out these balloons that they use to test weapon systems and targeting. The second one, which was Corbell was sold as an alien pyramid spaceship, it turned out to be that somebody was using a night vision monocular and filming through it, and it has a triangle aperture, and people have done tests and confirmed this, that if you film through that, every point of light turns into a triangle. And he used deceptive tactics. It was basically a video of some unknown drones over a Navy ship. And he erased the audio of the crewman on the deck who was saying, we have some unidentified drones over our craft here. He erased the audio of the crewman so that he could claim that it was an alien pyramid spaceship. The next one was called the Mosul Orb, and a lot of people think that this is just a puddle of water because he didn't show a video, just a still image. The next one was the Baghdad Phantom. He always names them something stupid, and that turned out to be a rocket.
That's a pretty easy bonus. How would you miss that unless you were like
over
4 years
Baghdad.
old?
That one right there?
Yes. Yeah. So it's just a missile
Hello,
or a rocket,
Benjamin.
not in anything alien. The next one was there was a military training exercise taking
how's
place,
the
and they
weather?
were dropping flares. And sometimes when they drop flares, they look like certain shapes, so he catches it at a point where it looks like a triangle, and he says it's a giant triangle spaceship. But what we found out in our investigation into this, and a researcher named Grider
Six
as well,
things
did
due
a lot
tonight
of
because I won't be
research,
here
even
over the
talking to
weekend.
the original witnesses.
Hopefully
He
get those
claimed
6
that
things
his
done.
military
Pray your hands
sources
for
contacted
Goki.
him about this giant
So that he gets his stuff
spaceship.
done, whatever
But
it
it
is.
turns out he just found a Facebook post from somebody who, even in the original post, said that these were flares being dropped during a military
Thank you for the man bear
exercise.
pig.
Corbell turned that into a giant alien spaceship that was shaped like a triangle. And at the exact date and time that this so-called UFO was
20 degrees and snowing, it's bad.
Date, time, and geographical location.
Tevin posted his shit. Snow's starting to melt where he's at.
Yes,
that's good to hear.
These are flares. And the next one is the
still cold as shit for me without
UFO,
any snow or ice anymore.
And it turned out to be a cluster of balloons in the Middle East that was filmed by an aerostat, which is kind of like a blimp that has surveillance equipment on it that they use for operational awareness in theaters of operation. Nothing spectacular. It was going with the wind speed, but of course he hyped it up. He claimed there was other parts of the video where the spaceship went underwater and then came back up. We've never seen them. It goes on. And this last one was filmed from a military vehicle, but it turns out to be
that's
like
deceptively difficult. There's nothing wrong with that.
The exhaust of a jet that was up ahead
That's
of
a bonus right there.
So this is the level of so-called evidence of alien visitation that Jeremy Corbell promotes, along with the Bob Lazar lie. We could go to the next slide and see. This is my original story on this. How Jeremy Corbell made money selling a fake alien spaceship that he knew was flares. The people who filmed it told him it was flares. Right? Okay. They told him it was flares. Some of them told him it was flares, and he still sold it as something else. He told these military people, no, I talked to your commanding officers, and they said it couldn't be flares. So then they started questioning themselves. It's all one big grift. And we can go to the next one. Go. This is great. So this is archival footage that I had to clean up the best I could. So shortly after Bob Lazar comes out with his story with George Knapp, it makes a national sensation. It was a big story. So Bob Lazar
could you imagine?
Company,
could you look?
He made a VHS tape called Bob Lazar Excerpts from the Government Bible.
I had to carry that one barrel all the way over there.
Like how the alien spaceships work, and he told this whole story again. It was a VHS tape. And they sold it in the back of science magazines like Popular Science, Popular Mechanics. And when I was a child, I bought that video, and I still have it till today.
I don't think Tropical Freeze even has anything that crazy.
Tens of thousands of copies for $30.
Who said that was okay to do a bonus level like that? I can't remember the exact amount.
Maybe it was $29.95 plus shipping. My dad had to write a check at the time. That's how long ago this was, to get me this tape. What? And then it came in the mail, and it was like poorly produced. But anyway, after this story and him making all this money selling VHS tapes about his story, he was flush with cash. So him and his wife invested in a whorehouse.
What?
Right, they do, right? Yeah.
And then
as UFO grifters are wont to do.
He tells George Knapp about the whorehouse, and George Knapp starts freaking out, like, this is going to ruin the whole story, and you're not going to be credible if you're running a whorehouse. You got to shut this thing down. And interestingly, George Knapp is the one who narked on Bob Lazar's whorehouse to the cops.
Hey, all puzzle pieces bound.
Gets arrested because although prostitution is legal in some parts of Nevada, it's not legal in Las Vegas City proper, and that's where
Carl
Bob's
can tell you that.
was. But it gets weirder because
you gotta go out into the desert, bish.
That Bob Lazar wired
Becomes right, Drake.
all the
Right, Drake.
rooms where
It's
these whores were
time
banging
to get your
dudes with
nightly
cameras.
vote in,
There were
bish.
cameras outside.
What?
So many people believe that it was some sort of blackmail honeypot.
Okay.
But in any case,
Epstein out here, like what?
Yeah,
the fuck?
but in any case, he gets arrested, and he pleads guilty to the charges of running the whorehouse, which is something like pandering. And we have the archival footage here of his sentencing hearing.
Oh no! Let's go!
Yeah.
Next level, we got Moving Melters.
This is 1990, just two years after his.
Yeah, Pokemon Go to the polls, right, Trey?
It's a good idea to run with this guy.
Yes, yeah.
Don't worry, I'm only gonna do it 3 more times.
And these are some of the whores.
Yeah, you could tell. I was about to say,
they were
are those
whores.
the
Yeah,
whores?
there's
Like
a couple of the whores.
It's just like a vintage tour. Holy.
Yeah, these aren't top tier whores.
No.
A bit slatternly, I'd say.
The B squad, C squad.
Or like Area 69. The judge is like perving on them. The judge is perving hard. You can tell.
That's the Monday night
whores. Yeah, like a strip club.
Yeah. That's like the strip club, like the strippers, like
The
in the
strip
morning
club at
shift.
home.
Oh yeah, I've been there.
Like for the all you can eat buffet.
No.
The all you can eat buffet.
Yeah, no, it's free. There was a strip club near my house that had free breakfast. You could go and get free breakfast, and they didn't have a cover. So I had to get free
I gotta take
breakfast
the
and just
sparrow
try
all
to
the way over here. Then.
try to like smack the
See if I can do
whores
it.
off me. No, I don't want any I don't want any fucking dances. No, I don't have any money. I'm just here for the free eggs.
No. Fucked up.
In spite of what you say, Mr. Lukens, I think
day shift strippers.
that it is a substantial penalty that he has in fact been convicted of felony. I have letters from Dan Stegman, who was surveillance manager
that was close.
at Sahara
Boom.
and Hacienda Resorts.
So we had character witnesses.
From George Knapp. I have reviewed them.
George Knapp vouched for him after he knocked him and got him arrested.
Mr. Bilberry's office. I'm impressed with all of that.
Oh wow! We got I can't legally say for $50.
Big very generous.
Or
Let's
he
go.
says this is the revolution against King Phil, 1776 against the non-tent bagger king.
Yes.
Oh, buddy.
Yes,
And
the
then we
heel
got
turn.
Bill Lazar for $7. Can we talk about the totally legit secret bone specific hand scanner that proves Lazar is right next, please?
I'll put that. I'll do a little quick piece on that as well.
Okay.
And we do have a W-2 form of record that shows that he worked for the United States Department of Naval Intelligence.
Yeah, he gave a fake W-2 to the court too. We know the W-2 was completely fake, and we'll.
Oh, you can't be doing that there, bud.
That's next.
All right.
What you say that affirms that the detective Bill Young.
Oh, only 5 puzzle pieces here?
Objection to
Okay.
probation.
It's not that bad.
Was impressed with the letter from the defendant, in which he acknowledges that his actions were irresponsible. And they caused great embarrassment and pain to me and my loved ones. I think
Caught running away.
all of that is appropriate to put on the record. I have a letter from Don Williams, a friend of his who is a businessman in our community.
No. Well, I picked it up.
The fact that no police investigation
no checkpoint, huh? I just noticed there wasn't a checkpoint up until then.
And I also
Is that the gimmick here?
in fact listed in the Los Alamos National Laboratory telephone directory. It's obvious that it's very difficult to get information on Mr. Lazar.
There he is. Oh, I ran a whorehouse and got
With
caught.
all of that in mind, it seems to me here's what's appropriate under the circumstances. In addition to the $20 administrative assessment, this court does not sentence Robert Lazar confinement to Baton Department prisons for a period of 3 years.
So he got 3 years probation for running the whorehouse.
Probation not to exceed 3 years.
Look at him there, man. This guy's a freak, dude. He looks like a reptilian serial killer from hell. And the way, like, his fucking mouth is, it looks like he's like a Simpsons character. The guy's like got like a Homer Simpson blowhole on him or something like that.
Oh, I
Like,
kind of see it.
But he really does. He looks like a fucking serial killer freak, man. Like, yeah, the Dahmer, man.
Yeah,
Holy.
the glasses are like
Yeah.
replica.
Maybe he was inspired.
It's not just the glasses, it's his eyes, dude. Like,
And his hair.
Look at how fucking pinned they are. It's like a fucking snake's eyes or something.
Well, that could be a compression artifact. This is pretty old video. It's from 1990.
Steve, like Steve, what's
Come on.
I'm ruining
Oh,
your
there's the
reptilian
checkpoint.
alien
No.
Oh my god!
Maybe that That's what it is. He's really a reptilian alien.
Morally righteous man of truth that he is. Steve can't just let me go after his reptile law.
Can't gild the lily.
Oh my God.
During the period of probation. Number 2, we have no contact with prostitutes or brothels.
Steve's like, wait, hang on.
Yeah, so the judge said he can't hang out with hookers, legal or otherwise.
You legally can't hang out with hookers?
Be a condition of your probation.
That's why he looks so sad. He's like, no hookers
No cougars for me.
How am I gonna get laid now?
Yeah, how am I gonna fuck?
Ah, yes, all puzzle pieces collected. Fuck you, Your Honor. That's bullshit. They want to know the truth about it? Oh, shit.
It seems to me that's probably appropriate. Should you have a business need to travel, I would imagine that that could be worked out with your.
You think this is enough projectiles?
That will be sent.
So he gets off pretty easy for running the whorehouse.
Yeah,
and the honey pot. And what we have left is some slides which we'll try to run through quickly that really just destroy the story. So as the story goes, John Lear, famous for the Learjet family, was a big UFO guy in Las Vegas, and he was on George Knapp's show before Bob Lazar. They had like a Sunday morning talk show, Knapp did.
Black Chud mentioning Ralph who? Eric July?
Bob Lazar and his friend Gene Huff, who did real estate appraisals, go to John Lear's house to do a real estate appraisal. So it doesn't make any sense. Why would a senior staff level physicist have the time to like hold tape measures and take pictures and shit for a real estate appraisal for spare money on the weekends? But it is what it is. But at that meeting, essentially what happened is that Gene Huff was interested in
check out that
UFOs,
juke right there.
John
It's
Lear,
a juke
who he was doing
sandwich
real estate
there,
appraisal for
bud.
with Bob Lazar, had a huge archive of pictures and videos and books and
the
all
Black
kinds of
Jet
stuff
school
on
shooter.
UFOs and aliens. So Gene
That would explain what I saw today on Josh's Twitter with the guy posting Chud and Soy Jacks, while also Josh also shared his Instagram profile revealing that he was a Black Chud. Did not look further into it other than allegedly shot up the high school. I did not know he mentioned Ralph. What did he say? I guess it was in his manifesto. Disavow, of course.
Real. He
Massive
was another grifter
disavow.
from the 70s. And it's just a complete and total coincidence that Billy Meyer, the UFO grifter, called his flying saucer a beam ship. And by the way, Billy Meyer has been completely debunked that he built these models and hung them from strings.
Red Rising and then Boss?
100% proven that he faked all of his UFO photos. But in the tranche of stuff that Gene Huff, Bob Lazar's one-time best friend, and Bob got for doing this real estate appraisal was all the Billy Meyer material, including pictures of Billy Meyer's spaceships and everything. And here we see that Bob Lazar's flying saucer that he claimed he worked on at Area 51 is almost exact to the Billy Meyer
Candace always radicalized him. Candace is probably going to be eating the most heat from that then.
I don't think that's a coincidence. Next slide, we'll see more on this. And this is Billy Meyer's ship.
Oh, I already know how they're going to hide the letters and puzzle pieces here. Yep.
And we know, look at this hokey ass picture of that flying saucer connected to a tree. That's a miniature model that is connected to a miniature tree model. And this were the pictures that Billy Meyer put forth that got completely debunked as bullshit.
Wait, like he actually tried to pass that off as though it was real?
Yeah, it was flying around the tree, he said, but it's pretty clear it's suspended.
Fake, even if
it was kind of discombobulating Benjamin because he was like posting all the memes and like all the talking points and he looked like that.
In any case, it's interesting.
And that lighting was suspicious.
Billy Meyer's, all this Billy Meyer beam ship stuff got completely debunked as models.
Yes, now it makes you wonder about the rest of them.
10 years before Bob comes out
If
with
there's
a story.
anything wrong with there
but he
being like,
happened to get all these pictures from John Lear's
multiracial
archive with Gene
gripers.
Huff. right before he came out with the story, and his spaceship that he worked on looks exactly like a completely and totally proven hoaxer spaceship. I don't think that's a coincidence. I think they mined the material they got from John Lear to come up with parts of their story. And we can go to the next slide.
Okay.
Okay, so Bob Lazar claimed that the area S4 was located off of Papoose Lake, and it was the secretest base
from Crash?
Anywhere on Earth, including Area 51, and it had this hangar built into the side of the mountain, and there was an oppressive military presence there, and all these guards, and there was a guard shack and roads and all of this stuff. But this guy, Jerry Friedman, who was a historian, he wanted to go through the desert to sort of research the settlers that first went through this area. And even though it was completely illegal, this guy, Jerry Friedman, he slept during the day and then he hiked through the desert at night, and he got right to where Bob Lazar claimed this S-Force facility was, and right up to the mountain that Bob Lazar claimed that the alien base was built into, or the alien research base for back engineering, and there was absolutely nothing there.
All right, I get it. I gotta move.
Has ever been put forth to prove a facility ever existed at Papoose Lake, where Bob Lazar himself said the top secret government-owned UFO hangar was. But here's where it also, another point of proof that there couldn't have been a base there. That base is absolutely radioactive. So radioactive that people have to wear radioactive badge monitors when they're in that area. And so the government couldn't put a base there because you would die for spending a few days there. And here's where the story gets sad. This gentleman, Jerry Friedman, who was all over that area for days on end, maybe 3 or 4 days, he got cancer and died shortly after his trip. Yes.
Whoa,
so there
buddy, but that
could not be a base
that
there.
Gave him cancer to cover up the truth
cover this all up.
Base.
Yes.
Like, think of it. If there's alien technology, surely it's radioactivity proof.
We could go to the next slide.
Yeah.
And the next slide is even more proof that there's nothing at the location. Bob Lazar claims the S-Force facility is just off the dry lake bed, and hangar doors had a sand coating. But the problem is that recently there's been many flyovers. There's a pilot who got permission to do a flyover over this area, Gabe Zolfman, and he published...
Hold on, Gabe Zoffman?
Gabe Zoffman?
Gabe Zoffman, Steve? Okay. Sure, okay.
Well, anyway, he
is praised that soon, you didn't know?
Go ahead, Steve.
He did flyovers of that entire area that showed there was nothing that Bob Lazar described. There was no road leading to the facility, there's no facility, there's no guard shack, there's no oppressive military people, there's just nothing there. So we can go to the next slide.
By the way, that last slide reminded me of a movie about, have you heard of The Conqueror? Where they filmed in an actual nuclear test site, and 91 of the crew got cancer.
Oh no!
It was a John Wayne movie. It reminded me of that fucking story.
And by the way, a lot of what I'm sharing
Thanksgiving,
comes from researcher Michael Schratt. So since Lazar's story broke in 1989, Bob's parents have never come forward to substantiate any of his claims of having worked at Area 51 or S4. In fact, in 1985, Bob borrowed $15,000 from his father, and he only repaid $1,000 of it back. We know that because shortly before Bob Lazar came out with a story in 1989, he declared bankruptcy, and he fucked everybody that he owed money.
One more puzzle piece.
All the money. So according to Bob's W-2, this is a W-2 that he furnished, he was only paid for a total of $958 for back engineering these alien spaceships. And Schratt writes, what could Bob have possibly learned about such a historic project from only working there a few days? Researcher Norio Hakawa, I don't even want to try to say that, Hayakawa, did an in-depth analysis of the Social Security number on Bob Lazar's W-2 and found out that it actually belonged to some woman from New York City. In addition, Lazar never provided any paycheck stubs which would help verify his claims. And also, this is a stupid point, but it's very important. On the W-2, Bob Lazar claimed that his employer, it's even printed there, was the United States Department of Naval Intelligence. That doesn't exist. That does not exist. So,
well, how do you know that though? It could be a secret, classified.
They don't want you to know. Yeah, it makes sense.
And the employer number doesn't exist either, which is something. There is a department. There is a separate department that deals with naval intelligence, but it's not called that, and that employer number is wrong. This is something that an amateur faking a W-2 might make a mistake on, but a real government employer would not make that mistake. And we can go to the next slide. Okay, so this is a letter to John Andrews. Thank you for your patience upon receiving this copy of the W-4. So people tried to verify the W-4, and the Department of the Navy, let me get it on my screen. I apologize, but I can't read that. I'm half blind. 1 second. I'll
good.
Right up to. All right, I got it. Okay, so thank you for your patience upon receiving a copy of the W-2 form that you provided.
I just need the letter G.
Our acting inspector general to make the necessary inquiries at the Naval Intelligence Command. So it was called Naval Intelligence Command, not what he called it. To determine its authenticity. As you know, there is no
electrolytes. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Entitled the Department of Naval Intelligence. Notwithstanding, the typed employer identification number on the form was advised that, notwithstanding the typed employer identification on the form, I was advised that NIC did not issue the form. So the government didn't issue this W-2. Somebody made this. It's completely and totally
fake. So it's all
fake.
just total fucking bullshit.
It's all fake. Yeah, we can go to the next slide.
It's not true. It's game over, isn't it?
Oh, I got more for you. Go to the next. Go to the next slide.
I did.
We'll go
Yep.
to the next one.
We're on
the. All right. I'm sorry. I have to follow along on my side
You're
because
like,
I can't see.
all good. Yeah. I'll let you know.
Okay.
I'll let you
So
know.
here is one of my favorite points of data. I like data points that prove he's lying. So. In 1995,
the new fad?
I believe, he said
oh my
the
god!
disc,
Hold on.
The flying saucer he worked on was 40 feet wide and 15 feet tall. In 1996, he said, and several times since then, including Jeremy Corbell's documentary and other sources, he's claimed that the disc that he worked on, the flying saucer he worked on, was 52.8 feet in diameter. In 2019, he said it was about 50 feet or so in diameter and was roughly 20 feet tall. And this is from Dreamland, his own autobiography. So in his autobiography, he said the flying saucer spaceship he worked on was 50 feet in diameter. But here's a big problem. Because this is an original sketch by Bob Lazar of the base that he worked at with the hangar bay doors. And in his original sketch, he claimed that the hangar bay doors were 40 feet wide. So a big question for me is, how does a 50-foot diameter spaceship get out of a 40-foot door? Bob Lazar routinely lies, and it's difficult when you're lying to keep track of all your lies. A 50-foot diameter spaceship cannot fit through a 40-foot door.
Steve, I can defeat that. Element 115.
Never buying Gatorade again. I'm clicking the thing Flippy said. Never buying Gatorade again. 5-pound bucket of fucking horse electrolytes from the Tractor Supply. Never getting hungover again on being iron deficient. I am the hashtag boss, sipping on half a horse dose, and I feel great. My skin is fucking tingling. Probably a sign that you should not be sipping horse electrolytes. It's posting the details. He's uninsured in Mississippi. Woke up energized, drinking heavily. Real deal, I feel fantastic. For use in horses only. The response is, I feel amazing. There are people here who actually in the comments that actually want to try it. No.
Slide.
That sounds dangerous, you guys.
It reiterates what we've already spoken about. No yearbooks from either MIT or Caltech during the early 1980s show any listing for Robert Scott Lazar or variations
He's going to get his blood work done.
Despite his statement indicating he achieved his degree from MIT.
Hopefully he doesn't have any, I don't know,
that a professor at MIT was
disease
named Hosefield
from eating stuff that's not for him.
Duxler. Records indicate that it was never Dr. Hosefield who taught at MIT. Furthermore, Professor Duxler never taught at Caltech, but did teach at Pierce Junior College, as confirmed by Stanton Friedman. So, his education claims completely and totally fake. And which one are we up to here? I'm sorry, I lost my place. Just give me a moment here.
The last slide there, no?
Oh, that was the last slide. So I've got just a little bit more for you, and we'll wrap it up quickly.
Okay.
Okay. So, and we can kill the. It doesn't really matter. So, interestingly, Jeremy Corbell comes out with a documentary, and he's very like, "Oh, we're going to blow this thing wide open, and it's time to take the microphone back from the debunkers, and we're going to have all this new evidence that Bob Lazar."
The microphone back from the debunkers?
That's what he said. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
so
hot.
He claimed that there would be all this new evidence to prove that Bob Lazar really worked at Area 51. And a big problem was the only evidence in the only thing new in Jeremy Corbell's documentary in 2018 was that he shows Bob Lazar a picture of a scanner, a hand scanner. And Bob Lazar looks at the picture and says, "Oh, I never thought I'd see this again. You found it." And Jeremy Corbell claims that Bob Lazar described this hand scanner at the secret base that would x-ray your hand and measure the bones, and that's how they would know it was you, sort of before, eye print identification, I guess. But the only problem is that was in, one second, that was in Steven Spielberg's film, Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Yeah.
And that came out right before, of course, before Bob Lazar's story. So somebody mentioned the hand scanner. It was in electronics magazines, the hand scanner. Bob Lazar was an electronics guy. Certainly he could have seen that. The other new so-called evidence was at the end of Jeremy Corbell's film, they claimed that the FBI raided Bob Lazar's business looking for the element 115, the secret space fuel, and that Jeremy Corbell and Bob Lazar and George Knapp claimed there was 50, 60 guys there. They spent all day there going through his business, and that is not the case. What actually happened, I talked to the FBI agents. I talked to the local sheriffs. The reason they were there,
Oh my God!
They were there to get sales records because Bob Lazar, his business sold. I
missed the
always
G.
get this wrong. It's either thorium.
I missed
or
the
thallium.
G. I got all the pieces, but missed the G.
And so,
isn't thorium like a really radioactive compound?
Exactly. And so, allegedly, what happened is that somebody in another state, separate from where Bob Lazar had his business and lived, ordered this radioactive
It's the final boss, but
from
I need
Bob
to
Lazar.
get the G and then open up the temple.
He fed that to his wife until she died. So Jeremy Corbell needed an end to his film.
What?
And he claimed, yes. So he claimed that the FBI and the police were all there looking for the element 115. But it turns out that I talked to the FBI, I talked to the police. This was a routine murder investigation. There wasn't 50 people there. There was about 10. 2 of them were hazmat guys that had to go in and clear that the other people could safely walk around in this business, and there was nothing hazardous. After all, somebody had been allegedly murdered from material from Bob Lazar's business.
Let's just restate in plain terms what you just said. Somebody murdered his wife by feeding her radioactive material he obtained from Bob Lazar.
Yes, poisonous or radioactive material. Allegedly, I haven't followed up on that.
Allegedly, Carl. Allegedly.
With this is some wild
stuff.
Well,
I figure that one of the best explanations for how willing these people are to lie.
R.I.P. Mama JF, by the way. Go ahead.
They thought that they could just put in a film that the FBI raided Bob Lazar's business looking for flying saucer fuel. So I talked to all of I talked to the FBI agents that were there. I talked to the local sheriff at Bob Lazar's business, and they were all shocked to learn that this was turned into a plot device to sell a documentary. So they overhyped what really happened, and to this day, and by the way, this is the point at which George Knapp stopped speaking to me. I have private messages where he is like talking to me like I'm a child, saying, how many murders did you investigate? This isn't, you don't know what happened. I spoke to the agents that were involved. They were there for like...
Once has gifted 25
subs!
Yeah, that's a good one.
Sorry, I had to interrupt.
Steve show.
Let's
go!
Sorry to interrupt, but that.
Some more there.
Oh, big support.
Let's go.
You got praise
Big
cats, bitches.
More things solid ones. Wow, massive. Sorry for interrupting.
No, so basically they lied about a real event in order to hype it up to sell the film, and the film was sold based on these lies, and nobody except for me and I'm aware of one other person actually spoke to the FBI agents. And by the way, I got on the record statements. It's in some of my previous reporting proving that the FBI raid
became the unofficial third host. I like him.
Nothing to do.
It's definitely a different air. Like it's almost like I'm not even watching the casino.
There, they did a briefing the day they were doing the raid.
I think he brings like
to serve a search warrant to get these records.
Almost like a
sales
straight man kind of vibe.
Product. Most of them had no idea. The sheriff knew something.
Okay, can I get this G?
This guy's kind of a wackadoo. He has the science company in town, and he sells stupid shit to stupid people, like science kits. He had a little bit of an inkling that Bob once claimed something about working at Area 51 or aliens, but all the FBI agents had no idea anything about his flying saucer. They were just there doing a routine search warrant to get the
it's so different from the yelling you would naturally expect from Dvorsky,
and Jeremy
PvP, or even Ralph.
And George Knapp lied and said there was 50 people there. They were there all day. They were there for less than an hour. They went in first a hazmat. And they did
I remember this temple.
Guys. Yeah, this guy was selling poisonous material that may be dangerous. They sent a hazmat guy in to make sure it was safe for them to go. And
it's supposed to be based on like well, I don't want to sound like a dunce. It's supposed to be based on something from one of these indigenous cultures. I gotta endure 5 trials, and I think I gotta do it with that checkpoint.
A Hollywood screenplay that Bob Lazar's partner, Gene Huff, who he sold the VHS tapes with, wrote. And in that Hollywood screenplay is a scene in which the Men in Black and the FBI come to Bob's house and raid his house in order to steal back the flying saucer fuel. And I'm 100% sure that Jeremy Corbell had that Hollywood screenplay before he made his documentary. And so what we get with the Bob Lazar story is mostly lies, and nobody will give you all these data points that I gave you tonight, and some of them came courtesy of. There's a website I want to mention. There's a guy named Jeremy Rise.
Can I get a heart?
He has a website called Bob Lazar Debunked, and I pulled some of this material from there. And also Michael Stratt has done some good work, and I've been digging into this.
Trial 2.
The sad part is that most people who are promoting and profiting from the Bob Lazar story, and let's be clear, they've made millions of dollars, they only give you half the story. And tonight, I try to give you, to the best of my ability, the other half of the story.
I saw one thing in chat, a couple people mentioned, Steve, and then we'll wrap on Bob Lazar. But what's this? Somebody said Bob Lazar's prisoner wife?
Yes.
No.
That's why I thought I had more. Let me take a look for 1 second. I thought that they were included in the slides. And
I knew it was too good to be true.
2 more data points. I'll see if I can't find the slides, but in the meantime,
I gotta not get hit in that first trial.
So interestingly, Bob Lazar's wife.
Why did he put the hardest trial first?
Right before he came out with his story, Bob Lazar's wife at that time was arrested and convicted of murder. And here's where the problem comes in. She was heavily involved with the Hells Angels, and she was arrested for murder.
Now, see, like Steve, if the Kino Casino
I need to save the heart
would have led with the murderer wife, Steve. You saved the murderer wife for last, Steve.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm doing the best
it's all right, Steve. Now let's hear it. This is crazy shit, Steve.
Okay, so interestingly, Bob Lazar's wife at the time, right before he came out with a story, he had one wife.
We gotta do that one hitless.
Was arrested.
2 and 3 I can do without getting hit.
And she was convicted for murder. And so what ends up happening is that the reason that this is important is because right after he's living with this woman that had direct ties to organized crime, he also declares bankruptcy right before he comes out with his story. And then he claims that he got top secret access to the most secret base on planet Earth.
Based on what?
If you talk to anybody who does the clearances for these people, most of them would tell you that you can't get clearance to work at Area 51 if you have financial problems. You can't get clearance to work at Area 51 if you have ties to organized crime. And certainly his wife, for 100% certain, has been convicted of murder. And they had financial problems since Bob Lazar, declared bankruptcy right before he came out with his story.
A little dicey, but
remember, it was the height of the Cold War.
I can do that consistently now.
In the late 80s.
There's the whole motive for this whole story. That's why, right?
Yeah, he needed money, maybe, right?
Straight up.
Yeah, it could very well be that he needed money. So, and there's so interestingly, I talked to many people who did those kind of background investigations and clearances and showed them the court information from his wife's being convicted of murder. We could show the bankruptcy documents. Everyone that I've spoken to said
6 or 7 I gotta bounce off of. I could do it.
That he would have been given a clearance given this information. They just wouldn't do it because it's a security risk. You have financial problems, you could be bribed. If you have ties to organized crime, that's a security risk. So there's no way, and Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp know these data points that I'm describing to be true, but they will not acknowledge that this is the case.
Last trial.
And did she kill herself as well? People in chat are saying that. Okay.
Yes. So here's where it gets even crazier. So after Bob Lazar comes out with his story, he hooks up with another girl who I believe was one of the whores that worked at his brothel, but I could be mistaken. There's various rumors to that effect. And he goes to Las Vegas and he marries another woman. And then he returns back to his wife, and shortly thereafter,
How?
He found her in the
How do you dodge
garage.
that
She had
one?
killed herself
Now wait a minute.
by asphyxiation. And a lot of people believe, a lot of people believe that she killed herself by asphyxiation because she
I need to save that hit for the last one.
Was despondent over his marriage of another person. And,
Dave is a straight man. Don't make me laugh.
Not
with that attitude.
You guys always have to keep in mind, and I know you forgive me, and I hope the audience will too. But I am visually impaired, and so I left out a bunch of slides, and we should only take a few minutes to go through these slides because they're very important.
All right,
and they clearly establish that what I'm saying is factual and accurate.
Factually
accurate.
accurate.
Upload them right now. Just give it 1 minute, and they'll be here.
Sure.
And in addition to the information I just shared with you, there is additional information that proves 100% that Bob never stepped foot at Area 51. There was a gentleman who worked at Area 51 as a security guard, and on my channel, there's a video called "The Definitive Proof Bob Lazar Never Worked at Area 51." In that video, a friend of mine, Victor Colliero, he interviewed this guy Fred, and his real name escapes me at the moment. So we want Bob Lazar, slides. Bob slides. Are they there?
No. In the I see.
We should go Bob slides 1 through.
Hasn't updated. Let me refresh.
Just refresh. Yeah.
And just while that's refreshing, somebody asked, "Is the lawsuit with Area 51?"
Let me use the bathroom.
Yeah, the N for 4, because I'm not going to read his full name because it's insane. Wrote, "Steve, is the lawsuit with Area 51 associated with that radioactive material Bob said to
Yes, and this ties right into what I was just speaking about. So the Area 51 security guard.
Got 5 trials I gotta
gave an on-the-record interview with a researcher friend of mine. He said that at the time Bob Lazar came out with his story, he was an Area 51 security guard, and we know he was because he's part of those lawsuits about the burn pits. And his name is listed in court documents as being an Area 51 security guard. So who better than an Area 51 security guard would know if Bob Lazar ever worked at that base? But it gets better. So in 1989, when the story broke, he was a security guard at Area 51, and he became quite curious. So he checked all the Janet flight logs. Anybody that flies in or out of Area 51 usually flies on this Janet airline. And there's logs of everybody that gets on a Janet flight or off a Janet flight going to Area 51. No Bob Lazar. But further, there's also a check-in and check-out log at Area 51. In other words, not just the Janet flights are you logged on, but when you step foot on the Area 51, you're logged as a visitor or whatever you're doing, employee. And then when you leave to go off of Area 51 for any reason, you're logged again. So this Area 51 security guard checked both the Janet flight logs and the Area 51 check-in and check-out logs. There's no Bob Lazar. And some people say, oh no, Stephen, he said he worked at S4, not Area 51. And this is where it gets stupid. Like he said that he flew into Area 51 and then
I'm trying to escape from Donkey Kong Island. This is the last level before the final boss.
He's not
I
in
still got
any
Secret
of the
World.
logs whatsoever. He's not in any of them. So we'll go through these Bob slides quickly. Just give me 1 second to get.
And I'm learning about aliens with this guy.
Situated here. I somehow left those out of your folder, and I apologize. Because these are important.
I have the Bob Slides 1 opened.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, that's so funny. I'm only getting a preview of it. Just give me a second.
Yeah.
How are you getting it on my Google Drive and I'm not?
I hacked.
All right. What? Oh, I can read it. It's good enough.
Okay.
So this is from a researcher named Signals Intelligence, and you'll notice that I brought together the best research. Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp had 30 years to talk to Bob's supervisors at Los Alamos to confirm that he really was a scientist. They always claimed that they
literally call it Tiki Sings. But this don't ask how I know the names. I'm a fucking Mario nerd. You already know this.
Bob Lazar. So he
don't act like you're so surprised. I know the name of the enemy.
Which is Signals Intelligence. Did you ever follow up to actually verify his claim that he was a physicist? This is about that article. And this person that wrote the article calling Bob Lazar a physicist said, I kind of took it
getting old. He can't keep up anymore. It's tough.
I talked to a lot of guys up there at Los Alamos who were nuclear physicists.
I feel like my first attempt was the best attempt.
What they said. So we can go to the next slide. That just confirms what we've already covered. And so the next one, so this is Signals Intelligence, a researcher talking to people that actually worked at Los Alamos at the time Bob claimed to be a senior staff.
It was pretty weird how PvP is audible here, but on DSP stream he wasn't.
He was actually a
DSP tried to gaslight people saying it was PvP's fault.
Proton project. John, and all this is on.
Really
he was not a physicist, to the best of my knowledge.
Yeah, I don't know. It might be Ashton's mic.
Well, what role do you remember him having? John, well, when I was at Los Alamos at the lab working, he did some electrical technician work, just as we've said previous, that I'm aware of. There was no reference to him ever having a background in physics. If he does, he should be able to put forth his degree.
Please let me do this without getting hit.
From. Author, could you tell me a little bit about what kind of work he would have done? Possibly some electronics associated with the project that he was working in support of. I mean, it could be. I'm not saying that this is anything related to what he's claiming or what he may have done, but as an example of what a support electrical tech would do, if you were setting up an experiment and you needed to have an interface module go between detectors and a computer, Bob would do that. So he was not a physicist. Next slide.
I mean, we have like a direct eyewitness just saying, listen, this is what Bob actually did, and he's just full of shit. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Next slide. And we go to the next slide. Was the lab closed to the public? Would you have to go through security to get there? And John says, yes, you would have to have clearance and a badge to be able to get into where I worked. And
shit.
The author is trying to clarify. I made it. John says, I don't know the status of any clearance he would have had. He did have to show an ID badge. So we can go to the next slide.
Ladies and gentlemen. And that's how it's done. I'm in. I'm in. That's all of the orbs collected. This in turn unlocks the super secret final world. This also leads us to the final boss, Tiki Tong Terror. We have to finish Donkey Kong Country Returns.
It's time for a celebratory bubble blow. Thank you everyone for that. Thanks for the engagement today. Appreciate that.
Thank you for the bubble blow. More to the boss than the rocket ride this time. Big ups. All right, we'll let them babble on about UFOs so they start talking about DSP. I don't get a Diddy barrel? I have to get to the boss first? I don't remember this part. Oh, there's Diddy. Not that Diddy. You know, this style of rocket ride wasn't in Tropical Freeze. Woo! I'm supposed to mash B. I'm supposed to mash B. Last time they made you do this on the Factory World, you didn't have to. You could have done it without mashing B. I didn't need that extra life anyway. Leave me alone. Juke 'em. Bob and weave. Bob and weave. I like the visual narrative going on here, like you're actually, you know, going up there. Damn it! It was literally right there, wasn't it? It's good visual storytelling. You're actually going up the volcano. Bob and weave. I gotta stop doing that. I'm treating it like an auto scroller. And this is one of the few moments of verticality, you're right. They don't call it a side scroller for nothing. So you want it to do like a Mario 2 Doki Doki Panic kind of level? You want a Doki Doki Panic kind of level? With vertical platforming? Oh my lord. I didn't even touch the ship, I touched the propeller. I didn't even touch the propeller, I touched the winds generated by the propeller. Yeah, you know, people were saying Ikaruga yesterday too. Where's my fucking banana gun at? Where's my banana missiles? Damn it. Kid, you died to this 1,000 times. I'm sure Kid, you also had like 90 lives at this point. Now there better be a checkpoint once I actually get up to the boss. Surely they won't make me do this every time I die to the boss, because you know a death is gonna happen. And if a death doesn't happen, I'm a stun on all y'all. I'm giving it all she's got, Captain. I translate that into monkey speech. That's what Diddy's telling Donkey Kong right now. Of course, they all speak in banjo voices, because of course. Oh, we made it! It only took a gazillion lives. Oh, you don't get Diddy back for the boss? God damn it. Oh, cutscene. Look at Diddy's dumb little Nintendo hat. What a goofy goober. Is it the last of the bananas? It's a pretty small pile. For that to be DK's banana horde? There's not really that many bananas there. I guess we took the rest of the bananas back already? Alright, the tikis are back. That's the guy. He's the one. So look at this shit. This shit does not make any sense. So they get the bananas. They toss the bananas with the little squiggly stick hands into the tiki boss, and they fill him up with bananas. And then he eats the bananas, and he spins around, and the other tikis all line up. And then he barfs out the bananas that they put inside of him, and then he barfs the banana goo all over the other tikis, and they all like shower themselves. Tiki's like, what the fuck is happening? And they all get melded into like gold balls, and then they all merge into each other. And I don't know what is this? Molten banana goo. That's the real banana juice right there. Anyway, all that for a pair of hands. Alright, let's fucking go. So if I remember correctly, yeah. Oh. I could never get a hold on that attack where I can't hit him when he slides the hands like that. No. Already? Tell me he does something to get that hand back. Oh, you can't roll into that? Diddy! I tried to keep Diddy. Oh, he faked me out! He juked me! Shut up! Alright, I kind of walked right into that one. Oh, now the cutscene plays without Diddy! That's not fair! He fucking juked me! He juked me! Ow. Damn it. It's that little startup DK has before he's running at full tilt that gets me. Yeah, they really do take Diddy from you. Okay, look, I hit him that time. Big ups. 2 and 2, that's how the speedrunners do it, speedrunner strat. What a ne'er-do-well troll. Big ups Algernaut for the vote. Oh! Damn it. Thank you, Algernaut, for the vote. Let's get some votes. You can't, if you roll jump away, you can't rebound back in time to get stomp on the button. You have to walk normally. Pick me out. Stop! You're not funny! There. The animals in the background are a nice touch. Reminds me of the Lion King. Oh, he's on the level now. Woo! Okay, that's where you gotta do. You gotta jump on his head. No, it's gotta be a perfect arc. Shit! This is insane! That was the final phase? Okay. No, I saw it! I saw it! Oh, you meant the heart, not the tikis. Okay, I didn't see it. I didn't see that the heart was on fire. I'm blind. I heard the heart noise. I guess you could get the heart without him tricking you by getting it while he moves the hand. Oh, that was real close for DK. That's not a complete fake out. You could get that heart. It would probably be easier to get him with Diddy. No! That could have been it. I wish I could replay that segment now, literally just for the diddler. Okay, one. Then he just moves on to the tiki. You gotta blow out the heart that's on fire then, I presume. Or, I guess just wait. No! Oh, it's not even there! What? Well, maybe the other flood. You know what? The other fire tiki that descended on it took it out, I guess? I wanted to jump on it. We're already off to a bad start. That kind of worked? Oh, I was in the middle of it. Man, you get no mercy. If you don't touch the red gem, they just don't give it to you. If you touched a hand, it doesn't count. You gotta be dead center. That's fair, I suppose. Where's my heart? Well, one more hit. Tell me, if I had not missed that, I would have gotten 3 hits on him without him having to do the fire attack. That was close. Me a smash. No, that was a bad jump. You need a running start. What now? Oh yeah, that's better. No! Ah! Lingering fire. Are they showing him Ricada stuff now? We don't want Ricada, we want the guy. Ooh, hit by the hand. I've never been hit by just a hand idling. Whacked me. All the lives gonna go to this. My life money. Wait, okay, that worked out. Two and two. Can I get another heart back? Kinda regret how that played out. There. Heart. My bananas! Okay, one. God, the background stuff is pretty good, but sometimes it messes with my perception of where the tikis are. No heart that time. Okay, got a heart. No, I thought for sure that would have hit. Oh, that's bad. Okay, that one's not on fire. I think they want me to jump over the shockwave and just onto the button in one jump. I don't think I can do that as regular DK. Oh, fuck. I don't get enough time for that final jump. There we go. Give me a simple hand slam next. There we go. Now give me 3 shockwaves in a row so I don't have to endure any of your other attacks, please. That's one. Why does he have a self-destruct button inside of him anyway? For what purpose does that serve, sir? 2. The third hit has to be rule of 3, right? It has to be rule of 3. This attack's not too bad once you understand how to dodge it. This one, though... You get all the shit in the background trying to distract you every which way. Smash. There it is.
It's done! It's done! He's dead! He's dead! Tap back! Tap back! He's dead! He's dead! He's done!
So is DK. He's on the moon. Or is he dead? Out of nowhere.
TK punches the moon and he's pissing on it!
And that's how we felt the Tiki Menace. The volcano shoots the moon back into the sky. The bananas returning to the island subsequently break the animals from their hypnosis. Donkey Kong recoiling from his punch. It's like My Hero Academia when the kid's hands get fucked up after he does literally any attack. And so, the day was saved. Diddy has a separate ending cutscene if you complete it as Diddy solo. Alright, image and music gallery updated, diorama gallery updated. Based on the work of the original development staff. Oh, I heard this was a big drama.
Allow me to dazzle you.
What? Big ups, the 200-bit cheer from BR Joe. 200-bit cheers. Thank you. You didn't have to do it, but you did it anyway. And I appreciate you for doing it. So this is the big drama of the now, if you care for a drama that only Arlo would want to care to talk about. They erased the credits for the original developers and changed the original credits completely, and they only credit the devs for the remaster. They did this previously with Metroid Prime Remaster, and everyone cried about it back then. And this wasn't Nintendo, but Namco also did it with Pac-Man World Remake. But in that one, they eventually repatched the game, and they put the original credits back in. But Nintendo didn't do it for Metroid. So people are seeing this pattern, Nintendo erasing the proper accreditation there for the OG devs, and it's a big drama. Look, I feel like you should credit both teams, right? Maybe credit the original team first. You can still have, like, based on the work of the original development staff, but then just have the original credits and then put the remaster credits after. Because, like, the remaster people, you know, they remastered it to make it look better, but they didn't make the game originally. Overall, where would Dingus put this on the country scalometer? The scalometer here? Well, 3 is my favorite, and then I probably do Tropical Freeze after, then 2, then Returns, then 1. Honestly, before playing this, it would have been the other way around for Returns and 1. I would have put 1 over Returns. But there were a lot of good levels in this game, especially near the end, that I had completely forgotten about, or ones that I remember, but did not remember level design being as strong as it originally was. This was very good. Very good. Soulful and Kino as I remember it being on the 3DS, because I didn't play it on Wii. Is this worth a play? Well, you already saw me play through the game over the course of a week. It is a meaty game. This has over, I want to say, at least 20 more levels than Tropical Freeze. Tropical Freeze is a stronger game, but is a shorter experience. I would say this has more levels, but not every level is as strong as Tropical Freeze's level, especially at the beginning. But toward the end, the levels start getting great. You can tell they had a fire in their heart towards the end with the ending levels. but it's still a strong experience. Very consistent throughout. The highs, even the lows. I think it's a fair 8.5 out of 10 there. Like, if Tropical Freeze is literally legendary masterpiece, 10 out of 10, 11 out of 10, I think we can give Returns an 8.5 out of 10. You can tell they were cooking. They were beginning to understand how to cook. Because this is Retro coming off of Metroid Prime. They had never made a side-scroller like this before. They were given the tools by Miyamoto there, and they were just told to cook, keep it simple, keep it to Country 1, don't have any elements for 2 or 3, and that's exactly what they did. And then Tropical Freeze started diving more into... Okay, this is the Golden Temple. But Tropical Freeze started getting elements from 2 and 3 is what I was going to say. It's an 8 for you? I think that's fair. I think like 8.5 is fair. You could say it plays it too safe, but I think they were doing that on purpose to stay true to the first Country game, and they didn't want to go too extra, because it's Retro's first side scroller. They had never done one before. Donkey Kong hadn't had a new game since years, so they wanted to play into nostalgia and keep it safe and grounded, so that the sequel could expand upon it and take it back to where the original sequels were. Only played Country, DK64, and Returns. Returns was definitely my favorite. Oh, I must have been gaslit over the past few years by looking at everybody else talking about the game. People hate this one in hindsight, but I think the high point, when it starts getting really good, is the forest. You see the level design start getting really strong in the forest, and then it just jumps. It jumps along with the difficulty at the cliff, and it's peak Kino. The factory world is 10 out of 10 throughout. And in Volcano World, a bit more subtle, a bit more subdued. It's kind of like Volcano is definitely below Factory, but still above the rest of the game. I would say the low point is probably that little stretch between the beach and the ruins.
You got cursed by a wizard.
Some people don't like the cave world being full of rocket and cart levels. I can understand that. I would say the beach to the ruins is kind of like the lowest of the low point. It's kind of weird you do a whole beach world, but you don't have a water world. I mean, not a water world, but you don't have a water level in the beach world. Now, Tropical Freeze makes up on that with the entire 4th world being almost entirely water levels. But that was kind of weird. And you have the Aquatic Ambience remix, but only when you're riding on the whale. Yeah, the Wii controls too. I should have mentioned that. The Wii controls... nobody liked the waggle shit. It was 2010, waggle shit. They were still trying to push it. 3DS version was I'd almost go as far as say 3DS version was definitive with the extra levels and the way better control without the waggle. Only problem is it wasn't in HD, and now we have it in HD with this version. Kino. Speaking of Kino, what the fuck, they're over? It's done? Now wait a minute there, bud. Where's the fill segment? Where's the fill segment? Where's the promised fill segment? Bros? Were we lied to? Carl? Carl, where's the fill segment? Hate Army? Hello? The fill segment? Ashton scammed? There wasn't enough support there, but it's really done. I didn't glitch out. Yeah, they lied. They did Ricada, and then that was it. They promised a big fill segment. No! What is it? They had the clip ready. You know what? It's Mr. Alien Guy's fault. He went way too long with the Bob Lazar stuff. I wanted to beat the game, and then okay, I'll beat the game, then I'll do some backtracking while we listen to the amazing fill segment content, and they didn't deliver. How could this be, Carl? Maybe he does it again. The absolute rascal. Well, I suppose we can listen to the Ricada segment now. Well, actually, let's do this. So I'm 88% on the percentage here. Okay, so I'm told this is the gimmick for doing Diddy solo. I'm gonna do this for the community goal. Fall asleep doing the Bob Lazar stuff. I like the UFO guy, but I like what he brings. He is a good third chair, and he brings a different dynamic. It's good that he's different in like terms of temperament and especially energy compared to PvE and Warzy, because you need that dynamic, right? You need that balance. But I feel like we kind of got the point that the dude was lying about, like, you know, being a Mr. UFO guy, lying about his education, lying about being employed in the government. Like, we got it. They should have moved on to see like what other kind of material he had, if not on that specific person, on like anybody else. I think the audience kind of got it. You could hear it in Ashton's voice too. It's like, okay, we get it. He's a fucking fake. He's a liar. Let's see, 2 players. Okay, to do this, because I want to keep using my Pro Controller. Ashton had to the end of the stream before going to be his DSP. Needs to get to 10k calories in for the next stream. Well, this is actually bad, because now they're on a 3-day schedule. So they did a stream Tuesday, did a stream today. Today was Wednesday going into Thursday. They might not even be live tomorrow, and then if that's the case, we won't get that promised DSP segment. If not today, then Friday? Because their schedule is supposed to be Monday, Wednesday, Friday, the stated schedule. But they didn't go Monday because Medicare streamed Monday, so they went on Tuesday. So it's Tuesday, Wednesday, off tomorrow, along with DSP, by the way. And then back Friday. And then they don't do anything on the weekends. Steve is perfect to bring in once or twice a month. Once a week has been a little too... I don't think it's been once a week. I think it was a bi-weekly thing. But no, you're right. I think he brings a good spin down there. He's good to bring when they don't have other content to dive into. Oh, this is the issue. My fucking Joy-Cons are out of charge. I was like, what the fuck is this not activating? Activating. Well, that's unfortunate. I'll probably end up clipping the little segment they had on them. The thing is, it was just kind of shit talk. I think what I'll do is I'll combine the talk they had for him tonight along with the talk they had with them yesterday. So you can get like a before and after the Smart Guys episode. Because I figure everyone's seen the Smart Guys stuff. It's not really worth clipping that. And that's not just me making an excuse because the whole episode was like... The whole episode worth of stuff to clip was an hour. And I don't want to put up an hour-long fucking clip. So I'll probably just do what they said about him yesterday and what they said about him tonight. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to make player 1 the Joy-Cons and then player 2 the Pro Controller. If it'll turn on. My other Joy-Cons are charging. Okay, so we have that there. Oh man, imagine playing motion controls. Okay, so per the community goal challenge positivity, I must do the final world as Diddy Kong. Actually, did I do... Like, this is done, right? Yeah, we're good. I just gotta make sure. The Koopa and the Troopas. Okay, so in 2-player mode, Diddy is no longer riding on DK. He's now, like, in the cutscenes, separate from DK. So, there we go. Yeah, okay, I'm moving both of them now independently. So I need to... Oh wait, no, there's a cutscene first before we do the actual levels. There it is, a giant golden banana. You may recognize this from the DK Jungle course on Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. This is what it's based off of. So they get the golden banana, they peel it, they peel solid gold. I don't know how DK's able to do that. They eat the banana, and then they die. And they get Dano Snap, rip DK. No, I'm just kidding, they get teleported. You voted for Corrin? Joke's on you. I like Corrin as well. Alright, so here we are. As I said, if you played the version of the game on the Wii, you're taken to the final level, which is the Golden Temple. So you see the strawberries and bananas there. If you're on Wii, you get taken to the strawberries and banana level. And that's one level, and it's pretty long, it's pretty hard, decent challenge, not as hard as any of the other levels we've done tonight. But that's it, that's the end of the game. However, with the 3DS version, you have an entire world added of 9 additional levels, each one based on one of the worlds in the regular game, but it's an all-new level with new mechanics and shit. It was formerly 3DS exclusive, until now, and it's in HD, it's not on a 240p handheld. So let's give it a try. So the first world represents the jungle world. We have 9-1, crushing columns. Just the amount of worlds in this game is pretty crazy compared to Tropical Freeze. Again, like Tropical Freeze got like 6 worlds, 7 if you count the very tiny bonus world, and this has like 9 full, complete worlds. Tropical Freeze is still a stronger game, but it has so much less levels. Alright, so I will demonstrate the Diddy solo mode. 999 bananas. 999 banana coins. I don't got nothing to spend them on there, bud. These levels weren't developed by Retro either. They were developed by the studio who ported it to 3DS. So it's kind of, you got like different people who made these levels compared to the people who made the levels for the main game. So first up, I gotta kill DK somehow. Oh, is that it? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the community goal, the solo Diddy run. We have 7 puzzles to find. Okay. Let's go ahead and see that Ricada segment. And then we'll put on the daily wrap. I guess.
At the bank, and Perry submitted a withdrawal slip to the bank teller they were collaborating with. The teller unexpectedly asked for ID, setting off alarm bells for Perry and Zoom, who then abandoned the transaction and surpassed that of any standard clearance and skip
past the alien stuff. We kind of get the idea.
Claimed to have pursued such a high-level security clearance while under the belief Tracy was a fugitive is puzzling.
Oh, mega overtime? All right. We might have some time. We got time to kill tonight.
Remember, she was a fugitive at the time that he claimed that he was background checked to work at Area 51.
Ricada just looks fucked. Like, I hate to interrupt this, but like, Ricada looks fucked out of his mind. The camera angle that he's got going on, and he's like fucking cracked.
Oh, okay. So they didn't even finish the Bob segment. They killed it to restream Ricada. And apparently it was probably so bad they decided to emergency end the stream in order to screen record it for tomorrow.
Out of his mind, but all right, we'll finish this off, Steve, but holy fuck.
I think we're done. I think we're done. Oh wait, there's one more. There's one more.
Okay.
Oh no. Yeah, no, that one's not unimportant. That was just about how does a 52-foot diameter spacecraft get through a 40-foot
grab those, I don't think.
Door. So I think we're good. I think we covered what we needed to cover.
Let's just go to live Ricada.
Yes.
For just one
yeah,
moment.
let's do it. Let's do that.
Oh, fucked up. What is this camera angle? You guys won't even believe it. You won't even believe it. And people are saying he's slurring. He's fucked.
Big ups Iviga, the tier 1, 3 months in a row for 8 months total. Expand Dog. Hi, how's it going, Expand Dog? How you doing, dude? Big ups, I just beat the final boss. I had the community goal with the channel points to force me to play the final secret world as Diddy Kong only. So that's what I'm doing. We got the Diddy Kong solo run. This is what I have to do. I gotta cheese 2-player mode in order to play as Diddy Kong solo. What kind of world is this? Oh, we gotta kill DK again. Yeah, Donk Souls 2, DK Must Die edition.
How did anybody ever let me do this?
Oh my god!
Bro, you gotta show Steve.
What's going on with Rakeda?
Oh, he looks high. He looks high.
This is what I want.
He looks.
Wow, there's a bunch of super chats and stuff. Thanks.
He looked so tired and haggard, and disheveled.
We'll get to all that.
Haggard
Guys,
was what I was gonna say.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to drag out this intro. Today, I was not planning on streaming yet. Like I said, I've still got a couple general things.
Yeah, clearly. Seems like you had other plans in mind.
A tired sleep will never.
Puzzle over here.
Or need to take care of before everything gets.
He looks beat up and haggard.
It's going all the way.
Yeah.
And
But you still have,
with my own personal legal stuff, which we're not going to really talk about.
Speaking
I'm sure we will.
You finished building the DK cart Lego. Big ups.
Yeah, thank you. You guys did 2 so far.
The extent of what needs to be said.
Are you gonna join Dave in his Lego building streams? You should do restreams of that while building your own Legos. I did not know he bought Legos. He had the Lego set for like 3 weeks now. I was told no one told me he bought Legos. I guess no one informed me, or maybe I saw it and then ignored it or forgot it or overlooked it. But I like that he bought the adult Lego set. He didn't buy like the video game Legos, like the ones you would expect him to buy. And I think that implicitly says to me that he thought he would feel embarrassed if he bought like the actual Legos. He felt like people would call him a baby, or like a little baby playing with Legos, getting the kiddie sets. So to like justify and for the sake of his own insecurity, to justify everything, he bought the adult mature Legos. But then, okay, he does that. That's his idea. That's fine. But then he buys the flowers. He bought the flower set. Like, no one wants to see you build flowers, Phil. You bought the same set. You're so ready. Well, I hope you have fun with that.
About it, but
oh my
it has to be because of insecurity.
He does seem nervous, doesn't he?
And then
because he was trying to say, oh, the Mario ones are too expensive, the Zelda ones too expensive. Bro, it's Legos. Ask any Lego dent. I'm sure Iviga can tell you. Legos are fucking expensive. You pay out the ass for any Lego set.
All of a sudden, we've got a shooter out in Nashville who goes and shoots up a school.
You're getting.
Which
3 members.
Well, this is America, so apparently, you know, if you watch the news,
We got a few super chats making fun of him. I saw before the stream started.
At all schools, but I get tagged on Twitter, and I'm immediately thinking, no.
Yanni has said that about on hold for a long time. They got Mario World and Viking Village, so it's worth it. Mario World, you mean the one with Mario riding Yoshi? I saw that one on the Twitters. Pretty cool.
Basically a rendition
got
of the
moving parts and shit.
Manifesto.
Dude, Nintendo tweets are like the only tweets I bother to check now.
He's so low energy.
It's not real. That's not a thing. Like, no one would actually be.
He needs to be drugged.
No, PvP asked him to like do like Gundam or Warhammer, because there are people in this sector that do like Gundam and Warhammer. Like Gondola. I've seen Gondola do like Gundam shit, and but shoot, Rakeda does Warhammer painting sometimes back when he was likable.
Beyond
DSP was like, you have to support the Lego streams first.
Would ascribe to this lunatic philosophy, and then I see that they apparently did. And I started reading this thing, and it
what's up,
actually read very similar to Matthew Harris's thing, and that's when I was like, oh, well, maybe.
That's the thing, Bungo Brownpill. He can barely form thoughts.
But then it directly
references. This guy's fucked up.
Yeah.
It's like brain damage or something. Okay. What's he doing?
No,
Is he
Diddy.
checking the demons in the corner? He forgot his booze. He forgot
The hollow
his
seal.
booze.
No, I completely
have
skipped
to
Street
stream
Fighter.
this, right? I think
Ricada is
I think
crashing
that's the
out.
rule,
It's
is
emergency
that if
Ricada
something so
restream.
crucial
Emergency
to
Ricada
the
restream.
channel came up, I would just have to finally talk about it.
And I thought I couldn't get any worse than Phil's camera setup.
Have no
Why do we got the chin up look?
No fucking idea who Matthew Harris is, what his philosophy is, or any of that stuff. They are blissfully unaware.
Dude, Diddy's peanuts are stronger here than they are in Tropical
probably
Freeze.
You're so slow.
They can actually kill enemies here.
So to
Why?
them,
Like,
they're just
look at
seeing
this. He just like
shooter with
keeps
these crazy
losing his
words.
train of thought.
And I
like,
said, but
trailing
Matthew Harris was always this way. Matthew Harris was always
It's shot so
insane.
deep. There was once a lawful
Manifesting
who did
psychosis
unlawful
because
coke.
America
Like
wasn't
all the
really-
super chats he gets from haters. He tripped this prick on a toe. Oh,
a
this
50,
person,
he got a
a 50 from a supporter there.
That it stands for. But Matthew
Day was in
Harris laid
Pico,
it
I
out
imagine.
in death sentences. He
They
actually
made fun
laid
of
it
him
out
tonight.
before that.
Not a long stream.
And
They
so
promised to watch a
we're gonna
video, but
talk
they
a
went too
little
long
bit
with this
about-
this alien dude doing alien, A-log and alien locales, UFO community locales again. They went too long with them, so I guess they put a pin in it till the next stream. But they were gonna talk about what video did they say they were gonna watch? They were gonna try to watch there's something about DSP complaining about it's too hot. So probably another classic riff.
His
Come on.
dissertation. Matthew
On
Harris
with
has a
it,
PhD
Hey,
in
bonus.
philosophy from Duke
Oh my
University.
God, who gives
I
a
have
shit about a
his
dissertation, bro?
Obviously, have the
if you
unbreaded
want
manifesto.
a classic lolcat we used to make fun of a lot, RTU, just an update here.
Yeah.
Apparently, his like main chat, like review tech streams channel has been like shadow banned, and he can barely. I'm not even.
No.
Yeah, I don't mind the
fucking
alien
joking.
content, but it did
And
kind of
the,
like it got to a point where we're like, we get it, man. The guy's a liar.
Barely breaks 300 fucking viewers.
Live viewers, yeah.
Well, they haven't had an
And
R2
now he's
segment in a
gonna
while.
quit it, apparently, deleted all his videos.
So Worski brought him just
and he's
now.
gonna apparently focus on the lolcow thing, side project.
I'm glad. You know, you have a guy, right, in Review Tech USA who had 1 million subscriber channel where he could have done streams with Jay and kept all the money and not had a boss, but instead he decided to do the exact same thing with Jay, except this time he has a boss named Keemstar.
Split money.
You know, and he has to split it now and give Keem half and give Jay.
That's actually a good point. Huh. You know, Rich is doing regular streams with JKB again, but now they're under the Keemstar banner, and now he owes money to Keemstar and has to answer to Keemstar. And it was really the same thing that he was doing before the start of anyone caring about RTU as a lolcow. Except back then he didn't have a boss, but now he does. Now he's subservient to Keemstar, which is something not even DSP can say about himself. Like, at least DSP doesn't have to suck Keemstar's cock and kneel to him. Oh, that's pretty bad. Like, nothing came out of that then. Literally nothing came out of that arc. Like, Richard Dickers just put himself in a worse situation. The exact same situation, but worse.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny?
Thank you, Seal, for the stream trick.
Keem was trying to get into UFOs, and I asked him for a job, and he wouldn't give me a job. But he gave a job to a couple other people, and he failed miserably in the UFO space.
Well,
I didn't know that.
Should have brought you on board, Steve.
He had something called Skyfire News, which was really just like a clickbait. It was like they were trying to clickbait everything, and I think it just... I don't know what happened with the people he hired. I still know them, but I don't really talk to Keem. But he's got a cool cabin right near mine, and I was going to go visit him, and we were going to hang out, but it just didn't happen
It just
yet.
never worked out. All right, let's do a little bit more here of Ricada, and then we'll probably call it for the night, I think.
As mimetic, using the language of memes, and which is hard.
Yeah, I would say having a whole hour of the wrestling show not be about wrestling, but be about Phil fucking dancing on PvP's puppet strings. I'd say that was pretty good. I'd say I would personally say PvP delivered on the promise that he made last night that he was going to make Phil answer to all this shit. The foot fetish, the tech support shit, the socks, the got Phil to say he only has 5 pairs of underwear. Got Phil to talk about his autistic schedule. This made it look like a complete bum. Made him get on his knees and do fake push-ups. Made him dance, literally dance. And and tricked Phil into retconning the push-up scam. The push-up scam. He said, "Oh, it was just jokes, man. We were just joking around." Leading Hate Army to make the brilliant debunked video in which he plays that clip right next to the classic clip of where Phil like sieves about it. But yeah, I'd say that was a good episode. That was like the best episode of Smart Guys yet.
Subs to Feltville. If we get 20 subs right now, we'll Feltville.
Hello, Cerulean.
25.
You might be ruining your wrestling job.
That has
Big up Saru. We beat the final boss of Donkey Kong Country Returns. I'm now in the secret world added with the 3DS version of the game. Now in this version. Through the community goal, I must now play only as Diddy. So I'm killing DK to force myself to play as Diddy solo. But big up Saru. Voting has restarted. Saru, get your vote in, Saru. Get your vote in, Saru. It's a new day to vote. And they promised a segment on DSP tonight, but they went to overtime with the alien stuff, so it didn't happen. Stuff, huh? But they still talked about him. They informed Steven on everything that happened on the wrestling show today. Oh, it was pretty funny. Yeah, Dingus approved vote rigging. Okay, let me kill DK again. So up a DK. The ADSP on in the background while I work. The hate fuels me. Ditto. That's literally me. And hello, Amran. But yeah, Sarah, they told Steven about everything, and they said they were going to talk about a day in which DSP was complaining about how hot it was. They were going to really razz him, but they just couldn't get around to it. I'd say this is more clip-worthy than the small segment they did yesterday. I feel like... Okay, so I feel like since everyone saw the actual Smart Guys, the show, you know, what happened today, I think I'm going to clip... Now that I have a reason to, I'm going to clip what they said last night and then juxtapose it with the reaction today. So it's like the before and after of today's Smart Guys. And I think that'll be a good... That's a good video with a purpose.
Are you trying to self-sabotage that show?
No!
You seem like you are.
No!
Yo, I'm gonna swoop in and get that job. I'll just pretend I like wrestling.
Well, it's an idea, Steve.
So it's written at the scholarly level with this sort of dipping its toes into this meme-based communication.
No, and Ricada's crashing out again. That's why they're watching him. Emergency restream of Ricada.
Oh, this sucks.
Okay,
nobody wants. Everybody tunes in to hear him talk about the case, right? They didn't tune in to hear this shit.
No, dude. I don't know.
Is he getting sentenced tomorrow? Did you say?
It's pretty soon. Yeah, in the next couple
Is it
days.
tomorrow? Yeah,
Is that true?
Tomorrow?
Is it? What?
Oh man,
they gotta do an emergency boot up.
Bad idea. I think we wait for people to clip this for Friday.
Well, I don't know if you heard, Seal, but when they were talking about him yesterday, I don't think you were here. PPP kind of exposed Worski and told the audience that Worski had left DSP on red for 4 days straight. Like DSP has been messaging Worski desperately for tech support, and Worski has left DSP on red for 4 days, literally on red. So he's had to go begging PPP for tech support instead. He just kind of outed that out of Worski. Oh, fuck, why'd you tell him that, bro?
Yeah.
Hey, Super Strange Times.
You know, I think we come back Friday.
Maybe even Worski has, like, patience. Maybe Worski's out of patience there.
There's a lot of stuff going on.
The Ralph school shooter.
I mean, like, I don't know. It's not really fair to say that, but he did the same shit to us the fucking last couple months ago.
Phil couldn't Google the answer to his question because...
I don't know.
Well, Phil should have just been like his wife and asked for help on Twitter.
Oh, the crazy shit going on with that shooter. I still am not on top of it and know exactly what happened.
So it more.
So I wanted to wait on that until I had
Does
a
Diddy not
full
have a big enough
understanding
hitbox
of
to grab
exactly
this?
what the fuck happened.
Do we
What
bring
this
back
guy was
RTU
about.
or no?
What do
Don't
you
bring back
think,
RTU.
Chad? Do we bring him back? Because the thing
Bro,
is,
his mom asking what he wants for dinner tonight.
Oh my
see
god,
that?
we may have to just do that out of obligation, but
I kind of miss.
I don't know.
Nobody misses RT. Let him be subservient to Keemstar.
Die a little bit. Yeah, you know what? Maybe you're.
Thing is, he's pretty desperate now to try and get into a drama.
So now he
with us,
wants
and
us. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because his show with Keem, from what I understand, it made $480 minus 30% for fucking YouTube's cut. Then
minus Keem's cut.
And then Jay also gets paid the same as Rich now, which is fucking insane that Rich has even agreed to this.
Seems like this benefits Jay more than Rich.
Exact same. No, doing his own fucking show.
Less. He's making less.
He's making.
I don't even understand some of Keem's projects. Like he's got that LoCal Queens, right? So like, it's like he puts people on there that the audience just comes in and shit all over and hate. They hate the host.
Yeah.
And that's the point of the show. Like that's
it's Jerry Springer.
Jerry Springer. Okay.
I think the audience hated Jerry Springer on his program.
It's making decent money and decent viewership. I can't hate on it.
I watched it. I watched it sometimes where he
should have probably kept Grace, but I think she was uncontrollable, and there is nothing he could do.
But that's what made this show at least.
Nothing he can do, huh?
The last I watched it, he was yelling at her to clean her apartment, and she was freaking out or something.
Go to the bathroom.
I sent him a message, and I said, you should give her a box of contractor cleanup bags. You know, did you ever see those huge trash bags?
Pick up Beans. Sweet Bean 96. Hello.
Rape, but then the guy went on.
Bean, the voting's restarted. It's a new day.
We had some super chats come in here.
Sorry,
we had always felt it for 5. He says, if aliens were real, would Trump have acknowledged this in his first presidential
That's true.
term?
Everybody vote. Guitar 64 gun.
Space Force. I don't think so, but do you have an idea on that, Steve? Like.
I kind of go. I really like. I'm not a huge Elon Musk fan, but
yeah, GPM got Crony to say his name. I think he paid money though.
I'm very interested in technology. Would certainly be interested in alien technology.
I guess it's better than paying Phil.
Visitors. I have more satellites and surveillance.
Wait, is that it?
Any other
oh no! Did I miss a puzzle piece?
I've seen
wait,
zero
no, I
evidence
didn't.
of aliens coming in and out of our atmosphere.
Yes.
I think he'd be a guy that would know. So as much as I love this stuff, I kind of think that there's scant or little.
Not that I have an issue with paying the dog VTuber corpo lady money. My notion is more so that she did not naturally, come to know GPM as such a close big fan, and then said his name naturally. Like how I say Carl. Oh, hey Carl. She was paid to. She doesn't know GPM like that.
Evidence. What we get is stories and lore, That's what we get. Mythology.
And then we got Hungry Triple H for 5.
All right, that's the first level.
Says, love the work you're doing, Steve. I was in the
level
UF
is based
stuff,
on the beach world
a while ago. Can you do a deep dive on Stephen Greer next time on Kino Casino? I remember Yeah.
I've covered him a lot. Yeah.
Okay. And then we got Karnov for 10. Great show, boys. Steve, I'm wondering, has being a skeptic ruined your enjoyment of a tightly wound conspiracy theory?
Not that skeptic.
Great nostalgia for listening to Coast to Coast AM.
Oh, I grew up listening to that. So yeah, it has kind of ruined. I don't.
New boss? No new boss. It's just 8 new levels, and then it ends with the cloud level from the end of the Wii, the Wii version.
I kind of miss those times.
The levels are all good though.
I used to just listen to.
I would say this beach level is better than the actual beach levels.
But I never stopped to go, gee, is this guy telling the truth? Did anybody check on this? And once I started to, they kind of ruin it. It's because we saw a perfect example tonight. Bob Lazar's story is a great story. This government scientist, he gets recruited to go work at Area 51. He sees the spaceships and he spills the beans. It's a great story, but we saw, especially towards the end of this broadcast here, the more you dig, like the more clear it is that there's no way that this guy really did any of this shit. It's just logic itself would say No way they let him on Area 51.
Of course, this is the gimmick here, the gushing geysers.
$20.
Stop cutting Mr.
Do
UFO
a
off.
reaction to Spirit Science History of the World. We need Steve's live reaction to it. It's the kind of content that can get Steve and PPP going on a crusade. Praise the cash. The Spirit Science History of the World. Okay, we'll have a look at that. And I guess that'll be it for tonight for us guys. Unless we get a last minute Hail Mary for Phil. But
India Video Friday. India Video.
No, wait a minute. They promised Phil for free. Now they're charging like 20 subs for it. Oh, well, they just said they'll get to it Friday. Fine, fair enough. It would probably be a really big clip if they ended up doing him tonight. That'll be my cope.
Friday.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, guys.
That.
All right, guys. Appreciate everybody. We'll see you in the next one.
And that's how the show ended. Is the wrap up? Let's get the wrap up. Oh, you're right. He's on OT, so it's not up yet. All right. Well, what else do I have? This is very dangerous to watch playlist. We need to. I gotta kill time to the wrap. Oh, I got something. Are we getting a separate Switch 1 Direct really soon? That's a good question. Let's find out. I don't know about these rumors, so this will be how I find out about them.
There's a rumor going around that in addition to the Switch 2 focused Nintendo Direct that is scheduled to air on April 2nd, I can't do it. I have to take the jacket off. It's too noisy. I have to gesture. I just can't. I can't talk without gesticulating wildly. Sorry. Okay. Anyway.
Gesticulating?
In addition to the Switch 2 Direct, we're going to get another Switch 1 themed Direct.
I like how he just doesn't edit that out.
And this rumor
It's a secondary channel video. Leave him alone.
Esteemed leaker Nate the Hate, who very recently accurately claimed that we would be getting a Switch 2 reveal on last Thursday. It seems during that same podcast episode, he also predicted the Switch 1 Direct in February, and I don't know if everyone was just kind of like, because I didn't initially hear about that part. People just kind of picking pieces out. So now that he was right about the Thursday
Diddy.
thing,
Look at Diddy. Look at Diddy holding the barrel.
Back and looking at this other part, and the thing about that
he was running a little
the
monkey
Thursday
feet.
Part still could have just been a good guess. It still could have. I stand by that idea because it still was just a really good time to reveal the Switch 2. But at the same time, you want to be seen as a good leaker. You can't throw too much stuff in there because then if one thing is true and the other thing's not true, then there you go. So again, it could be that he's got some connections to someone who knows what's going on, and that it is true that in addition to the Switch 2 Direct, we're getting a.
I do have to kneel in regards to this Nate the Hate guy. He did nail the Switch 2, the reveal date. I mean, he got it wrong that they would tweet about the announcement on Wednesday, but he did get the reveal date of Thursday correct. He has also in the past predicted stuff like the Fire Emblem Engage character, the hair color being red and blue, and shit like that. Just other. He'll be correct on stuff like that from time to time, so not a 100% correct leaker. We'll say like 50% correct leaker. So now he's saying we get like a separate Switch 1 Direct coming up soon, unrelated to the Switch 2 Direct in April.
Switch 1 Direct. Knee-jerk reaction. Ow, man. Oh, my knee. Great joke. Moving on, quickly. It seems so unlikely to me. I am aware that we've got, a handful of games coming to Switch 1 this year, but it doesn't feel like enough to make up a whole Direct to me.
Make it a mini Direct.
It feels like there have been times when we have.
I feel like the 3DS had one final Direct, even when the Switch was still existing, and they never said it was the final 3DS Direct, but it just ended up being the final 3DS Direct. And I think if this is true, this will probably be what this February Direct is.
I
mean, maybe they could talk about like cross-gen games.
More. than we do now. We have had more games that could use updates, and we have still not gotten a direct from it. You know what I mean? Nintendo only likes to do a direct if they have a lot, if they've got a whole lot planned. But right now, we have primarily got Metroid Prime 4, which is probably the best candidate for having some sort of presentation to reveal new stuff. We still know very little about the game. We don't know when it's coming. We've only had one brief trailer.
Okay, how about by Switch 1 Direct, what he actually means and what it will end up being, is be my prediction, probably, is that it ends up being a dedicated Metroid Prime 4 Direct to tell everybody about the game, besides like the little teaser trailer, because beyond the teaser trailer, we don't really have any concrete information. That makes a bit more sense. If you doubt that there's enough material left for one last general Nintendo Direct for Switch 1, then like just a completely Metroid Prime 4 focused Switch 1 Direct.
So sure, that's a good one right there.
I was looking at JC. I was looking at what JC wrote.
A remaster of an older game. It is still possible that they're going to give us some new features or something, but that's still just, it's not like a super brand new game that needs like a whole humongous info dump. That's the kind of thing that you could easily just do in like a trailer on social media or something. You've got Pokemon Legends ZA, but generally those things are revealed in Pokemon Presents presentations, and they're pretty much just always a Pokemon Presents in February. So it's kind of unnecessary to have like Nintendo Direct space for it. Usually it'll be like revealed in the...
Often there will be like Pokemon stuff in general Nintendo Directs. It's not impossible. It's gotten to the point where the guy who runs Cerebi is pissed when people say that. He has like he has on tap like a list of Nintendo Directs that are like general Nintendo Directs that have included Pokemon information. So it's not impossible for Pokemon Legends stuff to be in a general Nintendo Direct.
In the Pokemon presentation, and then like a reminder in the main Nintendo one. Or if they wanted to, they could tease it in the Pokemon one and do the full reveal in the Nintendo one, but overall I would just say it's not necessary. And then, forgive me if I'm forgetting something, I feel like the other like main like Switch exclusive game would be Professor Layton, but hasn't Level 5 done their own presentations in the past?
Level 5 experience, yeah.
They did reveal Professor Layton during a Nintendo Direct. So okay, that could be another pretty good one.
That shit's gonna go to mobile in like a year.
It does not seem like a lot to me, especially considering I know we've been here before. I know we've said this before, but it's even more true now. At this point, it's a little hard to believe that Nintendo is gonna have a lot of new stuff to announce for the Switch 1. I know that they're... Oh no!
I mean, cross-gen. Wii U and Switch cross-gens was really just Dance and Breath of the Wild, but GameCube and Wii cross-gen... Wasn't there more than just Twilight Princess? I might be wrong. And nothing was cross-gen Wii to Wii U. The way they worded that in the Switch 2 announcement makes me think there will be more cross-gen games than usual between Switch 1 and Switch 2 versus like say Wii and GameCube or Wii U and Switch 1, but remains to be seen.
Oh, I've been using my... Sorry to get off topic again. Like, I've been using my...
Hey, you thought I was a Nintendo neckbeard? Like,
yeah. Well, I think I broke it. I really
this guy takes the cake.
Oh, no.
And he's a faker fan than me.
Oh, I gotta buy him a new one. It's got air bubbles in it now. Oh, no. I keep it in my cold office, and it gets really hard.
He only really cares about Metroid Prime, Paper Mario, and
don't touch that anymore.
What the fuck, Pikmin.
Maybe I can tape it. Anyway, I mean, I have no doubt that Nintendo is gonna keep announcing things for the Switch 1, and it's probably gonna be like the 3DS, and like we have been seeing, just some like easy remasters and stuff. There was the rumor of like Kirby Planet Robobot or something. Sure,
I still want that. I have the copy of that on 3DS. I've not played it.
Brand new announcements, and that could be well suited.
I could see that being real because only Hal works on Kirby, and we don't know what they're working on. We haven't seen what they've been doing since Forgotten Land. So maybe like an easy Kirby Planet Robobot remaster. It would be weird for them to do a Robobot before Triple Deluxe, but I guess Robobot was more popular.
Nintendo Direct. So it's like it is possible. I just think I have a problem believing that Nintendo would have two different Nintendo Directs like announced and coming at the same time, especially if they were only like 2 months away.
Haven't they done that
weird.
before?
And obviously, if Nintendo, I don't believe Nintendo's ever done something quite like that before. If they haven't, then that doesn't necessarily mean they couldn't. Obviously, they could do anything that they haven't done before. Sure. It just seems a little bit weird.
It's pretty weird, you guys.
If we were going to get a Direct for just the Switch, I would say it would be that would be well suited for a Direct Mini. And a Direct Mini is the kind of thing that...
He said it would be a Direct, the leaker. He didn't say what kind of Direct it would be. So it could be a Direct Mini. It could be a Metroid Prime focused Direct.
They usually don't even, like, necessarily announce ahead of time. I want to say there's been 1 or 2 times they've, like, shadow dropped a
All
Mini.
right, all puzzles collected.
And that could work.
Minis have been shadow dropped before. The one that announced the Chibi Robo game on 3DS where you're running around as like a side scroller. The one everyone but me hated. Oh, come on, Diddy. Giving Diddy a chance to punch the shit out of the barrel. Armand Smith's novel. It's on par with the fanfiction of that one DSP Dentino Game Tracker. I read his fanfiction once for the rarest dingus YouTube stream. And I told myself I was going to read the rest of it, and I just never got around to it. It was too bad.
And you know, and that would kind of solve a little bit
Oh,
of
yeah,
the
you saw
issue
that
of
one.
having 2 Directs announced.
Yeah, I couldn't stand that dude. I could not make myself read the rest of that.
Stingy with their Direct Minis. Again.
Okay, we got level 3 Spiky Surprise representing the Ruins world.
And there have been plenty of times where they've had a lot to announce and they've ended up just giving it to us on Twitter. Even like collections of trailers over the course of like a few days, we'll get like a bunch of them, and it's just kind of like, why didn't you just kind of gather them all up and put them into a mini? They're really choosy about when they do minis, and I don't know what makes it happen. It's got to just be some exact little combination of announcements and third-party announcements or something.
Invisible Direct quota.
But yeah,
okay,
they don't do them a lot.
Pieces.
They've done like a few during the Switch generation, like just a few. And you know, I don't know, maybe it does make sense. I'm trying to open myself up to the idea. Maybe it does make sense because when the Switch came out, we really did see something of a divide between game announcements for Switch and for 3DS. Remember the E3 2017 Nintendo Direct? They announced like a bunch of games, and it was amazing, and we thought it couldn't possibly get better. And then, like, I just woke up the next day or something, and they had apparently announced Samus Returns. Like, to me, that was another bombshell announcement. Another Metroid game. They announced...
What he's referencing is E3 2017, where all the announcements for the main show were Switch-related. But on the show floor, they did Treehouse Live, and there they revealed games for 3DS. They revealed Metroid Samus Returns that he just mentioned, and he also revealed Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga, the remake, which was what got me hyped at E3.
It's a 3D Metroid game, and then they announced a 2D Metroid game. But for whatever reason, they just they didn't even have a presentation to put it in. They just released it separately because they just didn't want to announce 3DS games along with Switch games for whatever reason. Maybe they thought they didn't look impressive enough or something like that. And so,
well, the attention should have been on the Switch.
Like
I agree. That makes
where,
sense.
You know, we're going to get the Switch 2 Direct, and it could be that going forward, they don't really want to talk much.
Was it a really bombshell of the taking down another Metroid 2 remake stuff? I guess people would just at the time attributed that to the Nintendo being Nintendo. Did you look at that stuff back then, and did you think, oh, that's just Nintendo being fucking Nintendo again, or did you think, oh, they took it down because they're making their own Metroid 2 remake?
About brand new Switch 1 games during Switch 2 presentations. I could be wrong. Moving forward, you know, after the April one, maybe we'll get another one in September, and maybe it'll have both. Maybe they just want to keep them separated right now. But if there is a desire to keep some sort of separation,
come on, Diddy,
then you also have to consider that this situation is pretty different from the 3DS one, where the Switch essentially came and replaced the 3DS. It really did. Nintendo said that it...
Reggie told me the Switch would not replace 3DS and the Wii U, that it would be a third pillar, sir.
Want to, but it did. All of the games they released during the last year or two of the 3DS's life, they were all just really safe remasters and things. They didn't do very well. obviously the Switch was the big,
new,
Donkey
Kong has to die.
amazing, cool graphical thing. And in this situation,
Stop
the
DK.
3DS had a great run. It had really great whole generation. But the Switch has done
That really sucks for all those games that did come out during that time that Switch was out. The 3DS was still getting games. So it got some good games that kind of got forgotten about. It got a new WarioWare kind of like collection. Like it was kind of remastered, but it did have some new games in it. So yeah, a new WarioWare. Luigi's Mansion 1 remake, which people have been asking for on Switch. And that's the only Luigi's Mansion game still not on Switch right now. It got a Captain Toad port. It had like a Sushi Striker. That was a cross-gen game, but that was like a new IP. It had Detective Pikachu. I mentioned Metroid, right? The Mario and Luigi remake, Superstar Saga, and Bowser's Inside Story, and Kirby's Extra Epic Yarn. And I think I'm missing one more. But long story short, all of these games that I'm mentioning came out very late. They all sold poorly, and it's hard to get copies for most of them, I think, because they had low production runs.
even better, it's even stronger. It's still selling games by the boatload. So it could be that, yeah, if we want to keep these things separated, then that means we're going to have a whole presentation for Switch 2 games. But darn it, we still just have so many games to release for the original Switch. There is still so much life in this thing. And if we're going to be, even if all of the games going forward are going to be, you know, pretty kind of low effort, kind of cheap budget-ish games, safe remasters and what, like still cool games, but just, you know, all of the big games are being developed for Switch 2, then maybe it does make sense that they are just, no, of course we need to have a dedicated presentation for the Switch 1. We've still got all this stuff, you know? Yeah, but all the stuff that I listed, Metroid, Pokemon, Layton, and Xenoblade, but then like if they have, you know, 2 or 3 other remasters or something to reveal, and then some, like, you know, obviously third-party stuff is still rolling in for the Switch. We're not going to go straight over to Switch 2, where suddenly, just like one day, every single game that comes out is releasing for the Switch 2.
Well, the Switch Lite is smaller than the standard Switch, so they could do like a Switch 2.
I guess it kind of sounds like I'm convincing myself.
It'll probably take like 2 years, though.
That it's possible to get a presentation for Switch 1 in February. It still feels weird to me.
The Switch Lite is the one you get for the kids.
It still feels like the kind of thing where it's
made of harder material too, so they don't drop it and break
it. Not like
it.
a full one. I could still just see, I mean, like any day now, I could see them just releasing a new trailer with a release date for Metroid Prime 4, and there you go. One of the biggest reasons to have a Direct is just, it's just gone. It's just up in smoke. So yeah, I don't know. Now, it is worth mentioning, this was not something that was just said by Nate the Hate. Apparently, it was also corroborated by Brazilian journalist Pedro Henrique Luti Lipe.
We're listening to Brazilians now?
Some sort of Switch 1
must be really desperate for leaks.
February, so, you know, whenever it's just one random person.
All puzzles collected.
You know, the grain of salt is a bit bigger, a bit saltier, but, you know, if you get multiple people in there, then it's a little more credible. It is possible. It definitely is. It would be cool. I mean, obviously, I would love that. You know, where it's gonna be so hard to wait for April. If we could get another one just for Switch 1 in February, that'd be great. Even though at this point, I don't think Nintendo is gonna reveal anything about the Switch 2 until April. And at that time, if there is some sort of like, you know,
I would more keep on the lookout for third-party companies giving announcements for accessories and whatnot.
Backwards compatibility, next-gen upgrade kind of system. They'll
Let's see, mischievous moles for the cave area. I think this is a cart rocket combo level. I don't remember. It kind of has to be though, right?
Find it then. But in the meantime, it is going to be a little bit hard to get excited about any game.
I'm feeling June in my heart of hearts. June for Switch 2.
Confirmation that these games will run better on Switch 2. Like, especially if it ends up being a game that I care about. Oh man, they're remastering this game that I love on Switch 1.
Bro, that's what they said for the 3DS game. Oh, you're remastering Luigi's Mansion 1 on 3DS when you have the Switch out? Oh, it's exclusive. It's not cross-gen. Oh, interesting. Interesting decision there.
With low resolution and frame rate when the Switch 2 is coming in like months. And like,
it is a cart level.
Like, that's disappointing, you know? Like, look at
Diddy hold on to his cap.
I love that game. I wish it wasn't on Switch 1. At this point, we're like, I'm ready for the next thing. So So yeah, I don't know. It'll be a little bit weird, and I don't want that to hurt any of those games.
Fucked with me.
I really am afraid that if there isn't some sort of like upgrade system, then these late gen Switch 1 games are not going to do super well. But I don't know. Now we're really getting into a whole separate discussion there. I guess I should stop. I picked up the fidget toy again, and I think I am breaking it more, and I cannot stop myself. It is so squishy, so I'm going to put it. I've got to really put it down over there.
Arlo, you may be autistic.
I'm also gonna put my jacket.
There's anything wrong
with
that.
Freezing.
And that's his video on the Switch 1 Direct. We have we got another one. Is DK's design changing forever? Yeah, I thought I was autistic about Nintendo.
Switch 2 reveal. Big deal. Super fun. Lots of fun. We all had a lot of fun. That was the topic of the day. And I did like a post-reveal hype stream, and you know, kind of get my finger on the pulse of what the community is most interested in here. You know, you've got the main Switch 2 stuff, and I think kind of surrounding that, you've got like Mario Kart. You know, that's also of great interest. But I mean, I would say probably even more than that, though. Surprisingly, at least according to my experience interacting with fans, past just the regular old Switch 2 stuff, there was one thing that a lot of people really wanted to know my opinion of. Yeah, probably even more so than Mario Kart. It was Donkey Kong. It was the designs of the Mario Kart characters, not even the mechanics. No one even seems to care about the potentially just like game-changing new mechanics. Some sort of like
DK's the big thing. I've seen talk about the mechanics. I talked about them.
Campaign mode, 24 players. None of that seems to matter. Everybody just wanted to know my thoughts on the new designs, and in particular, DK's design, because his is the most interesting. Because all of the other characters,
put the design on screen,
Arlo?
Arlo?
An argument that they are just.
Is Arlo not going to put the design on screen? Oh, it doesn't matter. I have it on my stream. He's talking about this thing. He's talking about this DK. This one from the Switch 2 trailer. He's talking about this one. This is the new DK. The new old DK.
Better reflecting their designs from Mario Kart 64. Just like the kind of squished down, you know, boxy, kind of rigid. Like they had, you know, you could see on like Mario when you'd go over a bump and there'd be like a really cool animation. But like when they're just kind of sitting there with their hands on the wheel and they've got these like really, I mean, it's fun. These fun little, just kind of boxy, classic style looks. But DK in particular did not just look like his Mario Kart 64 equivalent.
You don't like him, JC? I like him.
Very different.
Yeah,
he looks
big old monkey in his stupid cart.
The Mario movie version of DK.
No, he doesn't. He looks closer to Miyamoto's original design for DK. Arlo, you're so stupid.
Topic of debate, and because I got so many people wondering what my opinion was, I thought I might as well just kind of.
I gotta reserve full judgment for this new DK when we see his animations and shit. I don't think. Like, you see enough of him in the Switch 2 trailer to know that he's still capable of doing the angry brow. So that's not gonna go away. I think people see the default goofy look and they get scared, but I think he'll be very expressive. That was a good level, by the way. I like how it mixed up a proper platforming with the minecart mechanics. That was pretty good.
I make a video talking about it. And as far as like the Kart 64 designs go, I will just say, I probably already talked about it in my video. I like.
Yeah, so Movie DK is a mix of Rare and Miyamoto DK. But I don't think, I think Movie DK influences why they're using the new DK design, but the new DK design itself is just, it takes from the same inspiration as Movie DK, but it's not meant to literally be Movie DK, if that makes sense. They both draw from the same inspiration, which is mix Rare DK with Miyamoto DK, like unify them. And the movie's success influences them going in that direction. But to say it's Movie DK, I think is a bit rotunto. Alright, next one is Topsy Turvy, based on the Forest World.
Those, I think that's fun. It's cute. It's nostalgic. It's just different. Anytime Nintendo does anything other than just that, like, really kind of homogenized Mario look that they've been going for the last like 10 years or so. Any attempt at all to break away from that and give us just a more stylized and interesting version of these characters, something just expressive on an artistic level. You know, the art team, the people who did the art for this game, this was the version of these characters that they wanted to give us, and I think that's really cool. And it's also kind of bold, you know, assuming that this is
hello guy, what's your name? So I love PvP unironically or ironically? What do you mean by that?
It could have been. It still technically could have been a tease for some sort of like skin swapping thing where, oh, it's not just like Mario and Tanuki Mario, it's like Mario and Mario Kart 64 Mario. I don't know. You could even throw like Super NES ones in there if you wanted to. So technically that could still be what that was, but whatever the case, I like the designs. I am a huge sucker for that. Okay, well, originally for the whole thing where they used to have like, you know, they do like 3D sprites and they would convert them into pixel sprites, so they kind of look like they're CG.
Do I like PvP like Nintendo or DSP? Are you suggesting that I like DSP? I would say he's a good showman who knows how to good entertainment, whether it's out of a locale or out of discussing politics. But I feel like my answer is biased because I was watching him from all the way back in Stream.me. Just like I would probably say if your introduction to PvP was from the DSP stuff, you probably wouldn't like him. So I enjoy him unironically, I got it. I guess that's fair to say. What would you consider ironic enjoyment? You know what? Ironic enjoyment would be how Kino enjoys DSP, in quotes. Oh, what am I saying? They love him. They love him. He helps make them gazillions of dollars. Makes so many Switch 2 videos. Kind of like every other Nintendo YouTuber.
But for that, okay, well, originally for the whole thing where they used to have like, you know, they do like 3D sprites and they would convert them into pixel sprites, so they kind of look like they're CG, but they're actually made of pixel. I just thought, you know, I was just thought it looked super amazing. It's like that in Kart 64. I love it. That technique was kind of pioneered by Donkey Kong Country. I'm a huge fan of that. But then I also love this thing now where you can take those like original renders and make the games look like that. You know, you've got Mario 64. People have like mods or texture packs or whatever to make it look like the art, like the promotional CG images that released alongside Super Mario 64. Now you can like play the game and it looks like that. I love it. So yeah, all that to say, I really like what they did with the characters here. But yeah, it is true. DK does not really look like DK in Kart 64 because DK in Kart 64 looks...
You're just collecting the data? I think you already knew the answer. In fact, I think you've asked me that specific question before. Aw, shoot. What else was I gonna say? Oh, in regards to the mods that he's talking about. So the mod he's talking about is Super Mario 64, but in the style of the promotional renders they made for that game and other games from the 64 era, like Mario Kart 64 and Mario Party. I think it's called Render 96. It's actually pretty good, but it also is a bit uncanny valley.
Like, you know, the way DK has looked.
What would be the games to add to the GameCube NSO that haven't already been added to ports? GameCube NSO is not going to happen. Because when you start getting to GameCube, the games start getting more valuable. Not just in worth, but in like length and like in terms of development time and evergreen value. At that point, once you reach GameCube, in my opinion, it's more worth it to them and their investors, I feel, to remake and remaster games starting with GameCube. You kind of see that continuing into Wii and Wii U and 3DS. I think the next NSO to be added is going to be DS and not GameCube.
For years, the way essentially Donkey Kong Country Super NES version of DK. That was Kart 64 DK.
Resident 64 library. I looked at the meaningful games left to add, and it really is like a few. Look, you got Conker. I think people will appreciate Conker. Smash Brothers, of course. I think they're sitting on that one on purpose. Just for a rainy day. Fucking DK64, obviously. Diddy Kong Racing. And I think the fifth one... blanking on the 5th one. There was like, I had like the golden 5. But everything else first party of worth has been added, believe it or not. Was it Bomberman 64? Was that the one I had in my head? It might have been Bomberman 64. Ubisoft should just let them port Rayman 2 for the 1000th time and add that.
Version here really does look mostly like the DK from the Mario movie, but it is also true that DK from the Mario movie looked more like classic DK. So it's kind of hard to say. I mean, like, you know, I'm not a Donkey Kong scholar. You know, I'm not completely aware of all of the different iterations of the character. I can't tell you exactly where all of these little elements are coming from, especially because a lot of these elements are very subtle. Between the two, if I had to pick between this being like the movie.
Arlo puppet moments. So this is a secondary channel for rambling and news videos. Like, does the puppet stuff on the first channel, but right now he's very sick, and for that reason he says what he has right now. He's got like health issues. The health issues prevent him from talking for extended periods of time, which mean that he can't do the puppet for as long as he would like. Like, he can't speak in full sentences, extensive sentences, while appearing on screen as the Muppet.
Version or a different version, or like just like more in line with classic DK. I want to just say classic. I know like the dark around the
recent
eyes
video recent video had the Muppet, but only for a very short
Donkey
segment at the start.
Country or modern DK, where he's also kind of got the dark around the eyes, but then it just comes down to how furrowed his brow is, like how sharp the furrow is. You know, sometimes it's furrowed more, and in this case, it is not as furrowed. You've got more space around it and the dark around the eyes. So I really don't know. And I know that, like, this is something I really can't comment much on at all. I've only heard people kind of mention it here and there. There is this idea that rare DK is the DK essentially that we've had for so many years now, and that maybe Miyamoto in particular, not that he wasn't a fan of it, but that it's just kind of like DK was his baby. He created DK.
DK is coming home, bitch.
He's the OG Nintendo character. And so that character was, you know, other companies, non-Japanese companies made DK games, and they changed the look of DK to fit the style. And I know, like, obviously he was involved in the development of
it's just fueling all the memes that Miyamoto hated like, Donkey Kong Country and was seething at Rare's success.
This idea that DK has
that a British company was doing it better than a Japanese company.
It's been a really long time with this more like, I don't know, could you call it Western flavored or whatever, or it's just, you know, Rare and Retro Studios, they had their own version of DK, and it's kind of like Miyamoto taking him back a little bit. And that's why when they made
DK's
the Mario
coming
movie,
home, guys.
That's why they made a new version of DK that looks a little bit more like older DK, because that's the DK that Miyamoto made and remembers and knows and loves and all that. And so that's kind of why I am a little bit hesitant to say that this is movie DK. And I know that that idea itself is pretty controversial.
The Zombie Ate My Neighbors had its own port that you gotta pay for separately. I don't think that's coming in, so, but what if it did?
And then some of those ideas and those designs would be reflected back into the games. I've seen a pretty good amount of pushback against that idea, or rather, you know, people who are not happy with the idea, who believe that it may be happening, but they don't necessarily like it. They want there to be a pretty firm, you know, disconnect, space between the movie versions of the characters and the game versions of the characters, especially because the movie is really so different. It really is a very, very different animal. You know, I mean, even the personalities of the characters are pretty different. Just look at Peach. They're two completely different characters entirely that look largely the same. But even then,
yeah, one's a princess, the other's a girl boss.
People who feel that, at the very least, on the cover of Princess Peach Showtime, not necessarily in the game, but at least like on the cover, like the American version of the cover, they're like, I don't know, they kind of made her look a little bit more like a movie Peach. So I don't know. It's a whole thing, and I can sort of understand it. And I know that there's this idea that this really could represent a more or less permanent, or at least, an indefinite change. Like, not to say they'll never change it again after this, but at the moment, this could be a new direction for DK that they want to go in, and they want to keep going in that direction. They want to take DK and kind of bring him back from those more, Western designs, or rather just the rare and retro designs, make him a little bit more in line with the classic look. This could be DK's new look. It could be that, I'm sure we're gonna get a new DK game on Switch 2. I'm actually baffled that we didn't get one on Switch 1. There were rumors for years, and so I don't know. I'm all but certain that we are gonna...
Was I muted? Okay, well, I told Arlo to go off himself. Take my word for it.
Dominating! Perfect!
No, the only thing I said was that, so it kind of speaks, it's a testament to the success of DK's character design, that he has remained consistent and he hasn't had any design changes in roughly 30 years, since 1994, almost 31 years, since the design debuted with Donkey Kong Country 1. So I think people are overreacting when they say they're scared, or they feel like it's erasing Rar's history, or they're trying to take DK back. I think it's overblown, and people just want something to cry about, because we don't have... He's one of the characters who we got, like, the clearest look at, while also being one of the ones who obviously has the most visually apparent differences with them compared to how we have previously seen them. I think it's fine that he's changing design. There's nothing that says they can't change it back. There's nothing that says the new design is permanent. They can fucking go back to the old design within one game. Bowser has changed proportions throughout the history of the series. Yoshi has definitely changed proportions. Peach as well. These characters have changed designs more often than you might think.
We're gonna get a new one. We don't know if it'll be 2D or 3D.
I don't think we're getting Black Mario,
That's the whole thing. And it could be that when we get a new one, DK is gonna more or less look like this. That is possible. However,
no, I think what he's saying here is likely.
Not betting on.
I know he says he's not betting on it, but I actually am. I think this is a beta test. They're experimenting to see. They're debuting this design here kind of subtly, not really shoving it in your face. They're just putting a design here in this game first to see what people think of it. But I think regardless, it's going to be the main design used for the next full DK adventure.
On that at all. Like, at all. And it's because, look at the other characters. Look at these other characters. Obviously, Mario Kart 9 or whatever it's going to be, or 10, if you count Tour, blah, blah, blah. Going with more classic feeling designs is the whole thing here. All of the characters look a little bit more classic, and it could just be that when they were looking at the characters, they made most of them look like their Kart 64 counterparts, but when they looked at DK, they thought, he doesn't look classic enough. You know, it's a little bit hard to make him look like the original Donkey Kong Country version in 3D, and obviously they didn't want to use like whatever he is in the Super NES cart, Donkey Kong Jr. They didn't want to make him look like that. Oops. It needs to be DK. So they just thought, hey, if we're just going for an overall
taking
classic
DK
look,
away from me.
let's just make
it's
him
our
look
DK
like
now,
classic
Chuddy.
DK.
He's our
you know,
DK
and
now,
they're basing
Nazi.
that off of the more classic movie design, or maybe this is just what classic DK kind of looks like. This is this is what modern classic DK looks like, and that could be all this is. It absolutely could. We could get a new Donkey Kong game announced at the Direct in April, for all we know, and maybe he would look just like he's looked for the last 20, 30, whatever years, or some other thing. It could be some other totally different look. I really don't know. That's kind of the interesting thing about DK. He's probably gone through more transformations than, I don't know, basically any other Nintendo characters. There have been little changes and tweaks here and there for all of them. I mean, literally all of them.
I'd say that's kind of true.
So many transformations, but
the
like,
most drastic design changes
DK,
for sure.
They really have kind of tweaked DK. Maybe a little bit more. You know, especially with like Donkey Kong Country itself at the time was like a modernizing of the character. That was a brand new and modern look. But then later, DKC Returns was kind of like, it's kind of a reintroduction of the character. So it's, I mean, you know, it's another evolution, and even that is old by now. So like, I hear they're already remastering the darn thing. So yeah, I'm just saying, like, I'm not counting on anything yet. I kind of just think whatever, you know. I mean, I guess I should say, if this were the permanent look for DK going forward, if he's gonna more or less look like his movie design, I would say I was kind of
right.
Maybe slightly more in the disappointed camp, just because I don't know.
He doesn't like it.
Modern DK. I like the way that he looks. You know, the old
there it is.
versions
That's how
of
you
the
get
characters,
it. You have to defeat the
look,
Tikis
from way back in the day. It is cute, but I think it served well then. I like modernization now, even if I...
Okay, but modern DK is from 1994. It's 30 years old. I think it's fine to redesign the character. And actually, taking him back to his roots is probably for the best. I agree with the sentiment. I don't think it's like a betrayal of Rare.
I do like
some people
toying
do
with the classic look here and there. So overall, I would say I hope this isn't a permanent change. But if it is, I still do just like that Nintendo is willing to experiment with these things. I like that they're making changes.
Do I like him? I'm neutral on him, guy with two names.
Change is a good thing. Change isn't so bad, you know? Maybe it's just the...
I unironically think, as of this point, that you guys hate him more than Synthetic Man.
Older I get, I don't know. I don't
Which
gotta
is
hold on to the
so
old
weird.
thing forever. I had the old thing for a long time. Give us something new. Sure. So those are my thoughts on the new DK, potentially. And, you know, if you want to summarize it all, it's just kind of like, I don't know.
I just watch him for Nintendo news. It's really, it's that simple.
Yeah, it's not my favorite, but it's also kind of cool. So I'm pretty annoyingly on the fence about it, I suppose. But we'll see. I mean, we'll probably see pretty darn soon. We really just have to wait.
I used to watch Game Explain, but they kept talking about politics too much on their channel. It really turned me off on it.
Just kind of.
And then the whole scandal broke out with Game Explain. The guy was like a penny-pinching miser who didn't pay any of his employees, the guys who did all the content for the channel. Whereas like the main guy, Andre, like didn't do shit. At least nothing on screen that the viewers ever saw. So I was like, that's a good excuse. I hate his politics too. Yes, I will no longer watch your disgusting content.
See how he is depicted. Or even just waiting for, you know, April 2nd. They'll probably do a full reveal for the next Mario Kart. And even there, we might get a better, oh yeah, look, they all have classic designs. Oh, look at all these characters. They made all of them look like their old counterparts from various games. And so maybe this isn't a thing at all. Or we will just see, like, yeah, I guess maybe this is the new DK, yeah. I don't know, but I do know. I love you.
Thank you, Arlo. I don't think the viewers love you. Wait, what's that? I see a barrel. What was that barrel for? Anyway, to explain a guy with two names, he has two channels. The main channel is for edited scripted content. This is from the secondary channel where he just reads news over B-roll footage with no editing, which is why he jumps around a gazillion points. Daily rap time. An exhausting day of commentary, Street Fighter 6, and surprise, DSP tries it. Daily Wrap, January 22nd, 2025. I got no idea, Rent Check. This wasn't recent either. Like, I started watching probably 2018. It was definitely during the first Trump administration. I got so tired of it. They got so whiny, especially Andre. There's some talk too that he did something with his niece or Zimzer niece. I don't know the specifics behind that. There's like allegations that he forced her to transition. I don't know. This is stuff I've seen on 4chan. very reputable, veritable source of information there. Anyway, not that there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying, like, if you forcing someone to transition that doesn't want him to transition, did not come to that choice organically themselves, is probably a bad thing. Maybe.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Daily Wrap. What a day.
Oh boy, he's exhausted.
What a day I had today. Today was Wednesday, the 22nd of January, 2025. Of course, I'm DSP. Welcome to the show. Let's recap everything that I did today.
What's with this penis
An eventful day, a stressful day, a day of tech issues again. It was just everything all at once, okay? So first off, today was Smart Guys, episode 3, which I co-broadcast on DSP Reacts and also on my channel on Kick, DSP Gaming Real. And it was an interesting episode because today, PPP and I reviewed not only WWE Raw, but also we reviewed AEW for the first time ever. And because of this, the show went long, probably longer than the other episodes, because it was 2 shows in one. And today's episode was fun because for the first hour, we did all kinds of silly stuff. We were talking about my new socks and my sock collection, and I was seeing if I could actually do push-ups on camera.
It's why it's hard to clip. It would be an hour. The whole first hour is clip worthy. You would have to, like, DSP style, just spam 6 separate clips to cover all the different topics, the razzing topics that were brought up during that 1 hour. Or you were just upload the whole hour. It's just basically steal the whole hour with no jump cuts.
With the new setup, which I can because now I have the widescreen, I was able to get down on the floor and actually do a push-up on camera and people could see it. It was pretty funny stuff. The whole first hour was irreverent and had nothing to do with wrestling, but it was fun. It literally was pretty fun. And I had a great time with it, you know, and then we went into the wrestling stuff. However, for some bizarre reason, Ashton's mic sounded like a metallic, weird echo today.
Now, he accused PPP of being the cause of that issue, but we just listened to like 4 hours of Kino Casino, and Ashton's mic was pretty fine to me.
If anyone has any clues why that happened, okay, I would love to know.
And both shows are coordinated through Discord, obviously.
To my knowledge, I haven't changed anything in my setup, and he didn't sound like that the 2 weeks before. So I have no clue what caused it. The only thing that I can think of that changed was that I started using with my headphones what's called Windows Spatial Sound, and that had been turned on. So maybe
probably the issue. I have that too, and whenever that's active, everything sounds like I'm in a submarine. It's actually probably literally that.
Maybe the Windows Spatial Sound was adding this echo surround sound effect to Ashton's voice. The weird part was I turned it off. Like, I actually turned it off during the stream.
I think what you have to do, so whenever this happens to me, when I have the headset on, I have to turn off the spatial sound, and then I have to kind of like refresh the audio source, which I think I either do by like unplugging the headset, or you go into like the volume mixer, and then you go to select the sound output, and then you switch it from in my case, you switch off the spatial surround sound, and then you switch the output device for sound output. You switch it to like Realtek audio, and then switch it back to the headset. In my case, and that like refreshes the audio source, and then it works from there. I don't know if he did that. Certainly didn't sound like he did that, but you know, it's because I got the same shit on my shit. Hey, Flame.
See if that's what it was, and as of right now, it's still off. Yet, the echo effect on his mic never went away. What I'm thinking of doing, no lie, is next time around not even using headphones, because the thing is, my setup is so good now that even if I use the speakers over on my PC and Ashton talks through those, it's not going to pick up on this mic. Like, it doesn't pick up any audio from the games that are blaring out of my TV speakers, so it's not going to pick up his voice out of over there either. So that's what I'm thinking, is that for next week's show, I try it that way, because then if it really happens, I have no clue. Like, I don't even know what happened. If anyone has an idea, if you think it could be that Windows spatial sound, or if you have another idea of what could have happened to make him echo like he did on the show, please let me know, because I'm trying my best to make this show good.
Can we fucking see your setup so we can maybe troubleshoot it, bitch, if you're gonna make us do this? For no pay?
And it seems like every week there's something new going on, you know? And then on top of that, after the show ended, okay, I decided on the fly that I wanted to do DSP Tries It, even though we had only hit 79 out of the 80 goals. And the reason being was we really should have done it. Like, we really should have done that reward. But the reason it wasn't happening was because I lost my internet yesterday. Remember, my internet was completely out yesterday.
I was wondering what the excuse was going to be for him deciding to go forward with the reward anyway. And basically because of what I said on Monday, was that he had scheduled it. He had scheduled the DSP Tries It for Wednesday because of like a sense of entitlement, perhaps subconscious entitlement or expectation. He felt like he was gonna hit it, therefore he scheduled it for Wednesday. And when it didn't happen, his schedule autism forced him to do it anyway, even though he did not hit the goal. I actually appreciate this. Thank you, DSP Autism. Because if you're giving him that much money anyway, like, does the final 3 or whatever goals matter anyway? Does it really? Like, fuck it. Just be a good guy. Be the higher man, the bigger man, and high ground, bigger man, and just say, you know what? I'm gonna be a good guy. I'm gonna reward you guys and do it anyway. The idea of us just hitting the goal, that was just supposed to rally you guys. I was actually going to do it the whole time. Thank you guys. And then people would call it cope and sieve and cope. But you know what? They say everything he does is cope. He has to face tank it. Hey, Century Slayer.
As a result of, you know, some vandal in my area cutting down the wires on a pole nearby. So
it is all cope. I'm not saying it ain't cope, Carl. I'm saying he has to shut the fuck up and face tank it. Ignore it.
Because of that, we decided, you know, to do it anyway. I was like, I'm just going to do it. So we ordered it, and I did the Chick-fil-A DSP Tries It, and it's
yeah, Schrodinger's goals. This is good, you know. The goals matter depending on how he feels that day.
Really good episode. I hope you'll check it out over on the DSP Reacts channel, along with the archived Smart Guys. It was a really good episode, so I hope that you'll check both of those out. And you know, basically, when I do a long show like that, it takes a lot out of me. So as you can hear already, I was kind of tired. And then tonight on the late stream, it was Street Fighter 6 with Honda again. Second time playing with Honda in a row. So the first half of the stream, I played casual play matches. And even though, yes, you're going to play the stream sniping try-hard camis, there was some really good matches in there. There was a good one against a Dalzim. There was a good one against a Honda. There was ones against players who, like, at first they were better than me and they were kicking my butt, but then I learned on the fly and I started playing better. In addition to that, there was people who were ranked much higher, 1,600, 1,700 ranking points, and I beat them. Like, in a set, I beat them. So it was good stuff. But for the second half of the stream, everyone was claiming they wanted ranked play. And I said, if you guys really want it, if you're really demanding it that badly, I'll give you ranked play. Fine, we'll do it, right? The ranked play was awful. Okay, just being fair and being transparent here. The connections are worse. I would say on average, the average connection I got was at least 48 milliseconds at the lowest. The highest I had like 80, 90, and it was lagging and going bad and good and bad and good. The ranked play is just not that good. Everyone gets lucky and shit. Like, it's ridiculous. I'm playing people just, my move drops 3 times in a row. They get one lucky jump, 80% punish combo. They win the match. And that was a consistent thing. It just kept dropping my inputs in ranked all the time. It actually was much better with the casual play because the connections were better. In ranked, it's just like worst connection, dropped input, frustration. So the thing is, like, I will get better. I know I will playing ranked, but I had zero satisfaction doing it. It was just very upsetting. I wish that it was better. I would say the state of the game, sadly, at this point with ranked play is not very good because there's fewer people playing it. So now you have to play the worst connections, which sucks ass. So anyway, it is what it is. So good news is, on the late stream, last second, someone gifted a whole bunch of subs on Kick, and we hit the goal. It was an anonymous, person, so I don't know who it was. And we hit the goal, so now we're at 80. All right, now we had already done the reward earlier in the day, but there's good news here. Because we hit the goal, that means that on Friday, we're going to, on the podcast, set up the thread by which you guys can start submitting your game nominations for the 100 goal celebration. For those who don't know, when we hit 100 goals hit, we're doing a gaming marathon where you guys are doing a viewer's choice event. You're going to nominate these games, then you're going to vote on the games that you nominated to determine what game will be played in a marathon setting for like a 6 to 8 hour block. If it works in the setting and people like it, we're then going to play the game as a real playthrough. Okay? And I like this because usually when you guys do viewer's choice nominations and stuff, it's games I've never heard of. It's games that I missed, but then I get to play them and I enjoy them. It's stuff that I get exposed to.
If he doesn't finish the last 3 Mega Man games, 4, 5, and 6,
I'm very excited for this event. I hope that you guys will be here on Friday.
Sorry, I was eating
so that we can actually start nominating the stuff.
Air fried chicken,
I think it's going to be great. That, whatever you do. So, and the cool thing is, it's not going to be right away. We still got a couple weeks left. So the next week we can work towards 90. The 90 goal is going to be another DSP tries it. And the question is, what will it be? It could be Taco Bell with the new items they have. It could be something different. Or if someone has an idea of something that's not food, I'm down for that.
It could be fast food.
The 100 goal celebration is literally right around the corner within a week or two. It's going to be
look at them hands.
Okay. So overall, today was good, but another technical issue happened. Not only do we have Ashton's mic issue, and then my lighting kept going out at one point. During the Street Fighter stream, my camera turned off for no reason, and then I just unplugged it, plugged it back in, and it worked. I am seeming to have issues. This camera. So this is the Insta360 Link 2. It's the newest camera they've made, and it's really high quality.
It's buying the newest shit.
Whenever I restart OBS, it doesn't work. It's off.
It's not,
I have to unplug and replug
it,
and then it works.
Fix.
I don't get it.
I can't
the
even
other
talk.
camera, just the Link 2C, which is the
it's
lower
not a
end camera,
for your
works
issues
without me having to do that.
What a shock.
This camera, that's not as good and doesn't have the AI features and doesn't have the auto, centering and movement, works no problem. This camera, which is more expensive and it has the fancy features, is having issues. I hope the camera keeps working because I don't want it to brick like my old Insta360 camera. This is frustrating that Windows did an update and seems to have messed so much up. So hopefully we won't have ongoing issues, okay? Remember, guys, I'm not here tomorrow, all right? I am gone because it's a day off with my wife, but when I return on Friday, it'll be the Level 1 podcast to set up the nominations for the 100 celebration. Then it's going to be Dino Crisis. I'm actually charging my PlayStation 5 controller for the first time in many weeks. I can't wait for Dino Crisis.
I beat this in 10 hours. Hopefully it doesn't take DSP more than 10 hours. So he's better at these Resi games than me. He's played through that intro 4 times already?
This is going to be very exciting on the stream. Full playthrough. We're finally going to start it. I've wanted to do this for many years, and now we have the means to do it on PS5 Pro. So if you like Dino Crisis, be there on Friday. And then Friday night is more Street Fighter 6 Friday Night Fights, but I'm switching to Dalsim.
How are you going to catch up on the shows, Ann? You may as well just call off tomorrow and just spend the whole day watching shit.
So hopefully we'll have some fun there. All right. And hopefully we'll get that's really my final streaming day of the week. Hopefully it'll be a solid one. So that way we can get towards our 90 goal. And very soon, I'm hoping to do the 100 marathon. I think it's going to be really exciting. All right, everyone. Everyone, please have a good night. I will see you all on Friday. Peace out. Have a good night, everyone. Bye-bye.
Awful and trash. I saw all the words I have for that. Oh, dude, half of that was about the 100 goal shit rather than what he actually did today. Oh. If you haven't seen the wrestling show, the first hour of the wrestling show is good. The rest of it is wrestling. I didn't actually see the night stream, but I hear he cried a lot, so that's cool. You guys were telling me what he was doing there. Maybe I'll go watch the clips of that. I'm not really as into the Street Fighter stuff as everybody else is. For me, Street Fighter was already played out within a couple months. I get that it's in terms of getting rage from him, it's old reliable. But for me, I don't know, I like to see him play new shit. So the issue with that is he doesn't want to play new shit. Oh well. Okay, next level, Tar Bar Fall. And we have one more Arlo video. It's actually about something I was talking about earlier.
This is
This is Nintendo is being a jerk about crediting devs. He's gonna roast Nintendo, but he's gonna be a soy redditor about it. So he's just gonna call them jerks.
Definitely a situation that's bigger than just Nintendo.
Oh, controversy, Arlo voice.
Extremely knowledgeable about all of it. I'm sure there's probably a YouTuber much better than I somewhere who has done a much more like definitive report on this whole thing. But I know that like there's something weird with credits, like video game credits in Japan specifically. It's like it's a cultural thing where for some reason
Man, if only Parma was here
just tend
for this
to
one.
not want to credit people if they think they've like come up with like a reason or a loophole why they shouldn't have to. There's just a problem with crediting developers in Japan. And I don't get it. I certainly don't understand it. And that's it. That's all I can even. I
think it's a culture thing.
I
mean,
don't
obviously.
get it. I don't even really have.
But I think it's like, well, I could be wrong, but it's like wanting to be humble and modest, I suppose, because there's this dev, what's the name? Toast, the guys behind Legendary Starfy, and they're actually like a ghost developer in the case of a lot of games. The cases of a lot of games. So like they'll be like contracted out to do like development work for these games, a lot of which are Nintendo games. But unless they are the primary developer for a game, which in this case, for example, Legendary Starfy, because they were the main dev for that, or Super Princess Peach, which is what they also developed for Nintendo. Unless they're the primary developer, they choose actively to not credit themselves when they are involved on games that they are not the primary developer. Like they will just be completely missing from the credits. There will be no proof that they worked on the game. At least like you won't be able to see them on like the back of the box or in the credits in the game or anything like that. Probably if you go to the website, their website, their history or something, you'll see the games they worked on, but you won't actually see proof of that within the game itself. Yeah, I wonder if he'll mention that here. Probably not.
A good theory on why it would happen. Point is though, Nintendo, people from the industry have been outspoken about Nintendo not giving them proper credit, and then we have some really specific cases recently. I sort of
I know about
this.
the Michael Jackson thing.
When Metroid Prime Remastered
Same thing
came out,
happened when he was in The
there was
Simpsons.
some sort of problem with them omitting certain credits. But I must have not properly given it a look at the time. I didn't realize they essentially didn't credit the original team that made the game. They only
Did you not
credited
finish the game? Did you not
people
finish
who
the
worked on
remaster?
the remaster.
Did you not finish the remaster, Arlo?
And this is frustrating because like they're a big professional company, and yet I feel like this is a case. It's just such a common sense thing. Like I'm gonna try to explain my perspective here, but I think literally every single person listening to this right now already shares my opinion, and without me even saying anything. It's not even something that you need a perspective on. You don't need someone to be like to tell you about it and give that. And you don't.
Yeah, it said the same as what this game said. Same thing for Metroid. It's like, hey, based on the development staff, big ups to everyone who worked on the original game. So when he says it effectively removes all the credits, it's not necessarily true, but I get what he's getting at. He wants the full credits there in addition to the people who worked on a remaster.
I never thought of it that way. Now that you say it, maybe it would be right for them to credit the people who literally created the darn game.
Soy Reddit rage. Soy Reddit rage.
But so yeah, point is, Donkey Kong Country
Millions
Returns
must
HD
credit.
just came out, and apparently, it just doesn't credit the people who made the darn game. In the credits, it credits the company that did the remaster, Forever Entertainment. It credits them, and then as far as Retro Studios goes, it just says, based on the work of the original development staff. Wow. thanks. Wow. Threw him a big fat bone there. That's what's weird. They still own Retro Studios. Retro Studios is still working on games for them. There are probably people who created this game who are still working at that company and being like, oh, cool. They're re-releasing that game that I helped make, and no one knows it because I'm not in the credits, even though I helped make the game. And it's so confusing. I mean, it's mean.
Oh, is that so, Saru? I'm excited to see that.
I mean, like, I get it if they're like cultural differences or something, but like, it's just mean. It is a mean. Just the word mean perfectly describes it. It is a mean.
I agree with just Century Slayer about it gets to a point where it is like there are two extremes to it, right? Like I don't need to know about the motherfuckers who worked in the legal department. Please let me know and appreciate the people who actually worked on things within the final game, the final product. I don't need to know about the Activision Blizzard legal department who they had to consult about like a song to use in the trailer for the game. Like that doesn't need to make it into the final credits. No.
Thing to do. It doesn't just feel negligent. It feels purposeful. Because it's so senseless. That's what I want to know from Nintendo. What is the harm? Explain this if
but
it is
what is
cultural,
the harm, Carl? What is the harm? Explain the culture
a
difference,
business
Carl.
element here that I'm not catching. I want you to explain it to me.
We save money by not crediting the devs.
Does it hurt? What is the
why
negative?
Why not do it, Chud?
In including
why
the
are you not crediting
staff?
the devs, Chud?
Why is that a bad thing?
Why is it bad, Chud?
Purposefully avoiding, because here's the thing: it's not like it's too hard. It's not hard. It's these things. I don't know exactly how game development works. Maybe the credits, the text scrolling by. Maybe that's a really difficult thing to pull off. Maybe it takes have to add $1 million.
I can't get over games that don't make you skip don't let you skip the credits.
It takes forever to type all those names. You gotta type them all manually. I don't know. I kind of figured it was probably just like a Word document or something. You just kind of copy and paste it in there. I mean, you might have to make some changes, update it a little bit, I guess, or like, oh, but now we'd have to use the original and then add the Forever Entertainment, and then you have so many credits, and then we'd have to like retime the outro music. Oh, it's a nightmare. It's easier to just completely ignore all of the work of the literal entirety of the original staff who created the darn game. What is the? It's senseless. It is not hard to do, and in fact, it is damaging to not do. That's what's so weird.
Oh no!
These companies, they don't like people to be mad at them, and I know Nintendo does a lot of things that makes people mad at them, and sometimes these things are just kind of like.
Oh, having a video game within the credits is also neat. I like how Splatoon does it, where you can just you have to. It is a mini game to shoot at the credits to reveal the credits of the people who worked on the game. Because like the credits are all like it's white on white, and you have to color the background so that the credits actually show up and are visible.
Necessary from Nintendo's standpoint, even if we get frustrated when, they won't release certain games.
Astrobot had something like, I wonder who they were inspired by.
Pirating those games, or, their stance
I wonder what the inspiration
on
was
fan projects
there.
and all that stuff. Like, it makes us mad as a community, but from a business standpoint, I understand it. I understand why they feel that they have to defend themselves in these ways. I get it. I get why they have to, like, kill some of, just a little bit of that, like, fan loyalty. But in a case like this is only damaging. It is only purely, exclusively damaging to their reputation, and even like their reputation as an employer. Generally speaking, they're a very good employer. Their employees are very happy. They are very good.
I feel like most devs would kill for a chance to work on any Nintendo product, even with that in mind, just because it would look good on the resume.
Their employees, and this is just one little thing that's just like, okay, work on our games with us. But there is a chance that down the line, we will purposefully omit the fact that you ever worked on this project. There may come a time when we delete the fact that you did this and worked for us from existence for what seems to be no good reason at all.
Alpha Elite TV. I wanted to raid you, Alpha. Big ups, Alpha Elite TV on the amazing raid. What are you doing, Dynasty Warriors again? Big ups, Alpha Elite TV. They were doing Dynasty Warriors Origins, I think, or they weren't, and they were playing something else. When I last watched them, they were playing that. Let's give it another shout out too. I'm almost done with Donkey Kong Country Returns, Alpha. I'm doing the secret world as Diddy Kong solo due to the community challenge. I misspelled your name.
You kept 10 billion yen in a safe. Put it in a bank.
Put it under your bed. Put it in a pool, then jump into it like Scrooge McDuck. I bet Alpha's really hyped for the Pirate Yakuza game.
Invest the money. Invest it, put it in properties.
Not really.
No. Don't put it in a safe. Come on now.
There you go. Yeah, Alpha loves Yakuza games, except the new one coming out apparently. And he's recently playing Dynasty Warriors. He loves Musos too, and he loves other indie games. I remember he played like Warhammer Bolt Gun. Oh fuck! Holy shit! Thank you for the raid, Party 6. Yeah, Donkey Kong Country Returns HD. Final world, the secret world. I finished the final boss earlier. I got all the completionist style stuff, so we got some extra levels here. Originally, only from the 3DS port. These levels weren't in the Wii version. Then they put them on the 3DS version as extra content, but it wasn't in HD. Now it is in HD, and the second re-release is pretty cool. Decent challenge here. And I'm watching Arlo cry about video game credit, video games not crediting the original developers, remasters not crediting the OG devs.
So, I just have to wonder, where is this decision coming from and why? I need a real reason. Because it's just a bad thing. It's just stupid. And,
yeah, this is Arlo.
And here is what makes this so much worse. It gets so much worse. Eurogamer reached out to Nintendo and asked them about this. Nintendo actually got back to them. And I hope there are at least some of you who haven't read the articles yet.
They gave a response?
Because just like,
okay, this video might be of worth after all. Let me see the response. What did Nintendo say? What did Nintendo say?
We believe in giving proper credit for anyone involved in making or contributing to a game's creation, and value the contributions that all staff make during the development process. Full stop. That's it. That is the quote. That is
Suffa Arlo?
I'm not kidding.
Suffa
I'm not kidding.
Arlo?
There's not more. I'm scrolling. Nope. There is not more. That is the end.
But where is the lie?
Of Nintendo's response. Literally saying.
Now Arlo's he's gonna interpret this charitably, I suppose. Maybe what they mean by that is we value everyone who works on our projects, but they're very explicit about the definition of project. So in this definition that they're using, project would refer to this remaster. Therefore, we are crediting people who worked on the remaster, whereas the crediting for people who worked on the original game would be in the original game. I think that's how that answer is meant to be read, but I think Arlo is going to interpret it disingenuously as like pure malice and ignorance.
We absolutely believe in giving credit. And we value the contributions that staff give to projects.
But they said project.
Once again,
notice they said the word project.
You don't need me to explain the problem here. Anyone can see that it's a baffling response. I mean, it's like you're talking to.
Okay, but was this a Nintendo of America response or a translated Nintendo of Japan response? That matters too. If we're gonna say it's a cultural thing, which Nintendo branch was this? This could have been fucking Nintendo of Europe for all I know.
Someone. and you watch them punch a guy in the face. You know, you're talking to your friend Bob. Hold on a second. He walks over and he punches someone in the face. And then he walks back to you. And you go, hey, Bob, why did you just punch that guy? Like, it's bad to punch people in the face. Why did you just punch that guy in the face? And Bob says, well, I believe that here's the reason. I believe that it is wrong to punch people in the face.
That was an all right
And
level.
I actually would never punch someone in the face.
All right, got 3 more to go.
What? I just saw you. What is this? We believe.
This is like the sandwich shop, but Arlove's version.
And giving credit. Why are you saying that? How is that a response to us saying, hey, you didn't give credit, you should give credit? And your response is, we do. We believe it.
Yeah, they credited the people. Look, whether you want to argue whether it's right or wrong, that's a moral question. Nintendo interpreted the question as, you didn't credit the people in the game, so they responded with, we do credit people on our projects, and we value everyone who contributed to the game. In this case, again, their wording of projects means like individual project. Donkey Kong the Remaster is a separate project from Donkey Kong the original game. Therefore, in their eyes, again, whether it's right or wrong is another debate, but in their eyes, the credits for the remaster include the people who worked on the remaster, not people who worked on the OG game. I would say you should include both. Maybe put the OG devs first before the remaster team. I know of some remasters that do that have done that in the past. Oh, I remember liking this level.
But you didn't.
You built a giant robot.
And even in the Eurogame article, they're like, that doesn't explain it. And we actually, we reached back out again for clarification. Then why didn't you? And so far, Nintendo has not responded. So it's baffling. It is purely baffling.
No, I think you just need to look at it from their point of view and not from like a, I don't know, gamer point of view.
Company, and they do a lot of good things. Like just like from a moral standpoint, I do feel that they do a lot of things a lot better than a lot of other industry giants. I know I'm a broken record. Every time this kind of thing comes up, you always go, oh, I love Nintendo. I should probably just
Donkey Kong's chest.
Prefacing things with that. But like, what is this? What is
this?
What is this? I can't even understand it, and it's baffling and it's silly, and it's the kind of thing that if they saw that there was this backlash, they could just fix it. They could just patch the game. Again, it's probably just like a Word file. It's just text. It's literally just text.
Yeah, I would say Century Slayer, I mean, you just said it yourself, but like a remaster of the game, which is like the exact same, which is prettier graphics, is a bit different from a remake of a movie, which can have like different characters, definitely different actors, different plot points, reimagined settings and whatnot. It's a little different, I would say. Okay, I gotta kill DK. Kill him.
Paste the text into the file so that it's in the credits, even if you have to tweak the timing or whatever. Just like, I don't know. It's just absolutely silly. It makes no sense. And honestly, they are asking
Devil's
for
advocate.
a lawsuit.
A dingus advocate.
They really are. Like, you know, people creating Switch emulators and pirating stuff or whatever, and then Nintendo sues them, and it's like Nintendo's like, oh, well, what did you expect? But here's a situation where they're basically asking game developers to sue them.
You think anyone's gonna, like, who wants to be known as the guy who sues Nintendo?
A lot of
do you think you're gonna find yourself among friends?
Different projects, and if they all get together, I mean, I
maybe
don't know,
among
maybe
their
a lot of them still
fucking
work for Nintendo,
their
and
fan
they
base.
wanna
Maybe
kinda
Nintendo
keep
fans
their
would give you the
heads
big
down.
ups,
I
but
hate
I
that
think you
idea.
would be
That's a gross
disavowed,
idea. But there's gotta be a lot of
and I think
people
the
who work on
industry
these
would
games who
turn
don't
their
work
back
at
to you.
Nintendo anymore, and if they all get together and talk to a lawyer and they say, yes, of course you have a case, of course you should be credited for your work, especially because of how just simple and easy that would be. They could sue Nintendo and be like, "What did
it's basically
you
like the Power
expect?"
situation.
You know,
Of course they would support the little guy.
I don't know exactly how the law works in this case, but you know, maybe Nintendo has, maybe they already know why this is okay. Maybe they already have looked into this with their lawyers and have spent a bunch of money talking to their lawyers to make sure that they don't have to credit these people, because they hate crediting these people if they don't have to. If they can find a loophole, why not? Because apparently crediting people hurts them in some way. Every time they credit someone, they they lose a piece of their soul or something. But like, if that's not
they
the
didn't
case,
say that,
if
but
this is
okay.
one of those cases where it ends up going in front of a judge and it just comes down to whatever the judge thinks, what do you think the judge is gonna say? How does Nintendo spin this? I mean, you know, they've got
Maybe they don't give a
lawyers.
shit,
they can spin
bitch.
stuff, and especially like
I don't want to
judges-
be that
that's
guy,
the
but it
problem with
almost feels
video
like it's
game
that. Like
lawsuits
they
is
just don't
often they go
understand
before
why
judges
Westerners
and then
care
people
this
who
much.
Don't know anything about the industry, so
We do credit
the
A-logs,
expensive lawyers
and then
can just
refuse
spin
to
it however they
elaborate.
want, and they can just make up whatever lies, and the judges will be like, yeah, I think that makes sense. But like in a case like this, what is the argument? Again, it's nonsense. What even is the argument? It goes before a judge. A judge is going to be like, oh, so this team of people worked on this game. And that's the thing. Even though I don't have to say it, I'll still say it. Like,
Don't say it,
the
Arlo.
They remastered the original game. They did not recreate the game. 99% of this game is still intact from the made by the original development team. They created the game. They made the code. They rigged the animation.
Okay, but let's go a bit further with the specific case of this game. So in this game, the levels I'm playing right now, the secret world, is only in the 3DS version. It wasn't in the Wii version made by the original developers. So in addition, to credit the people who worked on these levels for 3DS version, you would actually have to credit 3 teams. The Wii version's team, the 3DS team, just for the inclusion of these levels, this one world of levels. And then you would also have to credit the remasters team. Is that possible? Absolutely. Do I understand why they didn't do that? Yes.
So they made the game. Forever Entertainment took it and polished it up. They did not make the game. They created this remastered version of the game. But like nobody, no human being on this planet, except for people at Nintendo Japan or something,
people in this chat
would
too,
agree that, oh yeah, no, you don't need to actually credit the people who made it, who created it. That doesn't, I don't know.
Look at these big chunky arms.
It's really frustrating, and Nintendo is being a big stinky jerk.
Why is he so scared to just like call them slurs over this? If he's so impassioned over it, like why is he just so scared? Oh wait, it's because he's a Nintendo partner and gets review copies. Oh, okay, that makes sense, Arlo.
Particular case, I don't know like what to do about it. It's Nintendo. They're untouchable, you know? Like, we're not gonna boycott
Nintendo, you're a big bunch of big sticky poopy doodle heads.
When they do bad stuff like this, you know, you'll get some people being like, well, then I'm not gonna buy anything from them ever again. I'm not gonna buy DKC Returns HD. They don't care. They don't care that like a few hundred people on the internet aren't gonna buy their game. For the most part, they're gonna do just fine. The general public will buy enough copies of their game. They will not care. It's not going to become enough of a thing that it'll actually make them change their stance. I can hope that it is somehow. If they keep doing it, I would certainly get.
You're hoping for them to suffer as a company, Arlo? I don't know if you want to say that as a partner.
Absolutely not okay.
This is not heckin' okay, chuds.
Which is a real shame. I can only hope that somehow we get through to them and convince them, yes, maybe you should paste the text into the thing or whatever it takes, and this entire problem will be behind you. This little leak will be shored up. This one aspect of you that makes people feel like you're being kind of a jerk, it's gone. It's just gone. You fix it instantly. Start crediting people, and this problem goes away forever.
Feels like he has a gun to Miyamoto's head when he says this. Credit your developers now. It's insane how he makes such a, in my opinion, objectively morally correct argument, but makes you want to argue against it because of how he argues it. DSP does this too. He makes you want to argue for like the wrong point because he's so annoying when he argues for the right thing. Oh yeah, look, it's a little Donkey Kong robot. Look, a little Donkey Kong robot. That's enough, Arlo. We're caught up with him anyway. What, Carl? You don't want to credit developers? Smoke! Smoke! Are you smoking yet? we got here? Those burners? Oh, usually you only hear Diddy's chimping from the barrel, but now you can hear DK. Because I killed him. I killed DK. Oh, that should have been a puzzle piece. Oh my lord. No! Open and shut case. Credit heckin' developers! We do credit. Refuse to elaborate. Walk away. I'm not gonna lie, I kinda like that response. It speaks to like not capitulating to their demands. It's very chatly. Whether you think it's morally correct or wrong. Okay, we're gonna get DK to recover life, but we're gonna kill him right away. There has to be a puzzle for getting little bananas here, right? No! Right there. There's a robot! Alright, all puzzle pieces, big ups. Let's fucking go! Okay, I might die here. Maybe? No! Oh, no. But what if I did die here? Oh, dude, that's Kino. That's a great level. Robot's a great set piece. And it looks like arcade Donkey Kong too. Okay, we got 2 more levels. We got a volcano level and then the final level, which was it was the only level in this world in the Wii version. Imagine how that robot would look in 3D on 3DS. That's the version I played. Yeah. He certainly looks in bigger and better quality here. Did this have 3D mode on 3DS? I think it did. Because I know some games toward the end just only had it in 2D. Alright, Lava Wheel Volcano. We're redeeming Diddy tonight, lads. Diddy's gonna be redeemed. He did everything correct. The Goemon devs did make a spiritual sequel, and played it. It's called Baraka Bakaru something. And if you're awake, tell them the name. It was literally by the same developers. And the director of Goemon, I believe the director of the original N64 game, he was actually the director of Princess Peach, the Princess game on Switch. I didn't know that. A lot of the devs from those old Goemon games ended up going to Good Feel. who is the devs behind, of course, the Peach game, but also the new Yoshi games. There, Anne's got the link. I called out Anne because he's done a few streams of it. I know other people have played it. But yeah, I would definitely recommend that. I know Anne for sure would recommend it. If you love Goemon, it's basically more of that. But, you know, they don't own the IP, so they gotta make some new shit. Fuck you, Konami. No, really, Konami, fuck you. Oh, look at that, it's on sale. Yeah, pick that up. We got these fireballs back. I like Diddy's chip noises here better than the noises he makes in Smash Brothers. I hate his voice in Smash Brothers. It's just like stock sound effects. Gross. DK's might be worse though. We don't even talk about Bowser's. Bowser don't even sound like Bowser. Okay, I gotta right timing here, right here. I need that puzzle piece. I unfortunately do not know the way. No! Diddy! Big up Skokie, almost done with the stuff that he needs to be doing. Insta-kill DK. Like Diddy in Donkey Kong Country, but hate him in Smash Brothers. Is it because of the hoo-ha? They should have gave him like a guitar move. I like that he uses the pop gun and the jetpack, but he should have a guitar move. The guitar is Diddy's thing. I say that even though it's not in this game. Do not remind me that Dale does that. The waffle stomp! Oh no! Shit. Be gone? Ooh, freaky. Ooh. They probably gave the guy who came up with that name a promotion. Oh my god, that's so smart. The YouTube analysts will be all over that shit. We're gonna have essays based on just that title. Alright, so far so good. I need banana, tasty banana. Oh, what do we got here? It's got a checkpoint. Wait, what was down there, though? What was down there? Nothing? I just checking. Give me a second here. Alright. Oh, okay, you drifted over there. I offed myself and lost a life for no reason. No, are you kidding? All right. Be good. Yes. Oh shit. Okay, that could have ended bad. That could have ended. I pressed Y. I should have jumped. There was a puzzle piece there. See ya, DK. Safa. I gotta pay DK some, I don't know, hazard pay for the fucking pain I'm subjecting him to. Damn it, I'm not fast enough. Oh, Goki's Impossible Noodles. He was talking about them the other day. If you hate them so much, why are you making them again? Oh, he's just... Okay, you're just referencing them. I was like... I thought you were making more. What the fuck? There. 2 more. No! Is that it? The level can't be over already. Safa dingus. Alright, that's 1. And I died. That's a short level. I wanted to blow that guy out. I wanted to blow that guy? Oh, just an extra life for that? There must have been something I missed. So we have the Golden Temple. Last level in the Wii version. Last level in the full world in the 3DS version. But let me do this one more time.
Hello, Span Dog. How you doing, dude?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Big ups Juzzy51. Hello. Juzzy51. I'm almost done with your favorite Donkey Kong game. Gotta wake up at 7 tomorrow, but can't sleep. I know what that's like. I mean, at least you're not me. Ending every stream at like 4 or 5 in the fucking morning, and you gotta wake up at 7. Yes, this is not healthy at all, what I'm doing. But hopefully, I'm delivering content that you like, that you want to, what the fuck does he say? Engage and support. No, attend, engage, and support. AES. Almighty Egg Support. Yeah, we gotta move forward positively. So the second one was past here. Yeah, right here. Oh, there it is. How'd I miss that? That's so conspicuous in hindsight. The little heat effects of the lava in the background. I can't remember if the final level has puzzle pieces or not. If it doesn't, then this is the final puzzle that I gotta get. Collecting puzzle pieces. Truly, truly, Dinga Bros, we are autistic. Alright, now we just gotta beat the level properly. Oh, shoot. Yeah, please give that checkpoint. And this heart right here. It's this segment again, and then we're done. Beating these levels give me boobies? Are there even enough? Are there enough pre-rendered movies in this game to be like worth 9 levels? Oh, I gotta go to the main menu then, I guess. Okay. Final level, the Golden Temple. Oh yeah, it's supposed to be like a remix of the arcade themes here. Oh shit, there are puzzle pieces here. That's the first one. Then you have these weird tiki enemies that only appear in this level that just snipe you all throughout. They're fucking bastards. Oh, and these guys! Forgot all about these guys. It's like the bird boss, you just toss shit at them. Toss their bombs back. Don't make me grab these. No! See, that's probably a puzzle piece, too. Alright, off DK. Nothing back here. Run it back. And get back to where I was. Okay, just a coin. Oh wait, this is the one I missed. The one over here. Look at that, look at that. You know they want me to get on that strawberry. You already know what it is.
Dude, leave me alone!
Okay. I do like the music though. A nice little arcade remix. It's a nice touch. It's touching back on Donkey Kong's roots there. Oh shoot. Oh, that was a close one. Alright, we got a heart. Oh, I thought I did not make that. Now, these blueberry and strawberry platforms can go to hell.
Now we got cherries? They're bomb?
Oh, cherry bombs, that's cute.
But still, what the? Hell. No! Hell!
Actually, hell.
What? No checkpoints? Fuck you. No, really, Nintendo. I've had enough. No, really, I'm done. You can fucking tell they were running out of ideas, right? Because it's like, oh, there's a level, but it's just a bunch of fruit. Yeah, right. Stupid developers, man.
Oh, crap. I deserve that for speaking ironically.
I just need 2 more puzzle pieces and I gotta live. So, the whole game is basically just you...
DSP reviews the game, right? I don't know if he reviewed the game properly, like gave it a proper video. But like, okay, but he's on his couch, and he's got the game in his hand. He's holding up the case, and he's got like a perturbed look on his face. And he's like,
so the whole game is just you running from left to right, right? And there's no variety. You're doing the same shit hour 1 that you're doing hour 50. By the final world, you're still doing what you were doing in world 1, just harder obstacles, harder enemies, everything's harder, but you're not really doing anything different. Like, it's the same shit. Like, you're doing the same shit. There's no challenge, there's no combat, there's no difficulty. You're just going from left to right. It's basically a walking simulator. And I've had about enough. And the bottom line is this. Like, I'm not buying a Nintendo game ever again. Don't ask me to cover Nintendo releases, because they fucking copyright strike me anyway. So, I'm dumping my Wii in the trash, and that's the end of that. Where's the fucking innovation? Where's the support?
well, this would be back in the day. This would be like 2010, so it wouldn't be support. It would be like,
where's the views? Nobody's viewing the playthrough, and I don't know why. It's not me. The game is too fucking long. It came out back in September. I'm still playing it. It's now December. And bottom line is this, like, you guys don't care. You want to see me play other games. The DLC for, what the fuck would they want to see him play? The DLC for BioShock just came out. I've got a lot of people asking me to play that. You guys said you wanted to see me go back to Infamous. You want to see a return to Infamous? I even got people saying, when are you gonna go back to Halo 4? Dude, nobody would be asking that even back then. All right, one more puzzle piece. Last puzzle piece in the game. Like, Nintendo just makes the same game over and over again with prettier graphics, and they're not even that pretty because the hardware is like a gazillion years old. Oh, but they still charge you crazy premiums for it. Nintendo's out of their fucking mind, man. Yeah. So stupid. What are these platforms? Oh my god, I gotta go on the vertical bananas. There it is. Last puzzle piece in the game. Oh, mash. Mash. What's that? And that's how it's done. Nice little unique congratulatory tune there. Whoa, you can now play any level in mirror mode. In this mode, Donkey Kong does not receive any help from his pal Diddy Kong and cannot use inventory items. And to make it even more challenging, he has one less heart. Good luck! So it's basically like Tropical Freeze's hard mode that I was doing with like solo Kongs. The difference being, I think there's still checkpoints here in mirror mode, and the levels are of course flipped around, unlike in Tropical Freeze. And you know, you don't have Dixie Kong or Cranky Kong, and now you don't even have Diddy Kong. That's why I wanted to show off one world as Diddy solo. But let's check this out. Oh, it's wrong. There it is, complete. Oh, there's a new icon now for mirror mode. No, I could see myself doing mirror mode. Time attack, like in Tropical Freeze, is not required for 100%, so I won't be going for that. And but I could see myself just doing the levels in mirror mode just fuck it. No, I'll do mirror mode. I don't got an issue with mirror mode, but time attack's not required for 100%, so fuck that. Let's do the final boss with Diddy. Because Diddy gets a unique movie. I can only use Donkey Kong and Tropical Freeze. In fact, I think I did my best to not have to play. I wanted to play as like Diddy, Dixie, and Cranky solo. Because you're not given that opportunity in the normal mode, which I think is a misstep. If both DK and Diddy survives, I don't think I could do that even in a two-player mode. Well, look, I could hit the A button and DK will show up. Maybe if I need the help. I think if both survive, it's just DK's movie, but Diddy is there. But Diddy has a unique cinematic if it's just Diddy by himself. Actually, I could keep Donkey Kong. I could keep DK as bait.
the Tiki's even piloting those hot air balloons? This doesn't make any sense. Okay, turn around, turn around, turn around. Damn it. Oh well. Yeah, don't blame chat for that. It's not. There's nothing has ever been chat's fault. It's the one thing you never want to do. You never want to blame chat. I should probably take my own advice. I'm always lightly razzing you guys. Oh, careful. Alright, we made it. Alright, we saw this with Diddy the first time. Is he gonna focus on DK? He is! Because DK's player 1. Right, Diddy's gonna finish it, trust. Okay, that's one. One more and we destroy the second one. Alright. Head phase already. First try. No def. No def. No def. Diddy does it by his own, by himself. Diddy party. We're gonna have a Diddy party to celebrate this win. First hit. 2 more hits. Can Dingus do it as Diddy on the first try? One more. Okay, don't get too cocky. No! There it is, first try. No defs. No defs to the boss. Diddy party! Diddy, can we get some Diddy parties? Oh, here's the cutscene. Diddy solo cutscene. What's gonna happen? Diddy, no! You can't have your party if you're out of air in space. Diddy, you fucking goober. Okay, that's how he brings the moon down, because Diddy can't punch like DK can. Lube up for the Diddy party, bros.
Caught you off guard.
Yes, big up Century Slayer. Big ups to re-up tier 1 17 months. Thank you, celebrating the win. Does DK even come in here at all? Oh, look. Oh, look, that's nice. Oh, it's like, DK's like, you did it, Diddy. Yes. I'm a fucking old-timey loser. You did it for me, Diddy. Diddy, you saved the day. Did he win or did he lose? What, in the end, Diddy won. Hello? Where are the credits to the original developers? Nintendo?
Nintendo, where are the credits for the original developers? Nintendo, like, this is very triggering to me. Like, Nintendo, please. Yeah, they did credit the original development team, but Arlo wants the full names. He wants the full doxes. It's because he's stalking one of the lady devs on the team, that's why. He needs to know her full name, so we can look her up on TikTok. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. 100%. But I think I'm still gonna do mirror mode, just to get my money's worth. So I'll do more of the game, and it'll just be like, we're in the muck around phase. Oh wait, no, let me check out the galleries first, and then I'll head out. Yeah, he loves the lady in legal. That's why he wants everyone credited, everyone possible credited, including the legal department, because she works in the legal department. There you go. What's next for Banjuary? I promise all the good games, and all the good games are done. Now, if you're saying, Dingus, you're definitely not going to boot up the anniversary stream, and you're not going to start it with nuts and bolts. Now, I don't know who told you that, but they may have been lying to you. The Diddy Kong run with Banjo? I want them to put that shit on NSO already, so we can do like a game night. Alright, what do we got for concept art? Oh, you can definitely tell these guys worked on Metroid previously. Seems like over time they had the art style nailed down, but like that frog looks like something straight out of Metroid. Oh, these spiders too? I don't know what they were thinking with that frog. Ukulele? Yuka isn't Banjo. That'd be my answer to that. I know it's by the same people. I also know it wasn't the successor that people wanted it to be. And then they made that semi-sequel to it, The Impossible Lair, which just they just pivoted from Banjo straight to Donkey Kong Country. Yeah, the sequel, that's the one I'm talking about. It's kind of depressing, like it did better as a side-scroller than as a 3D platformer, because it was supposed to be a revival of 3D platformers. These guys didn't really appear much in the game. I think basically just in the Ruins world. Kind of underused. This guy only appears once in the intro level and then never again. You don't even get to attack him. Early Lava Tiki. Oh, this would have been a good idea for a late world enemy. This guy got cut, I believe. His attack pattern with the jump in the lava reminds me of the Flame Chomp from Mario 3. We got the bosses. We got Kazooie. The Mole Man. I still don't know what this was supposed to be. Some sort of caterpillar wiggler thing. Bonus gallery. Rambi was supposed to have a little bird on him? They were like redesigning Rambi. I was almost said Bambi. Wait, what's with this eel? This eel got cut. That would have been a cool fight. Nothing like this appears in the final game either. Was this for the Clifftop world? Bunch of fossilized creatures in amber. Oh, I like the atmosphere here. Here too. Oh, this is a neat little trippy right here. Nothing like this made it in the final game.
Angry banana? Ah, yes, the angry banana. Was this supposed to be a whole world at first? Virtual Boy tracks? Oh my god, they cut this shit from the game? Dude, I would have loved the Virtual Boy level. Tropical Freeze had some neat concept art too. Makes you wonder like what goes into, I guess, removing shit. Oh, this is the statue that appears in Wonky Waterway in the Ruins. On the Wii version and the 3DS version, it's holding a Wiimote, but in the Switch version, he's holding a Joy-Con. Oh, and the pig. We never needed the pig's help the whole game. We saw him more than we saw him in Tropical Freeze, though. Oh, we got Cranky Kong. He looks a bit more agile here than he does in the final game. Oh, look, that's nice. That's a sweet little portrait. Oh, that's really good. Check that out. I wish you could expand these. Expand? Yeah, I can see like the Metroid DNA in some of these. Because Metroid kind of has these these areas. Yeah, I don't mean like literal jungle aesthetic, but like I'm talking like the beginning of Prime 1, when you're in that kind of swampy bogland. I bet if you posted this today, people would accuse it of being AI. Because doesn't it look like AI? Like it's supposed to evoke nostalgia. It's supposed to resemble consoles, like a factory made of but it almost looks like AI. This is like a 2010 game, but it looks AI. This AI has poisoned our minds. Yeah, exactly. Rent check. That poor Virtual Boy. I'm trying to check out all the music. Get these star icons removed. This was a good remix. I don't know why did you remix Aquatic Ambience but then include it in a level where you're not underwater, and then on top of that have no underwater levels in the game at all? Which is a good thing depending on who you ask. The movie gallery. Opening, pre-battle, pre-battle DK, pre-battle Diddy, post-battle DK, post-battle Diddy, Golden Temple, inside the temple DK, inside the temple Diddy. What does pre-battle Diddy look like? Oh my god, it's like a YouTube video. It's Diddy by himself. I'm assuming it's the same from here. It's just Diddy seething. Alone. And then we saw post-battle as DK and Diddy solo. What does that look like with both of them. The You Are a Dent level? Okay, I can see if that's in the soundtrack. Like, Diddy helps him with the punch if you have both of them survive. And he helps him land. And then they save the day. What does Diddy do in the temple by himself? What's the lore behind the temple having giant golden statues of Donkey Kong? He can't possibly be centuries old. Like, who made the statues? I can't get over the effect on them just Thanosing away. Oh, I'll get some dioramas first, and I'll look for the song. Tropical Freeze had these too. A shame you don't like interact with the animals more. They're just kind of only in the cutscenes. The friendly animals, I mean. Not the enemy ones. I guess this is fine. They were all hypnotized anyway. Oh, you got the little puffles. I call them puffles. That's what I call them. Because I played a lot of Club Penguin growing up. Haven't played Prime since the original in 2002. Get their remaster. It's so good, people can't debate whether it's like a remaster or remake because it looks so good. I'd say like a halfway point between remaster and remake, because they did replace a lot of the original graphics with new assets. They did almost too much work. It's only $40. That's a steal by Nintendo standards. Oh, they put the boss in this one. I like the spiral here. It's kind of like referencing the original arcade game. Like, yeah, DKs are on the barrels. Yeah. I guess the chickens are supposed to be Mario. Oh, I like that they included Rampy here. As like I'm looking at the Smash Trophy collection. Yeah, then they Shadow Drop 2 and 3. I mean, they gotta do the whole trilogy, right? They wouldn't just not do it, right? Correct? Oh, I think it's this one. You are oh no, I mean it's... You're a dent. You're a dent. You're a dent. You're a dent. Slayer is a dent. You're a dent. No Patreon. No Patreon. Get Scam Slayer. Get Scam Slayer. Get Scam Slayer. You're a dent. You're a dent. Wasted money. Wasted money. $50. Wasted money. You're a dent. Okay, I'll stop. The whole factory had like good beats. But yeah, this is automatic action. Oh, this is a remix of the mine levels from the first country game. And then this is supposed to be Fear Factory from the factory levels in the first game. Yeah, I maintain it. Factory World, best world in the game. Bar none. Bar none. But that's it, guys. That's Donkey Kong Country Returns HD. I'll do mirror mode. I will commit to mirror mode. But it'll be for another stream. Maybe we'll do it Friday, or maybe I'll just do something else. But yeah, big ups. 8.5 out of 10. I think Golem gave it an 8 out of 10. It's a good game. Tropical Freeze is better. But surprisingly, it's not as bad as I remembered it being. And in fact, it's a lot better than I remember it being. So my final ranking towards the end of Expand Dong December here, we would do Country 3 is, wow, the dark horse there. Country 3. Then Country 2. No, Country 3, Tropical Freeze, Country 2, Returns, and then Country 1. And they're not, none of them are bad games, despite my ranking there. And the land games are kind of like their own, they're like their own beast. I appreciate them for stopping by and being a part of the series anyway. I guess if I had to rank the land games, then it would probably be Land 3, then Land 2, then Land 1. But I almost want to switch Land 1 and Land 2, and then have it be Land 3, Land 1, and Land 2, because at least Land 1 did more unique shit, whereas Land 2 was almost just like a completely played straight remake, downgrade of Country 2. But it still has better quality of life. It's got more quality of life than Land 1. No, I'll keep that ranking. Land 3, Land 2, Land 1. But for the most part, that'll do it for Expand Dong December. Thank you, everybody. If you haven't voted yet in the super cool, amazing poll, get your buy lift votes in now. Because guess what? You could possibly win big. And I believe we'll raid Rydrake? Oh my god. You know what? Yeah, Rydrake was shitposting and calling me out earlier. He was A-logging me. Can't have that. So we're gonna roost. We roostin'. Pablo, you know what to do. Thanks for stopping by. Look at that. I beat a game. And what's today? What is today's date? I officially finished it on the 22nd, so I beat a game in less than a week. Brand new release. And I probably would have beaten it sooner if I played it every day. Well, thanks for stopping by to the wonderful stream. Big ups. Thank you to all the dingers, dongers, and swollen underscore ones who made it to the end of the stream. Like Juzzy51, Golem, and Rent Check, Sentry Slayer, Mr. Pun, Zuki Wookie, Almighty Goki, Anli, JC200X, Flane1, Carl, by Carl. Everybody lurking right now. We love you. Iced coffee. And anybody else listening to the sound of my voice. The sweet, subtle tones there. The dulcet tones of the dingus voice. Let's see if we can pull this up. What do we got? Thank you to Sentry Slayer, Tier 1 for 17 months for the big W. Alpha Elite TV, raid with a party of 6. Iviga, Tier 1 for 8 months. BR Joe to 200 bits. Hate Army, that guy. Re-up with the Prime, 6 months, half a year of Hate Army. UNFW1 to re-up Tier 1 for 31 months. Carl, Tier 2 for 28 months. And yeah. Alright, we're caught up. If you have not gotten your buy live vote in, get your buy live votes in now. Check that pinned tweet before you fall asleep. Oh, I like how that rhymed. It's pretty good. And then voting resets again. Same bat time, same bat channel, 10 Eastern. Tomorrow, I'll decide whether I want to do Mario or Zelda. Yeah, thank you guys. Let's see, Rydrake. Yeah, I'll go to Rydrake. We gotta hurry, because he might be done. He might be finishing up. We can't have that happen. Bye-bye, adios in the meantime. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we will see you next time. If I can see myself in the mirror each and every day, hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Rue, too, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. What's the raid message, though? I don't know, I'm out of raid messages tonight. I'm gonna finish my fried chicken that's been sitting here and take a sip. And I'll catch you on the next one. Smooth Catarinos. 5 seconds. Bye-bye. I hope everyone has a good night. Don't let the bed bugs bite.